Welcome back, one and all, to the Million Super High Roller Series here in Sochi. This is, of course, event number 3, our 25k short deck event. When we left last night, just 12 remained. They carried on and set this final 6, and that's how it looks. Our man Ivan Liao making back-to-back final table second yesterday in that 25k hold'em. Aaron van Blakeren back on the final table as well, along with Danny Tang Pulpur. Back-to-back finals also for this man. Tai Ha sitting on a mountain of chips as well. First prize, $457,500. Everyone currently guaranteed at 91.5. Again, if this is the first time watching this week, that's CSU. Casino Sochi units, but for all intents and purposes, they are equal to a US dollar.
Cool. Do you have a like list of the chip count?
I have. I send to you.
I'll worry about chip counts after I double up.
Aaron knows he's in the hot seat. Danny looks to be completing in the cutoff. Playing at 25 antes with 50 on the button. Wai Leong, the chip leader. Checks back his option, flops a 7 on 7, 8, 10. Danny with a pair of 8s. Not a flop either's gonna be wild about. Wai Leong does bet when check too. Have a little bit of protection with this 7. Danny's more likely to have overs this board than have connected with it. Giving him limped in against the chip leader. Turn a queen. Not a good card for either player to see. Does indeed go check check. Ace on the end. Danny aces up. Not a whole lot to worry about when Wai Leong checked back turn. Just a question now whether to bet himself. There are some missed straight draws out there. Or to play it as a check call.
Oh, will you send me those pictures when you are done? The pictures he just took? Thank you. Yeah. Plus, just
Danny Tang pulls in the first pot of this final table here.
I don't know how to do it. Joker.
yeah. We can do it later. We don't have to do it now.
Okay, do you break?
Yeah. Thank
Unless you need it now to post.
you. Yeah. No, I'll post after break. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do it during the break. No, during the break. Do his WhatsApp. Send the photo. The photo that we took.
Yeah, some of you joining us will have certainly reckon Ivan Liao for many a tournament, but he was indeed the loser to Sam Trickett yesterday in that 25k. Getting very unlucky not to win that event, in fact. Jumps straight into this. It's back at our final table.
Give me a walk.
No walks here, Wai Leong says, with 8-9.
Oh, chip leader. Don't fuck it up. Chip leader.
Gotta be careful, chip leader.
Both players flip a gut shot on 7 Jack. Wai Leong. The backdoor hearts. Paul does bet when check turn. Look at this, Wai-Leong check calls. It is 8-9. 9 on the turn, straight for Paul. Wai-Leong improving to a pair. Does have that gut shot as well for the chop. And now going much bigger. 200 into 330 with his straight.
Toji. Oh, got lucky on the turn. Toji.
He did indeed get lucky on the turn, Jeff. Pinging that straight.
Yeah, Toji is saying. I forget what that means. Lucky or?
Turn a pair.
I think I hear that term a lot.
Did it?
Turn a pair.
Look at Paul. Another final table.
Shot.
Man, some Aaron, short deck specialist as well. Saw him win that big pot, 9s to ace-jack on a 9-10 queen. Spade, 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 and Makita had ace-jack with the jack of spades.
Yeah, it was a spicy one.
Huge pot.
In fact, if you were watching last night, you'll notice a couple of players missing from this lineup that we perhaps expected to see. Sam Greenwood had 3 million chips laid on. Sergei Ryac had bundles of chips as well. Neither of them managed to navigate their way to the final table, such is the nature of this game. It's hard to keep hold of chips, right? It's a high variance game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, yeah, he had 3 million with 13 left, and here we see two people with 2.6, 2.4. Ivan's got
Less than a million?
675.
Cool.
And Ivan going to find a nice spot for a chance to double.
Yeah, great situation for him.
Ivan having a pretty good start to this week. It's got the backdoor diamonds not covered. Actually, Paul is.
Yeah.
We're done with that.
We're struggling with this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
switching the outs up. He's gone from looking for a jack, looking for a queen.
Paul still would have about 2 million.
Feeling high.
Jeff, I want to see Ivan have a little deep run today after that. Yesterday, that second place.
Yeah.
Very, very close to winning the event.
Yeah, he got in a nice spot.
謝謝老闆，老闆興興，老闆靚仔。
There you go.
I have a king 6.
With that double up. Still 6th in chips.
Just thanking Paul for that. Found a good spot. Probably hard to win.
啫喎，你個
Win king high and short deck all ins.
而家就得啦，而家我調幾啦都。
Playing real bad at shot with king 6.
Good, Aaron. He's the only. Basically, I want to say not the least experienced, but I'd imagine he's played the least. I know some of these guys we've seen in the Triton stops that are super experienced.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe assumption to say he's played the least amount of short deck of everyone at this table.
Really, it's impressive. Of course, variance. Of course, there's some luck. I mean, he wins big all-ins. That's how tournaments work. You gotta win those spots. But the fact that he's been able to navigate and shows 2 for 2 final tables, took a 4th, I believe, even maybe 3rd in the first one, and just finds himself right back here again. Wai Long was the one who executed that really nice bluff against Stevie with king queen off. First final table, floated, and then got Stevie to fold 2 pair on the river.
Yeah.
You can just tell how comfortable he is post flop. And Ivan.
Bye.
Getting a little heater, picking up a nice pot there. Ivan makes fast work. He goes from 600 to 2 million, and he's not afraid to go for 6th or have 5 million in a second.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we said yesterday, and it proves to be true every time you watch this guy. He doesn't shy away from situations. He's in. He's here to win.
冇啦，呢度冇幾多啫，50、100、100、200、107萬啫。
Danny Tang. Final table. It's nice. You know, again, these are the smaller of the buy-ins. Strange to say with that being 25K of the week, but it's nice to get warmed up, although the price will go up significantly. 50Ks, 100Ks, and then the 250 main. Imagine a lot of these guys are going to participate. Certainly, we know some will. But the 250K, I mean, that's going to, that's a big one.
Yeah, in fact, I don't know if Jeff, if you popped your head in the door on your way through here, I don't know if you saw the, obviously the 50K and then the Hold'em event would have just started.
And I think it's, is it pretty full? Is it already moving?
I mean, I was only in there before we came on air, so I didn't get to see them start up. And the room is pretty empty, but such is the case of small field events. There's only sort of 15, 20 people needed to get these things going, so they stroll in just on the dot. It doesn't take too long to register that many people. But that is today's event, 50K No Limit Hold'em. And I'm sure these guys will be moving from this event to that, should they bust out. And Jeff, if there's anything to go by the last few days, if you have been watching, you'll know that we've covered the final table and then switched it up and covered the day one of the next event. So I imagine that pattern will continue should this final table not drag on too long. And one thing we know about Shortdeck is it usually doesn't drag on too long. Oh, look at this. Betting 300 into 425, which is Queen 10. A little out of line here, Jeff, against one of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, it is. Ty's got a great draw, but kind of thinking too, what am I up against, and trying to think what he can do, because if he isn't relying on just hitting his hand, is there other ways to win this hand? So he's going to call.
And it's hard to imagine him having some super strong hands here, right? Ace, king, aces, kings, all would have raised pre on the button.
Yeah, and the thing is that Paul does have position, and it's going to be interesting here what Paul does. It's hard to, he probably can't, it's hard to think he has the best hand.
No, there's no way you can think he's got the best hand.
Wow, looks like he's going to follow through. If he does follow through, certainly it'll work.
Right, I mean, like I say, he can have aces and kings, probably ace king as well. He would limp those from +2, I would imagine, on a final table. Look to limp jam those.
500.
Goes for it. 500, Jeff.
And
ballsy.
Yeah.
I mean, Ty might think, you know, I got a 10, I could have 10-7. Oh, I could have an E7, of course, sorry. It's early in the day, Jeff. My short deck mind's not quite working. Of course, any 7 would make the wheel. 7-10 would make the nuts.
And you know that may be what going through Ty's head. What 7 do you have looping?
Yeah, he can rip it in here and then pulls in a horrible spot if he's got a set, right?
Yeah. Ty gets to have a lot of 7s. I mean, well, I don't know if you would call the turn with a lot of 7s, but Ty's on the button, which...
He has moved all in. I was going to say he can have any 7 diamond draw, any 7 heart draw. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's really great bets, great plays, both players.
Oh yeah, 7-10.
There you go, 7-10. But I mean, he can have a 7 with either of the flush draws. Jeff, you know.
I thought you were bluffing.
Yeah, I did. Nothing.
Ty
No
hard.
pair, you baby.
No pair.
No pair.
No pair.
You win.
Queen high.
我覺得係木，我覺得係
Jack
木。
high.
That's good.
預計係。佢10
You have queen jack?
啊？
佢10隻啊
Same, huh?
，flop 個
我覺得係咁
turn 咗
上下
open end 啦。
我覺得係偷雞嘅。
咁我冇發㗎嘛，Queen high 點做啊？
Wow.
Ballsy play, Jeff.
High level stuff.
I like it because, like you said, what 7s does Paul have? He's basically strongest hand is a set, and
No, I
Ty was like,
Jack.
you know what, I can have plenty of 7s.
Jack.
And when Paul's bluffing, which of course he's capable of doing, you just win the pot.
Yeah, and it's nice to have a huge lead if you somehow he calls and you're still okay.
Right, that's the thing. He's getting great price, right? He's risking 1.5 million to win the 1.5 million in the pot. So the bluff only has to work half the time.
Yeah.
And that shows a profit.
Yeah.
Just
And 2 kings. No one even with the overcard here. King's gonna be pretty safe, but antes are big, and one's happy to take it down.
喂，一捉落係你轉咗啦。
Block him.
咗啦。
Get into grips with this
有
game.
問題啊！我同你講。
Must feel like he's Jeff. It must feel like he's invaded someone's home game. You know, he's like the invited guest for the day.
Right. Yeah. No.
Like,
It's
oh, I met this guy down the bar. He said we play a little game of cards. I'll come join in.
但係如果你唔打我，
佢推先咧
我覺得佢都唔敢打咯。
你實打啦，唔打一隻
我覺得佢唔
出射
敢，打咯。
佢一定打啦。
1賠3啦，你問佢咯。
Well,
打唔打？
it's definitely not English only at the table.
No.
He's missing a bunch of the dialogue, but
To be fair, they've been pretty good at speaking English
I check-
so
you check
far.
it.
yeah, no.
Here we go.
Friendly game.
I check. Then he say you check. Check high. Such a good card to bluff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good card to bluff. So,
Yeah.
All right. Some limps and a check from Wai Leong. As Jeff was pointing out, always the buttons just has so many bad hands compared to everyone else in this game.
That is the nuts. Supposed to have 7-10 when you go.
Flop for Ivan.
Whoa.
Flopped it. Danny top pair, tie second pair.
Wow. And
Wai
10 Jack,
Leong.
such a popular hand. Ivan's just hoping.
All right, Danny now with trips. This is a fun spot for Ivan. Just gets the bet big a couple of times, I guess. Goes 100 here, and I'm guessing Ty's gonna fold. Danny, of course, will call. Ivan limping from +1. Really hard for him to have a flush, right? I mean, not least just because it's hard to make a flush, Jeff, but does he have doesn't have hands like 6, 7 of hearts, does he?
You know, Danny's radar's going off here, thinking what hands he's limping, but just kind of thinking I do have a pretty good calling hand here, and I block Jack 10. Flushes never happen except now, and Danny. I mean, just if you're Ivan, it's just as good as it gets. This is just obviously such a pretty hand, especially in this game.
Right, and it looks kind of like Danny's got a king at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny's almost lucky that he has King Jack or King 10 rather than pretty much every other king you'd have here, which would be a house.
290. Far good.
Flush is good for sure. What a hand.
Easy game.
有咗救到你，唔好對我咁冇咗救咗。
Ivan rolling.
我知你中咗，應該係俘虜嚟嘅你。係。冇錯㗎，俘虜嚟。多謝，救咗，唔好再嚟啦。我救，我自己識揾食㗎，我自己。
OK。
Enough。係得為咗仲未貢獻上嚟，睇下你300嗰啲 steady，hello。
Ivan start the day with 600 up to 2.2 already. We haven't lost a player yet. So that's a lot of quick work from Man. Already a nice profit this week.
有冇幾多啊？
Everyone guaranteed 91,500 at the moment.
One good cut.
Wei Leong ripping from the cutoff into pool on the button.
No, it's 呢啲唔同嘅有腳。哎呀！
好掙扎喺副牌。
啊 call。
Who does make the call? You get the bad news.
King Jack. Not the
King，有冇貢獻俾我？梗係撲手，梗係我啊！
These are the spots, Jeff. Obviously, calling off on a final table never ideal, but Wei Leong with the chip lead is going to put a lot of pressure on Paul there, isn't he? So
Yep.
係10女我唔得啊，10女啊！
understand the call.
你係見到10女或者見到我？
兩條黃啊！
Oh,
There it
Door
is
card.
in the window.
Little sweat.
Ace or 10 for Wei Leong will still do it.
K。
10你個撚啦，10我呢度有啊10。 Danny 仔好似攞支20。
冇啊，
Paul
只女啫。
jumps into the lead.
哇，full house 啊，攞邊啲啦，差唔多。
Just an
老婆
ace.
chop 啫嘛，佢 chop 啫嘛。
冇得捉到啦。
唔係啊，煙啊，
煙贏啊！
煙贏啊，
呢個點？
咩啊？
煙贏啊
，no chop
，10就冇用啦而家。
啫嘛。
哎呦
嘅打
，thank you
Oh,
my
there he
friend.
goes. Look at that.
My comrade.
驚 call 㗎啦，爆 call 咗啦。
I don't know.
call 係嘛，Danny？
哦
啊？
哦
Pull back to 1.8.
，happy，
呢副牌頭
happy
先
like fist pump call。
輸一個煙贏一個煙。
I think King 10 I might fold. I don't know.
好啊
800。
King 10 four 啊？
，King ten close 啊。
冇得買。
These are some of the for
King
sure
10
best
睇人啦。
short deck players in the world. They're exchanging some secrets. We're missing out here, James, on some info.
Yeah, it just seems like this is a lot more fun game. It's hard to even get a word in, Jeff. These guys
睇錯咗。
just love the action.
我邊聊啦？你沒有看到我邊聊咩？
哇！頭先嗰個喺個 queen high 即係如果個 river 推落去，人哋講我睇到牌。
推咪都係 bluff 啫嘛，你推冇問題㗎。
你睇到牌梗係推拉落去嘅嘛，你唔得 back
你
call 㗎嘛。
你唔係你 make action 先㗎嘛，你直頭你唔愛 bet 啦，你直頭我幫你 shot 花，如果冇問題㗎。
得啦。
All right, so we still have 6. And Paul, the pretty hand, similar to Ivan, doubles up and then gets queens.
Yeah, Wayne
A little surprised with the
Yeah.
A7 limp, I guess, position, chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the middle of the field there, so yeah, it's kind of surprising. But
When I say surprising, we mean probably correct, because this guy for sure is one of the dominant short deck players. No question about it.
well, I mean, I guess in this situation with 6 left in the final table, you're less likely to get raised light. Would be my guess. You're more likely to see some flops, and maybe he just fancies
我知道你有
himself down the streets.
你 call 我燈我已經
你
知㗎啦。
應該打大啲㗎嘛，3條都 call 你㗎嘛。
唔係我等你翻轉頭，我等佢大翻轉頭得我講。
傻，你冇花點大翻轉頭？
我得一隻，我攞我老細睇到我靚仔咧，好梗係
翻轉頭就大過你㗎啦，唔
Get a
係就揸住一個紅心
so I
面。
can get the conversation here.
Aaron saying, yeah.
I don't know what they say either.
Oh, just now we discussion about just on the hand if
I need to learn
Yeah, I
Chinese.
thought I need a translator so I could talk too.
Yes.
So I could
Speak
talk.
English.
No, you don't have to English.
speak English 啊，OK 啊，speak English 啊。
All right, well, there we go. We got Aaron stepped in for us there.
And Ty was saying he doesn't understand himself either, so
Cantonese
No. Official language English.
my language
Yeah, I'm gonna learn.
Ivan overlimps. Aaron checks the button at 8-9. King 9-7. Flop. Tie out in front, top pair, top kicker. But is gonna check it. Ivan just can't help himself. He's got an 8. He's got backdoor spades. Aaron wastes no time folding second pair with an 8.
Ivan just firing.
Certainly one of the hands, Jeff, that Ty is gonna try and get to showdown with Ace King here against Ivan. Ivan now picked up a pair, which may help him slow down.
You know, again, Ivan just, when he's betting a board like that, he's got some plans on certain cards with the 8 in his hand.
Right.
He's ready to bluff the jacks, the 6s. He's got backdoor spades, but I know, I mean, most of these guys, I don't think they value flushes too much. They know. We did see Ivan flop a flush, but that is not normal, let alone get to a flush by the river. So, and if you have 2 suited cards in your hand and hold them, it's 118 to 1 to flop a flush. I have no idea in short deck, but it's got to be, it's very hard. We just haven't even, that was the first one I've seen in several days of this.
Ty leading 250 on the river. Kind of interesting spot here, Jeff, I'd say, for Ty leading out. I mean, is he basically saying he thinks Ivan has a hand like King Jack, King 10? Because either Ivan's missed or he's got you beat.
Yeah, I mean, 10 Jack would be actually a nice hand to lead, right, with that double gutted, and that would have got there. But I mean, yeah, I think.
Good bluff, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ty does have some missed draws, so he's going to bet some hands in there for value, like this Ace King. But
Yeah.
I don't know, Jeff. Just one of those spots. I'm not sure whether that's better as a bluff catch or as a value bet.
Yeah, and especially versus Ivan, who's definitely willing to go for it more often than not.
Jason Kun 要求
傻嘅都冇人打。
佢哋呢兩個好似會打咯，但係嗰日喺台度傾嗰陣時。
You just went 3 minutes faster, right?
He keeps changing it. I kept seeing it flicker.
Right.
Yeah, out of my eye, I'm like,
Just flip.
he's messing with it through the app.
You just went down to like.
Who do you got, James? Any pick for today?
I mean, I've got my quiet route. I got my boy Ivan in there. I just want to see him take one down. But no, in all honesty, all these guys are so experienced in this game, in a game that no one's that experienced in, as it were. These guys are at the front of it.
Yeah, and they play such high stakes short deck cash games. This is really just really is trophy hunting for them. They're having fun. This is for the record books.
Exactly that.
Obviously, Triton, you see a lot of them wearing the patches, and Paul, the co-founder with Richard Young with Triton Poker Series. Unfortunate that with the coronavirus, Jeju got postponed, now canceled. Montenegro's coming up. That's very close to Italy. I know that's in discussion, or they're really looking at that, and a lot of these events, poker getting
any poker event around the world really is right now under
jeopardy.
Question of whether it's going to run. Certainly the international ones.
Yep.
Probably safer for your more national events.
Right.
Less concerns, fewer concerns, I should say. But yeah, certainly any international event is. We just don't know, do we, Jeff? And like you say, you just don't know where the next event's going to be. These might be the last trophies you can win for a while.
有仔你傾閪係嘛？
我90即個，我呃你，你睇住。
哇！你係嘛？唔使 call 㗎喎，我聽到 call， 我知。
90接角，90睇專。
哎呀，上 bet 50K。
As I say, if you're just joining us, first of all, where have you been? Secondly, this is the 25K Shortdeck final.
跌咗支接角就靚咯。
你唔驚炸彈啦？你咁大啊？
我冇大，我 call 啦，call 嘅啫嘛，我乖 call 啦 ，display。
All right, so we see 2 9s go with the
哇！
limp.
實際都唔 call 死佬，咁緊啊！
真嘅實際。唔係我諗咁耐做咩嗰個？
That's one of the hands Jeff we were discussing yesterday. 2 9s, obviously a far cry from 2 9s in
我俾你啊。
regular hold'em.
Yep.
暫時佢有個掣嘅。
Aaron overcalling a very playable Queen 10.
而家冇跳咗，而家。
有時個掣跳下跳下。
The wheel's spinning for Ty.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it here. Pop up the A7, put pressure on Paul and Aaron. That's one of those hands, Jeff. If he gets a limp jammed on holding A7, he can quite happily just let that one go.
Yep.
No damage done. Paul with 2 9s, it's just going to be hard to continue, right? For what is
275.
10% of his remaining stack.
Similar to Hold'em, though, it is, I guess, pretty. It's kind of like, all right, I hit a 9 or not, and maybe get a full double if you think that player has. The problem is when players are messing around or whatnot, you're going to get, it's not just like, oh, so simple that he has aces or kings or queens. Aaron now.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, such a playable hand like Queen 10 of spades, obviously gonna come in and make this 3-way.
Yeah. Oh,
There it is.
Door card.
Wow, what
oh
a
my
flop.
goodness, this is like the third or
flip.
fourth time we've seen a door card set that's like.
But this is the spot right in this game. That's basically a flip. You see the percentages there. Flop straight against the set.
Oh, and actually, Ty is. Oh no, he's got 0%. But he, in his mind, he actually has a 6 or a 10.
Right.
So he's somehow open-ended with this.
Yeah, he's got the
Yeah,
double
which is
gutter.
actually a pretty good flop for his hand. I mean, I guess the 10 though, he can't count as good. Like, I mean, he would be against the bigger straight in his mind most of the time.
I think it looks like Paul's going to lead out here. And I think that's reasonable in a three-way pot. Jeff, Aaron's going to have a piece of this quite often, having taken it three-way pre-flop.
So Aaron now with the nuts, thinking, is there merit to raise? Would that make sense, or would I just call? I mean, he's got the stone cold nuts.
Right, it's only 800k more when he raises, isn't it? I think you can just jam here and know you're always getting the action. Can't imagine a hand bet, pull bets of 500 and folds for 800 more.
Is there any merit to calling though, to get maybe Ty to get involved? Or I guess Ty's going to get.
When Ty has exactly this hand, it seems like a gin scenario, right? You get Ty to call drawing dead, but there's a flip. Jeff, look at that, 49%, 49%.
Yeah, literally the same hand versus Makita, where we saw actually reversed. Aaron had the set against the draw, and he turned quads, as a matter of fact, to just end the hand. And this time,
there it is.
Oh,
Pair it up straight away.
Go to my guy.
And make quads.
What?
yeah,
Unlucky Aaron.
No,
yeah.
Game.
nice playing you, Aaron.
And Aaron, little bit of, to flop the nuts, get it all in, and just get turned dead. Definitely, those hands play itself. Those are just monster
just
flops.
a flip. We see that.
Bad.
Ah,
Yeah, one gang. Here.
even you aces, you check, right? Aces,
I
even
check. I check.
Yeah, so I have to bet.
I check.
Myself.
All right, take a look at the chip counts here. We see Aaron getting another score on his resume here in Sochi, down to 5. Fairly tight, but there's at the top, and then
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? The 3 kind of big stacks and a couple of short stacks, but as we know, Ivan Liao not going to play like a short stack.
nope, he's going for it. Danny knows that. Whatever the pay jump is, he realizes if he sits back a bit, Ivan will take a shot for him. Get in there. Exciting stuff. Big hand. Paul was all in King Jack to Ace Jack to be out in 6th, and then just like that.
Yeah, now he's right up there,
He's ready to
chasing
go.
the title and $457,500 that comes with it, Jeff.
Yeah, nice payout. Big jump there. 1st and 2nd.
Yeah.
Payout still not too big of jumps for the next spot or two, and then they start get moving, as it is in tournament poker.
1 million, 2 million,
Uh-oh,
3 million.
that was our translator, Aaron there. That was our best shot for someone to chime in. Now we may.
English.
Okay, but Paul remembers. All right, you know what? This is streaming.
And also that Ty said he doesn't understand either, so
True.
we still have our one
True.
bastion.
That's right. You're right.
250.
All right, here's the Ivan show. Pretty hand comes in. Ty doesn't like it. Danny will get out. King Queen, definitely a possible playable hand. Just one of those stack size issues. He's on the shorter side. Doesn't really have time to be taking flops and being, put in some difficult situations. Why Long likes that hand, and no one makes a pair here.
Ivan with a rare slowdown. Wei Leong happy to take a turn. See if he can make that straight. Doesn't on the 6-10. And if I'm in Wei Leong's shoes here, Jeff, I'm just scared. Someone like Ivan raises and then starts checking. I get a little concerned.
And Ivan's hand looking vulnerable at this point.
Yeah, the third check I think is a mandatory bluff here, isn't it?
And
Wow, Ivan snap calls it with ace high.
Step call,
Hey,
bro.
we're on TV.
Yeah, step call, bro.
Wow.
Say low.
Still want to bluff me.
Strong.
Double check already, still want to bluff.
Wow,
大
Jeff.
家 congrats
Just snapped him with the
諗
ace
3
high.
秒。
唔得，佢決定要 call 就係1秒啫。佢咁打我就要 call 咗。
I like
窮仲
I
要
like
偷
that
你嘅
call
錢
by
啊
Ivan.
我
I
咁窮，你
think
仲要抽我錢？
I think I would have liked to see a bet on the turn by Wai Long. He had a gut shot with it.
你
Ivan
偷
showed.
啲有錢人㗎，大佬，你睇下呢啲有錢人你睇下，偷我錢嘅啫。
冇辦法啊。Cannot have it 啦，queen high。Like
Still
me,
very
queen high.
comfortable for this man.
Yeah.
4.5 million in chips. And yeah, I see a good comment in the Twitch chat on Party Poker TV.
Hey,
It feels more like a Triton final table than a Party Poker final table. Certainly has that feel, Jeff, this event. I mean, any short deck is going to be populated heavily by the Triton players. But also this event in general, obviously, is, you know, we can't get away from it. A lot of players cancelled quite late coming to this
English,
festival
please.
because of
Jump switch.
Jump plug.
coronavirus. And it seems like
Jump
the
switch.
one group of players that did all make it in force were the Triton guys. They committed to coming and they just made it on over here.
Yep.
So the field's definitely more heavily populated by them, and especially in short deck.
Check.
Yeah.
Danny limping
Still
ace-king
really
diamonds.
good turnout as well.
Yeah,
With
it
the-
is- it
just
is
look
still
at
good
60
turnout.
entrants when about half the participants didn't end up making it over. So you know this could have been a 100 plus field. These events.
Yeah, certainly
Entrance.
would have been much bigger, but still, I think you know, talking to the organisers, talking to Party Poker, they're all very happy still with the turnout, but they just know how good it could have been.
Yep. So blocker-wise, we see Paul with something going on here. He's got a jack. Jack 10 would be the best possible hand at the moment. Danny doesn't love that turn, I'm sure. He knows there's a lot going on.
He's going to
And
hold on here.
if no one bets, which I guess may not, right? I guess Paul actually hits a jack.
Yeah, Paul may feel like he's got enough to show down
One
here. Way
pair.
long in the middle. Danny sheepishly turning over the ace-king. He's going to get it done.
Expect that. Flapping. Say low.
Also, I see that trap. Tier 1, that pretty ace-king suited.
Yeah, and again, if you haven't watched a lot of short deck, or I know some people the first time, we see this a lot. The structure of the game,
Wow, bet turn,
with
I win.
the button posting
Bet
2
turn,
antes,
bet
everyone else posting 1. You're getting a
great.
great price to come in from every seat. Just got to put in half an ante. And that means that you want to limp a lot of hands. If you want to limp a lot of hands, you've got to be balanced. We can't just be raising our good hands in the first seats and limping our bad ones. It'd be very easy to play against. So you see
English.
a lot of players having a near 100% limp strategy. A bit like we see the small blind, big blind battles these days in regular Hold'em.
Yep.
See, here's another example of Ty limping with King
You
Jack.
stay in the US, right?
And
Living in the US?
it's a bit like, you know, you see some Omaha tournaments, people
Saigon
just
or Hanoi?
come in with limpy raises a lot with their strong hands.
Yep.
Same thing in this. As it does limp around everyone in this one.
Australian, no? Vietnamese, Australian, no?
Vietnamese.
Oh, you don't stay in Australia?
And as Jeff always
No,
points
no,
out, if everyone's in, it means the button's got the worst
US
hand.
passport, right?
It seems, yeah, it seems to be the case.
Ace 6-8 set for Paul. Not a lot for anybody else here. 8 for Ivan. A 5-way pot. He's not going to be liking that.
And Paul certainly going to want to start betting here.
Right, it feels a little unfortunate no one's got an ace in this pot when you flip a set. Goes for 2/3.
Take it out.
我哋張反地波咧，個波都未見過，屌都係。
Yeah, it's hard for no one to have anything.
Oh, sorry.
Especially with the bottom set. Just so likely that
Right.
someone nicked that board.
People play cash game in Vietnam? So that?
Yeah, yeah.
So that?
There's some like 10K buy-in, small.
You know CC, right? CC?
CC
Based in Macau. German Vietnamese.
Vietnamese.
Why you win a lot of money in Macau?
Wow.
I guess.
You know like his full name or you just know his
I don't know.
No idea.
he's Vietnamese?
German Vietnamese.
Oh,
Here we go,
German
Danny
Vietnamese.
under the gun.
Maybe.
Limps in the jacks. Wei Leong keeping this one secret.
In Vietnam, they still play no limit. Most of the time, still play no limit.
Paul reluctantly joining in with ace-9. Ivan with a real hand. Ace-10 of hearts. Completes in yet again. The button has the worst of it. Tie checking queen-8. Not so bad now. Queen 8-7 gives him top 2. No one else really with anything here. Paul with the ace of clubs and a 9.
Why
Best
long
backdoor draws.
mystery hand?
Yeah, he's keeping this one quiet, Jeff. Not letting us in.
Yeah, he's still in very good position. He had around 6 million. And tie. About as good a flop as you can have. I mean, top 2. He's got position as well.
$175 into 3. Danny not with a great hand here to continue. Block some of those bluffs. All the players to act behind him.
Not sure what he's thinking here. I mean, this is just a complete whiff. I guess that board too, the 7-8 though, it's like the draw, best draw 9-10. It's unlikely anyone really has a 7 or 7s or, you know, so it's maybe he's just thinking that board, like I could check raise and get a lot of credit here. I'm surprised he's thought about it there and that with that many other players.
Yeah, with everyone behind you.
Yeah. Ivan also just completely misses here, but that's a guy that likes to fight for pots.
Yeah, he's seeing everyone fold. He's thinking, well, hang on a second. They've all folded. I can have it.
Oh, man.
Oh, oh.
He really wants to.
There are a couple of fakes along the way there.
Yeah.
Ty does just scoop in a little one.
位資料有籌碼嘅，我哋就係冇辦法嘅。冇睇到咩？我點樣知？你唔好跳卡住嗰個 pre-flop all
Yeah, I mean, it is chip leader on the button.
咁撚耐。
Could easily take a stab there.
Whose button?
Me.
Danny,
Me.
Why they like to put the button in the middle of nobody? Cash game also like that. The shift button 唔準。
Wei Leong. Well, we did talk about the limping strategy from under the gun. He obviously has got a little blend going on here, especially on a final table, so decides to raise it up for ace, queen of diamonds in the first seat. Danny on the button, king, queen of hearts, certainly going to continue.
Yeah.
Six, eight, 9, both whiff. And really not a board that Wei Leong can hit, having opened from under the gun. He does fire out. Interesting, Jeff. I think that's one flop if you open from under the gun. You kind of have to shut down, but I guess pot to stack ratio, he's saying, if I've still got aces or kings, I'm happy to go with it on this board.
Yeah. Just realizing too, like jack, queen, queen, kings. So other aces, I guess he has, you know, maybe a beat, but again, I think Wei Leong just so comfortable post flop, just recognizing boards and ranges and situations that, you know, he's willing to go for it. his hand rating ability does really seem just spot on, and I mean the execution of bluffs and just comfortability to know where he's at. Paul got a mountain there after the king jack to ace jack all in, and the 50-50 spot. So
yeah, he's winning. He's winning all the key
look
ones.
at
So
this
now
one.
he has the beautiful hand, Jeff. This is
That
the one we love.
It's basically aces in this game.
Flips versus aces.
Just
What a
pretty as
world.
it gets.
And just does well multi-way as well as heads up. It's just the dreamy hand. Ivan completes behind with sevens, tie with an 8. Joins in way long, king 9 of diamonds. Pretty good hand.
Yeah, king 9 diamonds on the button. Gotta imagine that Ty's got 8s there, considering he limped in.
Right.
And there's no 9 of diamonds,
Right.
no 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Guess he could have ace 8 suited, but
Okay.
Paul's in the lead, but it's one of those. You've hit the block pretty hard, but bottom 2 in this game is not quite the same.
vulnerable.
$2.2.
So Ivan thinking about. He's just you never know what he's gonna do.
I mean,
This is just why you've always got to give him maximum room.
like, I got a lot of respect for Ivan in his game. This to me is just too ambitious. Like you're queen king there. There's just so many. I mean, it's just like you just have. It's just absolutely into. It's ambitious.
Wei Leong coming in with a gut shot on the backdoor low straight draw, but
Cool.
gut shot that would leave a 4-liner there, Jeff.
Yep. Backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds and the backdoor straight
Oh.
draw is important as well. You know, the
Sometimes-
7-8 run out. But
Sometimes you just know.
sometimes it's the front door that you hit.
Just right there.
It's tough, of course, now to get paid.
He's got the button as well. I mean, just such a nice card. Like, at the same time, tough to get paid, but if Ivan's got it set, someone's got, 2 pair, can still.
Right, it's better. Paul kind of has to be done with his hand now, doesn't he? Bottom 2.
Goes kind of big there. A little surprised. Not too worried about a spade. I guess a board pair. You realize that's
Well,
like
he thinks both could be out there, right? He'd have against both draws.
yeah. Nice hand. Nice pot. See that trophy in the background? Looking nice. Available for one of these 5 gentlemen.
And it's Tai Ha, current favorite, perhaps to take that trophy with the slender lead over Wei Leong Chan. Paul were not too far behind. Then a bit of a drop-off. Jeff, Ivan Liao and Danny Tang, the 2 shortest. But we are still playing with just a 60k button ante, so plenty of play left in this one. A little different perhaps from the first short deck final you and I watched, where he just ran over the whole table, didn't he? Just all in after all in, clean them all out in quick fashion. This one going to go a little longer.
Do we see who got 7th, 8th, and 9th?
Yeah, I can tell you that, in fact.
James, you got the answers. That's what I like. You got it ready.
It was Sam Greenwood who was wielding that big stack with 13 left and not coming 9th. Sergei Lebedev in 8th and Dmitry Kuzmin in 7th, picking up 45.5, 61, and 76 respectively. It was exciting. A lot of movement when you consider, Jeff, when we went off air last night, I pictured a different final table to this with all those 3 having big stacks, and it really didn't play out that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perhaps the biggest surprise was Sergei Ryach coming 10th. He was one of the big leaders with 13 left at over 2 million in chips, or 12 left even, and ended up coming
Just
10th, the bubble
bubbling.
boy.
He did say he's been working and studying the short deck. A good experience. Obviously, to bubble, not fun, but it's way better than getting knocked out right away. I always feel that way. I'd rather go deep, bubble a tournament than get knocked out. You know, you get the experience, you get the, especially in a game where you're learning and don't know. So
你開埋嚟啊！借俾你睇。
I think if I remember correctly, our Russian counterparts informed me before we came on air that I think he lost a huge pot on the bubble where he'd basically made a full house and Wai Leong made a flush and he ended up calling 3 streets. It was an overhouse. I think he had kings maybe on king 6-6 or something of that ilk. As you say, it's hard to give people credit for a flush in this game.
yeah.
Certainly could have been up against weaker full houses, so a bit of a cold deck there. Gave this man the chip lead.
Always get ace jack. No good.
Always jack.
150. 150.
I've been going at Wai Long here with suited ace.
I like it.
Nice.
As we say, you can't put pressure on a guy who doesn't care about ICM, right?
That's true.
It's almost like a secret power. Superpower even on the final table. The other guy doesn't care about ICM. You get to win more than your fair share of pots.
Ivan's got it. From what I've been noticing, he really doesn't. He's not afraid to take shots, go for it, make bluffs. But in terms of calling, we saw Kerry bet that 1/10 or 12th pot. You know, I mean, he had a bottom pair, but he made a fold. Remember the Queen 10 in the open-ended where it was on the flop all in and a call. I thought he had a pretty good spot to call. So he's a thinking player. He's not just. He is not afraid, or he'll go for it, but also make folds. So he's got an interesting balance, I think, in his game. Makes it even more difficult to play against. These are really 2 strong hands in short deck. Ace King, of course, and 9-10 suited on the button. 9-10 suited. This is a spot where we're going to see a raise and a call.
Yeah, and interesting, Jeff, again, Wei Leong opting to raise from early position, one of his strong hands. And keep talking about the balance. The second time in orbit, he's raised a strong hand from up front.
Yeah, he's got the ace of hearts here. I mean, 9-10 gets a nice little nibble of this. He's going to go ahead and lead out. I think Jack 10, definitely one of the hands he could put his opponent on, just, you know, in short deck when he calls. Jack 10 and Ace King seem to be the most frequented hands in this game.
Well, Ty certainly
really
going nowhere with second pair backdoor clubs and, of course, 3 to a straight in a game where there's no bricks. 3 to a straight seems to be a pretty big hand.
Yep, and these guys are the 2 chip leaders, so important pot. Jack in for position.
That's a good point, Jeff. Whoever wins this one, 1.3 million in there, is going to take the chip lead. Wow, interesting turn.
Dynamic.
Both improve. I guess Wai Leong here can do a little bit of both, Jeff. He gets value from hands like this, pair and straight draws. And very hard to imagine he could ever get raised when you're holding the ace of hearts. Does elect to check. And Ty, Jeff, I imagine happy just to take a card here?
Yeah, I think so. Although, yeah.
I mean, I guess the merit of betting would be you can make Wai Leong fold a pair without a heart. There it is. Nuts on the end.
That surprised me.
I mean, Ty called a raise pre-flop. Does he have many offsuit combos? Probably not. And we hold the ace of hearts, so I can see he's just going to try and give him some room here to bluff. Like, it's not like Ty can call too many bets here, I don't think. So what combos does he have that call?
That makes, I guess from that perspective, that makes sense. He doesn't have a flush, right?
Right.
So.
And Wai Leong still has plenty of one-pair hands, right? The other hands like ace king without the heart.
Yang.
So I like this.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
It's working out perfectly here. He gets Ty to put in 425,000. Obviously, raise incoming.
There is a straight flush.
私家貨
Couple.
要啊，
7-10 and the queen 10 hearts, but
Yeah, it's
expect we would have heard from those on the flop or at least the turn.
yeah.
A little time card going in Jeff.
跟住我喺電視度嗌我都肥。
My long trying to piece together what his bluffs might be.
你識做人嘅。
He certainly may try and turn some of those
2.1
other ace X's into bluffs.
2.1
I'm surprised he goes so big, Jeff, because Ty's either saying he's got the nuts or he doesn't. So when you bluff, you're not going to go as big as it, I don't think.
Yeah, leveling war though. Look at, if he makes it 900, it just, not that it's gonna matter, but Ty, maybe someone could read into that too. Say, why would you do that? Why would?
Straight flush.
I mean, I suppose Ty can have ace queen with queen of hearts,
係啊，不要啦，不要啦，
ace king with the king of hearts. It's the other one, but
不要啦，
I don't think he has many hearts here when we hold the ace of hearts.
ada. Dia ada itu raja, dia ada bapak, dia ada raja.
So the 50K
Saya buat ada mah.
long deck, the regular no limit hold'em will be going today, and I believe we'll pick that
If
covered
anything,
up,
yeah,
most
if anything
likely.
like other days are like, if you've been watching, you know we've covered the final and we've. Well, Jeff, they just crack the whip, don't they? We think we're finished for the day, and then they go, hang on a second, boys. Got some more poker for you to watch.
Yep, you see why long up at over 6 million now.
They don't care about the page.
Where's ICM?
Yeah, exactly.
40-80
Normally,
now.
I should be your best friend right now. You
The
should
last
be
time in this seat, he raised it up with this very same hand, ace queen of diamonds.
80, right?
Fuck you. Best friend way.
He's going to raise up once again.
He also don't care about the shit. ICM.
325 is
The chip lead.
How much?
325.
Why so much? Oh, increase already. See? 40, 80, 4x. So many people behind. 40, 40. 40.
Ivan, get out of the way. Still first, second stack as we see the separation there, though. Why Long now has a comfortable lead. Ty's closest one to him and has a real hand here. Kind of an uncomfortable spot, really, if you think about it, because you're calling now 325. You got a very vulnerable hand. It's a good hand, but you realize you're going to be losing those 325 a lot. And you do have position, though, which is nice.
Tiny with a very playable queen 10 suited, but only 1.5 million in chips. Has the button.
Yeah, he's thinking too. What is Wai Long? Is he raising?
Right,
What's he raising?
right. He's seen Wai Long raise quite a few hands in their position as well. So Ty flopping set. Danny with pair and a gut shot. Wai Long with top pair and the same gut shot. Always action in short deck.
This is a big collision here, though. And Wai Long with the blocker here.
So some to check.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds. But it's not the greatest of flops, is it? When you've got one pair with the queen kicker and the jack 10 on board,
點解？
No.
really being in any other one pair
三
hands.
個三條，屌你唔好打到砰砰聲。嗰個三條就係冇射面嘅。
See betting here, just saying, look, I'm happy to get in against Danny in his 1.2. Stops Ty bluffing him.
臨尾嗰個 original
Yeah.
report racer 最大嘅我知道係三條嘅。
Ty obviously still behind two hands, king, queen, and aces. Jacks the jack of clubs, I think. One of those, Jeff, you're just going to call here.
仲推落去，我哋死啦！咁三條七。
A lot of playability down the streets.
Yeah. I
really feel like a raise achieves a lot, Jeff, with these jacks.
Yeah, there's a chance that Wai Long has queens or kings too, and would be a good hand to be bluffing here, and maybe concede through.
Well, it looks like he's counting out. Well, he's counting his chips at least. I mean, he's going for the raise.
Well,
Again, just one of these spots, Jeff. I'm not too sure, and it feels to me like that hand with the jack of clubs in hand, especially, plays better as a call. But does go for the raise. And that should be the end of this. I mean, Wei Long actually doesn't have that bad a hand to take on this hand with. He still has 25% equity, the live gut shot, but if you're up against the made straight, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, though, if he did have Queen King, would he be raising him, though? Queen King, probably not, right?
Even a hand like, you know, Queen Jack of clubs has a whole lot of equity.
Yeah, King Jack of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs, that's crossing his mind here.
有可能啊。
咩都諗下啦，諗冇罪。
你唔好放有你啫嘛，我唔會留情啊，你知。哦，sorry。
Looks pretty committing, though, Ty, right? Like, he's bet 2.1. So
We know he's not
like-
folding.
Yeah,
That's
so.
one thing we know.
You know.
And
Play my best.
Wei Long is in the tank.
Right, I think Wei Long's thinking, right, I don't think he does this with two pairs. So he's starting to piece together that maybe this is some of the sets, some of the time, but even I suspected he may just flat with the set jacks here. So maybe he's thinking, look, he's got combo draws or he's got king queen and I've got a queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this bet, he was achieving a couple things with betting, and I definitely, you know, he was not expecting to get raised here.
Right, that's it. And yeah, the more I think about Jeff, it's an interesting spot, yeah, because Ty doesn't raise two pair there, I don't think. And I didn't expect him to raise with a set, so it really is combo draws and the nuts you'd fill. And as you say, like the nuts probably calls as well, so one of those spots where, yeah, a bet you thought wasn't going to get raised gets raised, suddenly throws you for a little bit.
Yeah. At the same time, from Ty's perspective, you know, taking it down there, like, it is short deck. Now all of a sudden a four-liner comes out.
Right.
A queen or a king, he runs the potential of getting blown off or bluffed. And now, I mean, that was a big bet in the middle. There's a lot of money out there. Now
yeah,
he's got the chip
now
lead.
he's the chip leader, yeah, exactly.
So there's some merit to that. Can't blame it. And if somehow if he's up against Queen King, which is very unlikely with that how that got played, I think, you know, he's got a set and he's ready to run it.
And yeah, of course, as you say, he's got a set against the main straight. It's a flipping anyway. The only hand he's really worried about was a set of aces.
And we see Paul limping A7, so he's got a bigger stack now. He's all the way up to 3.8 million. See, this is the ones where I'm not sure about. Like, I just don't know if these make sense. This type of, the suited low ace, just because, you know, that you're going to hit the straight, but it's like, it's tough. It's usually, you not the nuts, and the flushes don't really come. So that's like, that's one I'd really want to look into about what you're supposed to be limping. I would imagine Paul's got a pretty good idea, so that would be. What do you think? Does that kind of?
I mean, the flushes are so valuable, though. That's the thing. They're so big when you make them.
Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, you have, if you limp in your whole range too. Yeah, you get to limp in. Guys got to kind of respect the limp a little bit.
English. English.
What do you think? Short deck harder or easier? I see some chat.
Yeah, I was just looking at that question.
Harder, I guess.
I mean, for us, we're probably going to say it's harder right now. We're much newer to it. I think it kind of depends on the level you're at. This is a question that people throw around with Hold'em and PLO a lot, and it's people think PLO is more complex, but then at the same time in PLO, a lot of hands you just bet pot, get it in with, whereas in Hold'em, so many more intricacies.
Yeah.
Bet sizing far more important, and I think this game is somewhere in the middle.
I think he's gonna go to like 400 here, while along with the cutoff aces. He's
yeah, bang on Jeff, 400 the bet.
Yeah, he's put a little meat on it. It's Ty. Ty, he's the one person that he's could really play a big pot with Danny.
大頭冇意見。
搞，佢唔黏嘅話，我都唔黏啊。
你推咯，你剩翻嗰啲 small change，你剩翻啲 small change 好心，你就推咗佢啦。
Danny trying to get in there with those eights.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Hit a set.
Well,
Didn't
fun,
get
yeah.
to see it.
Danny，老實講啦，老細有報杯，你有一樣路先。我要幫老細，
梗係唔一樣嘛，佢
我要幫老細
冇我份，我有佢嗰份。
我有幫沙巴哥打起濕啊！你睇啲。
當我死啊！
誒，你有好度㗎？
I think you can request speak Chinese because all Asians.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't.
We are majority now. We are majority.
Yeah. Danny with the Jack 10. Good enough to put it in.
Wow.
Getting very short, down to a million.
Angry already, Daddy.
Oh
You know. Okay, okay. So
no. Give you lah. Give you one pot lah.
Give your cheese.
Okay.
See Danny Tang gonna pick up an important pot. Big. When you're short, matters that much more. Just getting those antes.
Danny, how many BB you have now?
30 NTs, just over like 31 NTs.
31?
1.2 million.
30 and 3. 30 and 3.
Yes, it's ready to go.
Go where?
All in.
Not going anywhere.
Go all in. No go out.
I stay. I stay.
7-8 suited. Danny gonna get out of the way. That's
That
something.
depends on-
See likely being played by one of the big stacks. Why?
I like it. Way
you
Leon,
like to talk about
keeping up the
PokerGo.
pressure. A lot of pre-flop raising going on from him.
Yep.
How much you have?
Ah, Paul with ace king. Some more chips going on here, Jeff.
Yep.
Oh, 5.4 yeah.
5.4 ah.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Yeah, 5.4.
Just thinking what he's gonna do. What he does. 3.6. Is it enough to just shove? Does he want to
Yeah.
raise? Gonna do a little more thinking about it.
This is the spot, Jeff. You think you can raise it to sort of 1 million, and if there's a couple of all-ins behind him, you get to fold and ladder up, or do you think he's just going to commit?
I think he's gonna make it 1.2. But maybe just shove. I don't know. It's like it's an interesting spot. It's actually they still got people behind.
No, he
That's
does quite
all.
just a shove. Yeah, I think that's it. That's the consideration, is to raise smaller, and then if it all just kicks off behind you and you can
Much.
fold and ladder up, then you do that.
Too much, too much.
3.5.
But as we keep saying, Jeff, most of the guys in this table are about the title, less about the laddering.
Yep.
No, it's
See some debate in the chat on Twitch about this PLO and No Limit. I mean, PLO is definitely a fun game, a little more gamble. This game also a lot of gamble in it, but
1 million.
yeah, it really depends on your comfort level, how much time and experience you have. I think, PLO in some ways is less variance, or the pots are controlled, and it's No Limit. It's you can go all in here. Short deck, you can go all in. Ivan been quiet. Cards haven't let him.
I think that's it. Like in No Limit Hold'em, you so rarely have the nuts.
You can ask me.
That's the key. In PLO and in this game, you very often have nutted hands, which are
Yeah.
always going to be easy to play. And that's the beauty of No Limit, is having to mix it in there with non-nut hands and still trying to play big pots.
Right.
Whereas these games, this game you just get the aces. It happens enough, you get it in. You make the straight a lot. You make sets a lot. They're pretty straightforward. You're just going with those hands. In Hold'em, so often you make a bad two-pair or top pair, top kicker, and
Yeah.
suddenly you face pressure. It's far more complex.
Oh.
The simpler the game, the more complex it is, because there's more decisions available.
Mm-hmm. Here's Danny
Trapping.
finding Jack 10 again.
Easy.
Jack 10 working out.
Queen 8 off.
I don't know. You.
Now.
I think
was
7
done that.
offer.
My hand was done that.
9-7 off.
Queen 8 off.
Queen 8 off, you put me in?
Yeah. Of course.
Danny Tang, as we mentioned, having some big success, some
won the
seven-figure
last
scores this last year. Won the 50K WSOP bracelet last year. And just really risen quickly to the high stakes.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance yet, Jeff, to listen to your podcast with him, but those of you who weren't watching yesterday, we did mention it.
Yeah.
Jeff did a podcast with Danny, and a very interesting rise to the top he's had. So please do give that a listen, Jeff's podcast with Danny.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was fun. That was the most recent one. It was good. He's very entertaining. And it's rare you see that. You know, it's rare you see a guy just skyrocket these days. He's done it.
Right, four-way. Some garbage for Wei Leong, but he flops the straight.
Look at Paul. Paul is just all over this thing.
Huge hand for
It's
Paul.
gonna be a situation.
That's the best way to describe it. There's going to be a situation here. Wei Leong obviously has more of this board than anyone else, being on the button. But Paul, I mean, this is the dream hand to check raise with, right? We block the nuts. We have a higher straight draw and a nut flush draw.
Although the price is pretty affordable. I don't know if Paul's gonna go crazy here. I might just call.
So deep.
Yeah, it's also his stack. You know, he was in third of 5. There's the 2 shorter guys here. I think Ivan's he's at this point saying this is getting ridiculous. Like I've gone 20 minutes without any kind of action, bluffing or, you know, he's getting a little bit perturbed, and this has got the making for a big pot for sure. And that is why Long gonna slow down a bit of his disguised hand now is.
Right, any 9 now straight.
Yeah, and that's definitely, again, on the button, he's going to have what? You know, this is depends how you look at it. It's a bad card for his hand. There's obviously a diamond would have been, even with him, because him having a diamond, you know, Paul could definitely get paid on some, like a king of diamonds or something. But, you know, the skies is gone, but still feeling very safe and comfortable to bet your hand.
You're going to feel like Paul has outs to beat you to a house or a flush draw here, so he's gone fairly big in a spot where Paul doesn't really have that many 9s.
Yeah, and if you're Paul, it's also, you got to realize that likely as a 9, that's your gut shot is gone. The diamonds never come, and so it sort of goes from a very attractive spot to not so attractive. This may be fold position. It might be a no fold.
Maybe he's thinking though, he can call here and bluff pair ups as well. Be an interesting line.
The rabbit cam on this one, but let's see what would have happened. A lot of red cards out there. Yeah, I saw Sergey Lebedov did cash. He got in a massive pot with Webster in a very interesting hand where Webster flopped top 2 versus his aces in a tricky spot, and it got it all in and ran out board pair counterfeit. Sergey did make the money. Saw Jason Kuhn was also pretty deep. I think he didn't get in, but
yeah, 12th place finisher for Jason, and we saw he had a torrid time during the buy-in period of the tournament, so you can only assume it was a costly one from Jeff.
Yeah, the thing is with the Lammers, you know, I don't know, I'm not sure, probably at least 2, but I mean, listen, these short deck tournaments, I think I was talking to Makita before the tournament started, and he was saying the average is 1.6, with these structures, 1.6 buy-ins per person. That's like what the math comes out to. So, you know, we've seen guys in Triton be in 5, 6, 7 bullets. I mean, it's not crazy.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned it in the 25Ks. You know, if you're going to run bad, get out of the way early. Jason, maybe not getting the rub of it in the 25Ks, but the bigger buy-in stuff is still to come. 50K starts today, regular holder. Short deck tomorrow, then the 100Ks, and then, of course, the super high roller bowl on the weekend, that 250K.
Yeah, it's a treat. It's kind of nice, man. I'm ready to play some online after this. You know, it's like you're dialed in, get to see the best players in the world playing, get to just watch, and then
speaking of online,
get on the table.
Jeff, of course, concerns about live poker around the world, but one thing you can be sure of, online poker will be booming, and Powerfest coming up.
What?
Starting just next week, 15th to 29th of March. $20 million guaranteed.
I'm in there.
145
That's
events.
Sunday. Actually, the schedule's funny. The time zones here, right, for how the online schedules work. So it's actually, you know, I could start late.
Start late, yeah.
And like get in at the very beginning of the day. Ship it. Oh, we got some confrontation here.
Yeah, we certainly do. Danny jamming the hijack. Paul with ace queen of clubs on the button. Ty having limped in from +1. It feels like a spot Paul's going to go with.
I think
right?
he's got to go. I mean, the thing is, he covers nicely, Danny. So even if he were to be wrong, I mean, or if he was behind or loses the hand, 2.5.
Bye-bye, he says. Bye-bye.
He knows he's good. He knows he's
Gave
ahead.
him the bye-bye.
Yeah. Ace queen though.
Oh,
Ace
yeah.
queen.
Here we go, Jeff.
Good luck to you.
Surely it beats king queen, though, right?
I got.
Ace.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. I don't know, man. Honestly.
Whoa.
Whoa, royal draw.
Royal draw.
Glove.
Two clubs.
King of
No
clubs.
good. Red 9. Can I get a red 9?
棉花
No
冇
club.
嚟。
Just no club. Okay, I don't mind anything but no club.
Yeah, so
okay?
river at least you can.
Yeah, I can sweat the river, you know.
If
No
it
club.
if it's gonna be a, oh,
It's a
Okay,
red
upside down the
6.
6 now, okay? All right.
I'll let you hit king pair.
No.
How king you don't win, sorry.
Ace of diamond now, maybe. Ace of diamond.
Queen of diamonds.
I lose. Yeah. Good game.
Oh,
that was a tricky one. That was one where he like had to double take it.
GG.
Danny Tang. Danny effing Tang, man. I'll tell you what. If you want to see a funny, have you seen this? The Razor Edge spoof. It's really good. Like they during the summer they do Ben CB. They do this thing where they recreate the rounder scene, where
Okay.
and they and then they like go, it's Danny effing Tang. I bluffed Danny, and they do like the whole thing. It was awesome. I don't know where you
Amazing.
can find it. You gotta
I had a
like
queen.
Google it, but it was really good.
Paul up to second in chips. It was all in at risk with King Jack against Ace Jack now. Second in chips. Danny Tang out. Picking up 122k. Ivan Liao now comfortably the shortest. Look at that, Jeff. It's tight at the top.
Yeah.
Three-way, pretty even. We're in
Okay.
for a slog here.
Can we give a little shout out to Malaysia? 3 of the final 4 being from Malaysia. That's strong.
The Shortdeck capital of the world.
Yeah, I think that could be a fair statement.
I'm going to say the high stakes capital of the world in any form of poker, really.
Yeah.
Everyone now guaranteed 152, but we are chasing that first prize, $457,500 for today's winner.
I don't want to name names or just some rumors and things that are unconfirmed exactly, but you got to understand some of these cash games they're playing, like there's $250,000 straddles US.
Right.
I mean that's ludicrous. The buy-in for the super high roller bowl they're putting as a straddle in a cash game.
How much?
I mean,
1 over million?
these guys are.
Around 2 million.
Okay, beautiful hand.
It's all perspective, right? But 25k buy-in. This is Annie in a cash game for some of them.
Yep.
You're seeing some of the world's best poker players, gamblers. I don't like saying the term gambler, you know, with poker. It doesn't feel to do it justice, but
Yeah, well, you're right, Jeff. It's an important term, but it still is.
yes,
Yeah.
it's a form of gambling.
It's a calculated gamble.
Doesn't have to have negative connotations.
Exactly. There's a
an
lot of
art. It's
similarities
an
between
art
this
form,
and
skill.
trading. If you're trading currency or you're trading shares, you know, there's a lot of things outside of your control, and you're just doing your best to interpret them.
Wow, so tight. 400.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
That might be Wai Long's first mistake of the day. I mean, just in general, he's played
Night I must fall.
a nice final table.
Allah, I played differently.
I would have liked to see him bet the Queen 10 versus Ivan. That was a small hand, but then he ended up taking a little stab on the river,
Yeah.
a small stab with.
But as I said at the time, I can kind of understand why. When Ivan raises and doesn't see bet,
No, it's coming.
you got to be concerned because
True.
this guy just always drops the hammer. Speaking of which,
10 seconds just now. Cannot?
hammer dropped here. King Queen raising it up.
Just some draws at hand. Just some super draws at hand.
So 1 ace. You know,
Only for the because David asked me not to
I
ask you.
think king is like
Oh, really?
4 lah, never mind, brother.
I also have 1K.
Wow, like that you raise King 9. 9 raise.
Naya.
King and a round 1, I don't know what. Maybe 9.
King 9.
Need to raise.
So in tournament poker, with talking about ICM and final tables, there's something called a risk premium, and that is when you are the shortest stack, you have the least to risk. So Ivan, someone I think, whether or not he's studied these principles, utilizes this. He knows he is not. He is definitely in gambling mode. He's ready to fire. He is not afraid to bust, and he's going to take that probably to other levels. But he's ready to go.
4 minutes.
He's not going to try to squeeze out a pay jump here. He's gonna be pushing it.
2 big hands. Paul limp and ace
I want
queen.
blue stack. Yeah.
Ace queen suited, pretty powerful hand.
Blue stack is 2 million,
5 million each.
5. I'm almost 4 million.
Ace queen. Join my
5
team.
million.
Ace queen on my team, and this is not a good spot for Paul, of course. See, look at the equities. It's just closer
Pretty close.
You have 1 stack of blue on it.
Yeah, I have 1 blue.
This seems like a
I have,
perfectly good enough hand, Jeff, to call a raise here.
For yeah,
How about you?
Take a flop.
no.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 4.5. I have 5 million.
Of course, it's
4.6 behind.
part of the problem is it's just too exploitable.
million.
You don't want to be in these spots sometimes, calling out of position in a hand where likely you could be dominated, but it's just gonna be too many times where you're ahead here too. It's gonna have Jack 10 suited and
He throws in 3 of those blue 100k chips. Yet another big pot brewing. 900k in there as we see 778, a board that neither hits and neither should hit. And tie with ace king, kind of one of the better hands to go bluffing with, right? We block aces, we block kings. Paul probably doesn't have those the way he's played this hand as well. So there we go, does bet 350 and obviously in this instance is ahead, but would put a lot of pressure on some hands like jacks, queens, and of course knocks out the equity from hands perhaps like 10 jack and queen 10, queen jack, but still do okay against us.
Paul getting out of the way, losing the minimum.
I think pretty well played by both that one, Jeff.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
溝啦。
四路至做嘢啦。跌女咪唔使打咯，
跌傾就走，
跌王就走咯，跌女唔使打，跌積都唔使，冇得打咯，冇得偷咯。
冇位置，有位置一定跟。
The shortest stack, but still 58 antes. Over now, about half the average.
跟一跟你喺前面啲腳都遠啦。
你預算接到佢 flop 你就要預算接埋個燈咗啦。
位置啊。
Tie, ha. Getting it done. Was on the same flight over from UK with him, and he had arrived in the morning also coming from the US, was coming from Houston, so long,
Wow, okay,
long
it's a
journey.
trek.
He says he spends time in Vietnam, splits some time. He's rocking that Vietnam flag, and looks like he knows his short deck. It really is fun. You gotta give credit to Party Poker, to Triton these days. The production value, putting on the high stakes, really a playground for these high stakes players, cash game players that have been dabbling in the tournaments now.
Queen jack 9. Cool with the open-ended tie with the second pair, but not a hand either are wild about.
Yep, Paul's certainly got a decent hand to be firing at here. He's got a key card, that's for sure. He definitely flops 10-8, hit king 10, checks it back. Also can merit to that. Got the chip leader. Paul's got a very nice stack. It's a very comfortable stack. Gets some showdown now, and oh, the hard way.
The hard way. Hard to get paid off way, that's for sure.
Jack.
Yeah, happy to check it back.
Ooh. River me.
Jeff, it looks like we've reached our first break of the day.
Yes.
These guys go off. The level will be going up when we return. We'll be back in under 10 minutes. This one, a short one. When we do return, it will be 50k, 100k, and that's how things look. 3 title at the top, Ivan Liao, the shortest. So please don't go too far. Myself and Jeff will be back in under 10 minutes.
Life don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.
High variance gain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, yeah, he had 3 million with 13 left, and here we see 2 people with 2.6,
How much you have?
2.4. Ivan's got
Less than a million?
675.
Cool.
And Ivan gonna find a nice spot for a chance to double.
Yeah, great situation for him.
Ivan having a pretty good start to this week. He's got the backdoor diamonds not covered. Actually, pause.
Yeah.
We're done with
We're
that.
struggling with this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
switching the outs up. He's gone from looking for a jack, looking for a queen.
Paul still would have about 2 million.
Queen high.
Jeff, I want to see Ivan have a little deep
Okay,
run
this one,
today
yeah.
after that. Yesterday, that second place.
Yeah.
Very, very close to winning the event.
50Ks, 100Ks, and then the 250 main. Imagine a lot of these guys are going to participate. Certainly, we know some will. But the 250K, I mean, that's going to, that's a big one.
Yeah, but I don't know if Jeff, if you popped your head in the door on your way through here, I don't know if you saw obviously the 50K Limit Hold'em event would have just started.
And I think is it pretty full? Is it already moving?
I mean, I was only in there before we came on air, so I didn't get to see them start up. And the room is pretty empty, but such is the case with small field events. There's only sort of 15, 20 people needed to get these things going, so
Yeah.
they stroll in just on the dot. It doesn't take too long to register that many people. But that is today's event, 50K No Limit Hold'em. And I'm sure these guys will be moving from this event to that, should they bust out. And Jeff, if there's anything to go by the last few days, if you have been watching, you'll know that we've covered the final table and then switched it up and covered the day one of the next event. So I imagine that pattern will continue.
Yep.
Should this final table not drag on too long. And one thing we know about Shortdeck is it usually doesn't drag on too long. Oh, look at this. Betting 300 into 425, which is Queen 10. Little out of line here, Jeff, against one of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, it is. Ty's got a great draw, but kind of thinking too, what am I up against, and trying to think what he can do, because if he isn't relying on just hitting his hand, is there other ways to win this hand? So he's gonna call.
And it's hard to imagine him having some super strong hands here, right? Ace, king, aces, kings, all would have raised pre on the button.
Yeah, and the thing is that Paul does have position, and it's going to be interesting here what Paul does. It's hard to, he probably can't, it's hard to think he has the best hand.
No, there's no way he can think he's got the best hand.
Wow, looks like he's going to follow through. If he does follow through, certainly it'll work.
I mean, like I say, he can have aces and kings, probably ace king as well. He would limp those from +2, I would imagine, on a final table. Look to limp jam those.
500.
Goes for it. 500, Jeff.
And
ballsy.
Yeah.
I mean, Ty might think, you know, I got a 10, I could have 10-7. Or I could have an E7, of course, sorry. It's early in the day, Jeff. My short deck mind's not quite working. Of course, any 7 would make the wheel. 7-10 would make the nuts.
And you know that may be what going through Ty's head. What 7 do you have limping?
Yeah, he can rip it in here and then pulls in a horrible spot if he's got a set, right?
Yeah. Ty gets to have a lot of 7s. I mean, well, I don't know if you would call the turn with a lot of 7s, but Ty's on the button, which...
He has moved all in. I was going to say he can have any 7 diamond draw, any 7 heart draw. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's really great bets, great plays, both players.
Such a good card to bluff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good card to bluff. So.
Yeah.
All right. Some limps and a check from Wai Leong. As Jeff was pointing out, always the buttons just has so many bad hands compared to everyone else in this game.
That is the nuts. You're supposed to have 7 when you go.
Flop for Ivan.
Whoa.
Flopped it. Danny top pair, Ty second pair.
Wow. And 10-jack, such a popular hand. Ivan's just hoping.
All right, Danny now with trips. This is a fun spot for Ivan. He just gets to bet big a couple of times, I guess. Goes 100 here, and I'm guessing Ty's gonna fold. Danny, of course, will call. Ivan limping from +1. Really hard for him to have a flush, right? I mean, not least just because it's hard to make a flush, Jeff, but does he have doesn't have hands like 6, 7 of hearts, does he?
You know, Danny's radar's going off here, thinking what hands he's limping, but just kind of thinking I do have a pretty good calling hand here, and I block Jack 10. Flushes never happen, except now. And Danny, I mean, just if you're Ivan, it's just as good as it gets. This is just obviously such a pretty hand, especially in this game.
Right, and it looks kind of like Danny's got a king at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny's almost lucky that he has King Jack or King 10 rather than pretty much every other king he'd have here, which would be a house.
290. Far good.
Flush is good for sure. What a hand.
Easy game.
Yeah. 我會有球到你，唔好對我咁。
So that's a lot of quick work from man. Already a nice profit this week. Everyone guaranteed 91,500 at the moment.
One good cut.
Wei Leong ripping from the cutoff into pool on the button.
呢啲唔同啊，有腳，哎呀！
好掙扎啊！副牌。
啊，call。
Paul does make the call. You get the bad news.
King Jack.
King King 呢條有冇盤劍俾我？梗係幫手戒鑊啊
These are the spots, Jeff. Obviously, calling off on a final table never ideal, but Wei Long with the chip lead is going to put a lot of pressure on Paul there, isn't he? So
Yep.
係十女鑊唔得啊，十女啊
understand the call.
你係見到十女或者見到鑊？
兩條黃啊！
Oh,
There it
Door
is
card.
in the window.
Little sweat.
Ace or 10 for Wei Long will still do it.
十你個撚啦，十我呢度有啊十。頂年仔好似攞一支係十。
Paul jumps into the lead.
哇！副考殺攞邊啲啦，差唔多。
Just an
老婆
ace.
chop 啫嘛，佢 chop 啫嘛。
冇得出到啦，
唔係啊，煙
煙贏啊！
煙贏啊，
咩啊？
煙贏啊，no shot，十就冇用啦而家。
知嘛？
哎呀，
嘅打
thank you
Oh, there he goes. Look at that.
My comrade。
驚 call 㗎啦，爆 call 㗎。
If we were discussing yesterday, 2-9s obviously a far cry from 2-9s in
我邊咧？
regular hold'em.
Yep.
暫時佢有個掣嘅。
Aaron overcalling a very playable Queen 10.
而家冇跳咗而家。
有時個掣跳下跳下。
The wheel's spinning for tie.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it here. Pop up the A7, put pressure on Paul and Aaron. That's one of those hands, Jeff. If he gets limp jammed on holding A7, he can quite happily just let that one go.
Yep.
No damage done. Paul with 2-9s, it's just going to be hard to continue, right? For what is
275.
10% of his remaining stack.
Similar to Hold'em, though, it is, I guess, pretty. It's kind of like, all right, I hit a 9 or not, and maybe get a full double if you think that player has. The problem is when players are messing around or whatnot, you're gonna
Right.
get. It's not just like, oh, so simple that he has aces or kings or queens. Aaron now.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, like, such a playable hand like Queen 10 of spade. Welcome back once again to Sochi Casino here for the Super High Roller Series. We are, of course, down to just 4 in this 25k short deck an event. And it is Ivan Liao bringing up the rear at the moment. But a double up brings him right back into the mix. The other three all pretty even. Wei Long Chan out in front of Tony Hard, leading Paul Pua by a small margin. And once again, of course, I am joined by my man, Jeff Gross, as we try and dissect a bit of this short deck game, Jeff.
Yep. I think we're getting
there, aren't we?
Getting closer. Why not us, James? Maybe, 2021, 2022, you see us in there, don't act surprised.
The short deck specialists, huh?
We're checking out the game, that's for sure. Three-way to Jack 9, 7. Not a diamond to be found in
Yeah,
anyone's hand.
it's a scary looking board.
No one has an ace, no one has a diamond, no one has a 10. Paul does have an 8, and Ivan has, well, I guess they have, some pairs. Tie in the lead.
Of course, Paul with a disguised wheel draw for us regular Hold'em players. 6 or 10 we give him straight.
You're right. He actually had a hand he could have done a little bit of firing at, but.
It's check through now, Jeff. Ty just knows he has the best hand, doesn't he? There's no way someone checked 2-pair the second time round.
Yeah, or straight.
Flushes or straights would have been bet, so this must feel like the crown jewels. 225, try and snare an ace. Well, there isn't one out there.
I like those glasses Ivan's got. Those bright there. They just looks tough. Doesn't look like a guy you want to mess with.
The dude's stylish. He's always wearing something cool as well. Like this, and he says no chance if you got this.
有煙啊？
Keeps him honest with the 9.
八仔9仔。
我有9，濕咗落去再打波出。
冇咩牌型，連傾女一副。
經理實王咯，
冇實王啊，實王去打盾。
Wei Leong, ace jack under the gun. Say under the gun, Jeff. Obviously playing four-handed now.
Right.
Because you are all tall guys, you don't know to play short one. No, very even, except Ivan. Ivan shortest.
I always
I got lucky. I got lucky twice.
Jason Kuhn there in the background for those who don't recognize that voice. Room filling up with the 50K regular Hold'em event going on. Myself and Jeff were just in there on the break, and I think there were 24 entries when we were in there. 2 bust outs so far. And yeah, Jeff, we were speculating. The field looked pretty tough, didn't it? Obviously
Yeah.
early on. There's an incentive for sitting down on time in these events. There's a discount on the rake. So the pros pretty much all sit down on time, and then the recreationals swan in when they feel like it.
Yeah.
So early on, they're tough, very tough.
What is the discount? It is an on-time red
I think it's
discount?
like half rake.
Okay. It's nice. Give
Yeah.
it adds up at that level.
Yeah, for sure.
I know the Aria does that. Carry cats, they like to do the on time. You save the actual, the whole fee. I think it's like 25K versus 26 or 24 versus 25.
There was talk about that in the 250. I think maybe the same rule. I'm not sure. Don't anyone hold me to that. I remember hearing the rules the other day, and there's certainly some events here this week that are free of rake if you're on time. Some you get half rake, and it's smart, isn't it? I mean, I remember some of the early Triton events you had. A lot of the guys just all milling around the poker room. No one wants to press the register button. So they're all scared
that
about
is tricky too at some level too. Yeah, if it's you have an issue if all of a sudden like no one starts for 4 hours, you know.
You turn up and Fedor Holtz and Makita are sat there. No one wants to play.
Right. So action slowed down a bit. You know, the stacks are, you see big stacks now. A lot of annies.
應該可以偷啊。
偷
It's deep.
偷好大㗎啦。
This is great. So we want to see, Jeff, I want to get a better understanding of how this game plays deep, because
哦，幾日就係 call 到你過嚟變
that's what these
鬼佬
guys play when they play cash.
Yep.
call 到你變鬼佬，唔係扮俘虜嘅。
變鬼佬。
Yeah, all these guys looking for that, of course, nice payday, but the trophy. As we mentioned, not sure about Ty, but you know, these guys are playing big stakes, short deck cash, and
It was interesting, Jeff, because I'm not too familiar with Ty, but I was looking at his head mob during the break, and he's had so many cashes in 2019. I kind of kept scrolling and scrolling down there, but very varied in terms of buy-ins, and yet to really have a massive result. It came second in a 25K short deck high roller at the World Series Poker Europe, and then
現值實啊！
other than that,
Who's that? Is that
it's a short deck at the World Series second again in the summer. But other than that, he's and sorry again, I keep saying there's a 25K short deck at the
who won that?
Millions
Cal
in
Burns?
Bahamas.
Was that Burns at the WSOP for that one in Europe? I think.
好艱難。
Maybe I think he won one. I don't know if it was. I don't know.
Siamak Turan was the winner of that one. But outside of the shorter deck, does play a lot of Hold'em as well regularly, but definitely a smaller buy-in. So a short deck specialist, no doubt, Jeff. That is his game.
It really is interesting that, especially in this particular type of series where it's the same guy as every event. So really the variance is even more so on if you run well or win an event, is it the 25, the 50, the 100, or the 250? And also, guys, sometimes, just guys get informed, they get confident, they run hot, and you see a guy might final table every event, right? Or win a couple, which seems to be the case in a lot of these series where someone really just catches stride and I mean, Paul's already final tabled a couple. I believe Wai Long final tabled, I think, the other
Right.
one as well.
Ivan, of
Ivan's got another one. So, and Aaron final tabled the other one too. So, already we're seeing a lot of repeat customers.
And it really is quite likely. We see field 61, but we know there are re-entries. I don't know how many uniques there were, but it's not surprising that we see a lot of repeat dynamics, one should say, similar final tables. And they all add up.
Yeah, and no doubt these guys are starting to realize the reality that there will not be some of their favorite stops. Some of the Triton stops have already been Jeju not going on. There's other various events and places that are being called off, or most likely will be called off. So this is
it's just changing
making it even more. You guys are really want to perform and play everything they can here.
It's just daily changing, isn't it, Jeff? We hear different things every day for what's on and what isn't on. It's hard to keep up. But for now, we've definitely got this event. We definitely got this week. And it's going to be a great week. Early on, this is day 3 of our coverage, our third final table. And it's the last of the micro stakes, Jeff. No more of this 25K nonsense after today.
Let's kick it up.
Let's raise those blinds. Ty bets out 125 on the ace-10 6 flop pull with top 2. All right. Wait, going for a raise. This is very dry board for this game, isn't it? There's no flush draw. Not really any straight draw.
Yeah.
So kind of surprised a little bit. You have to see him raise up on such a broken board, or would you like it?
Yeah, a bit. I think.
He doesn't have any bluffs, really, does he?
Right. That's what I guess is he going to raise ace queen?
I suppose you can have queen jack and 7-8 maybe.
Probably not 7-8. I don't think we've seen.
Right.
We've seen it. He wouldn't play though, because the cutoff he wouldn't. It's like, what hands is he coming in? And Ty is going to go ahead and make the call though. And hello.
And that's a really bad card for Ty, because it does remove some of the hands he's worried about. Ooh, less likely to have 10s, less likely to have ace-10.
He also
now
could
beats ace-6.
Ace-6 suited. That might be crossing his mind.
Although only one combo of that left, right?
Is there ever a scenario to check here now and kind of maybe a rep that you got counterfeited, or that maybe you're even scared with? Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
I like that.
Or that
a
you're
lot.
bluffing. You raised up with your gut shot and you're not sure.
Right.
Ty's got to feel pretty good.
I really like this. Yeah, this is going to be a well executed hand. And Paul, the thing is, I think still, Ty's got to check. Still too concerned. Even like a 9 or something would maybe feel better. Just like the jack, could have ace, could have ace jack, could have king queen on the guy. So like this is, if you're Paul, I think sizing wise, you want to go not too big here. I don't think you're going to get, what you got to think, like ace king, ace queen, most likely hands that Ty has. What do you think, like 500, 400?
It's weird. Again, it's just.
Or do you polarize and just go big?
I think you just go big, right?
1.1 million.
There we go. It does go big. 1.1.
Interesting. I just don't know if ace king can call or ace queen here.
I think once we raise flop, we've got to go big here, because we've got to have some bluffs. He raise with a hand like king jack, queen jack, 8-9.
And how fun is poker? These kind of decisions and spots. It's just fun.
I mean, the only thing he really blocks is what king jack of clubs. That's the only bluff he blocks with ace king. It's king jack of clubs. That's it. We're a tough spot. I generally don't know what to do here, Jeff. This is a perception of how often do you think Paul bluff raises the flop, and he says quite a lot.
Call. Great hand from Paul. Really nicely played. I mean, I love the check on the turn. The flop raise. I guess if he's going to be raising jack, queen, queen, king, those are some spots. I guess.
I haven't played enough PokerGo with these guys, and Ty obviously has, but my perception, having watched Paul, is he does play this game quite passively, and I would be more inclined to believe him.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that, Jeff, because I'm sitting here looking at the fact he's got ace-10.
Right. True. It's tricky. But just from a pure game theory, poker perspective on short deck, Omaha, whatever, when the board's super dry, you know, like if you have ace-7 deuce on Omaha and it comes and you have a set of sevens, it's not really a spot you want to raise. You're generally going to be raising. Now, with that being said, you know, sometimes it's good to go contrarian and mix it up a bit.
Of course. Yeah. It's just tough for people to balance, I think, in those spots.
Yeah. You're right. But I love the check turn. And he did get paid off. And
once we've raised flop, I really like either betting small on the turn or checking. I think checking's slightly better. Ace, 10, 6, this time with a couple of clubs. Wai Leong does have that exact hand we mentioned, the ace 6 for
Same flop just now.
top and bottom.
My ace 10 flop. So ace 10 again.
His bet will take it down.
Closer.
啊，我知啦，第日打牌之前去游下水啊，幾撚多牌啊，游咗。
咁幫我浸水咯，
要游啊，啲針
嗰啲人瞓醒嗰個浴缸嗰度浸6個鐘，呢個當藥材咁樣浸啊，應該用
幾撚多牌？哇！煙煙死佬咁多煙煙。
嚇？
睇到你有煙煙啊，鋪。
冇人理喎。
Ty with the glorious Jack-10 of clubs completes from the cutoff. Wai Leong checks the option on the button, Queen 10. Queen 6, smashes it, trips. Ty with, well, backdoors. Just check it to Wai Leong, who I guess does a bit of both here. $125 bet, not going to get matched.
你做咩唔 color up 嘅？嗰啲5000都冇用咗咯。你知啊？
爛啊佢哋，爛做工啊。
4 left. Ivan under the gun, you see the balance. That's the big thing I would say. If I just clicked into a short deck tournament, I think already just watching sort of now, I feel much more comfortable and would just understand the principle of that versus like you really, you know, you look pretty silly, I guess, in a way if you just kind of came in there and started raising, you know, like under the gun and people be like, oh,
people are, oh, this guy's pretty new.
Yeah, but. Yeah, I think that's one thing that's sort of just consistent throughout, that people have limped their range there. Now, you know, there's starting hand ranges in Hold'em and PLO, matrices on where you're supposed to raise what position or limp or play. I'd be very curious, like a short deck guide on the starting hand,
right?
You know, limp or where you should be coming in with what hands. That would help a lot, obviously.
Paul checking back 10-7 on the 8-9 board. Oh, pardon me, the king came on the turn. I thought he'd bet. So Ivan check called with ace high. Wow. And he's going to make his hand on the river with a pair of aces. Tough one for Paul here.
Yeah, I did not laugh at he snap call me. Oh yeah, we need to snap call me, Marker. 都知道你有幾棍。
Ivan up to 2。
不如你帶佢走啊！
走啊！
走啦！
點走啊？我邊有 K 我？走邊6-7啊，輸一副6-7啫。 佢 snap 我，佢冇面啊！
咩要梗係唔啱我嘅收下哥？
我識睇風嘅。
冇我一定笠10秒嘅，我笠10秒。
搏唔到算數咯。
Three-way to this one. Tie from first position, King 10. Wai Leong, 8-6 of diamonds. And living in the gutter there. Ivan on the button. Takes the lead on Queen 7-6.
Yeah, no one has too much of this board. And Wai Long though, gonna go ahead and start getting saucy here. Look at this, gonna do the trick. Gets a 7 to fold.
搶啊喎！
Queen, Jack of diamonds to pull. Beautiful hand in both games.
Very pretty. It really does. And short deck, the Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, 9-10 suited, they're just like, you know, there's just so much potential. Just you're gonna miss. And Hold'em sometimes those hands are great, but there's like the deuce 6
right.
flop, and you're just like, all right. Or the ace 5-4. But here it's like you're really never gonna be out of the hands.
You're not gonna miss the flop.
No.
It's not possible. Pull bottom 2. Tie the open ender.
It's got a heart in there as well. Just doesn't hurt. And there's ooh.
Go. And the ace on 9 now, a straight tie with the 8 of hearts. Straight flush draw, in fact.
Mm-hmm. Not what Paul was dreaming of, but to be fair, a lot of bad cards, right? For him, a king, an
Right.
ace, a 9, a 10, a heart. But if you start thinking about it with the bottom 2 in that board, it's you're looking to house up or the 8, 7, or 6.
There it is,
And,
backdoor flush.
Man, this board got worse and worse.
But it's a backdoor flush where we got the second lowest flush.
Right.
Only beating the 6 of hearts, so not a hand Titan be wild about. Paul having checked turn probably doesn't have a straight too often. Certainly not to the top end. So
Paul literally, I mean, he can beat literally nothing. Right? That gets called. I mean, actually,
here we go. It's going to give it a little
the
go.
interesting thing is, I guess if he didn't have a heart, he had 10-8. He would have beat. Well, this is just going to get called, I guess. Right? I mean, a heart
Right,
flush.
sure.
You got one
He's
heart.
bet the flop. Yeah, you can have the king of hearts.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Ah, yeah.
Shrug and cool.
Go home,
Paul's trying to make him fold what hand like king queen, king jack there. King 10 even.
I wonder if he would call it the ace. The straight. Do you think he? I guess he'd call it. Maybe. I don't.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make him fold better 2 pairs. Is my guess there. Stop himself getting bluffed as well. Not that there are really any bluffs out there. See, there was some discussion in the chat. A lot of big name players here, sorry. Likes of Phil Ivey and Sam Trickett we saw on the final yesterday with Paul and Ivan. And yeah, I know we heard obviously quite a few players obviously just here for the regular Hold'em. This short deck is a very new game.
Okay, okay, you win.
So yeah, we certainly expect the no limit hold'em events to have perhaps more unique entries. These events probably more total entries.
咦，我個人嚟咗。
They can taste it. Four-handed for the trophy. 3 Malaysian short deck specialists. Think that's very safe to say. In contention, there's Tai Ha.
Certainly a short deck specialist
and
himself.
he's in the middle of it. Ivan Liao looking for his trophy after his second place finish. He's done well in Sochi. Won the 100K here a couple years ago in one of the events. Got a nice, I don't know what to call it, a mural, a banner, a shrine, a statue,
That's
basically.
shrine. Let's go with
a
shrine.
in the
There's
hallway.
some shrines in the hallway.
Yes.
I like that, Jeff.
And this is anyone's game. Certainly anyone's game. And I know they want that trophy. What do you think about trophies in poker? Are you good with just the trophy, or would you like to see like some medals or no one? I mean, I think poker's it's such a
You wanna go like, you mean like we
no,
have
like
bracelets,
like
we have
second,
rings.
thirds, yeah, like or like
Oh,
you know,
right,
silver,
okay,
like
you runner-up stuff.
like some sort of I think. Listen, no one. You know, I had I lived with Phelps for 7 years, and obviously greatest Olympian of all time. And you know, there's that one of the best ESPN commercials, like the coaster. I don't know if you saw that. Like for his bronze medal, he used it as a coaster in the ESPN offices. Like, yeah, people don't like silver, bronze medals in theory, but if you're an athlete has trophies, runner-ups, they have rings. There's Big Ten titles. There's conference championships. So it's like if you're a poker player, it's so hard to win. But if you have like a case and you got I got second, thirds, and it's you're not necessarily proud of it, but it's like a memento. You get to have a little trophy. You have a collection. I don't know. I think there could be some steam behind it.
I think, guys, what's clear here is Jeff has just bought a stakeholder in a trophy company. I think
Well, also more that I have a lot of second and thirds. I don't have any wins, so that's
it's a very
part of
valid
it.
point.
Yeah,
a lot of sports,
I don't know.
especially in
maybe throw it out the party.
like motorsport, you're always going to get something for third. All
Something.
Olympic events, you get something for third.
You got a big case, some just role players in your trophy case, and then you get one big win or two, and you put up front, and then you got some other stuff. Sort of the lighting's brighter up front and the back. I don't know. Let's throw it out there.
I like it.
It's a new decade, right? Let's do some stuff. What do you think? Well, we're on PokerGo, we're on Twitch. Maybe Twitch. What do you guys think? Do you like the idea for having some sort of trinket for seconds and thirds, or even a foul table? I don't know. Maybe don't go foul table. Like that's a little too much, too carried away. But I don't know. Just throw it out there.
I can see the conservatives out there going mad about Jeff calling for participation trophies in poker tournaments.
Yes, I'll take. I don't mind. I'll start the debate. Yeah, that's pushing it. Registration. Yeah, I played the 25K.
Hey, you get it at the World Series main. There's always something, right? They give you like a cushion or something. Some sponsor
sort of,
gives out a prize.
Some kind of deal.
I think that it's an interesting point, Jeff. But yeah, in larger field events, it makes sense, right? In huge events. I think these smaller field, your bag will get full of trophies before you got home. Wei Liang limping Queen 10 of Diamonds. Paul going to raise up in the cutoff with Jacks. Interesting. You don't see Jacks played so aggressively too often, and Wei Liang just gives up the Queen 10 of Diamonds. Also, perhaps a little surprising, but with 2 short stacks behind, he's not going to mess with Paul, I don't think, too much. I think would love that idea, Jeff. You should suggest it to Matt Savage. He loves trinkets and trophies and all sorts.
You're right. I should have brought that up. Just had him. He was my podcast this week too.
I think he was. He did mention something about this, but I think he's definitely led this debate in the past.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
we got to revisit it.
Paul limps ace jack Ivan. Wow, just 1.9 million left.
Because the trophies are nice,
Paul
but
limps ace queen. Pardon me, sorry.
When you talk about 25K buy-ins, 10K buy-ins, 1,000 parties got the million, 1K. I mean, those are they're big deals. Like it's kind of cool to get something.
What about trophies versus rings versus bracelets versus belts? What's your thing? You like
I don't
the mix,
think it
or you just
matters.
trophy
I think
guy?
it's cool to
Trophy
have a
looks
mix.
nicer at home, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the mantle.
What's left?
Interesting spot here.
1.4.
This hand is. This is one of. This is a kind of a interesting spot where Ivan's sort of bluffing, but he's got a nice hand. It would be interesting if Paul decided to go with it. I don't know if.
I think Paul goes with this, right?
And
Ace Queens is too strong.
Is
Ivan,
and Ivan, yeah. So this was
doesn't
for
love it,
value. He knows that it's not great news, but he's got a pretty strong hand.
and as you say, his risk premium,
你就推
the
仲好，
shortest stack
一樣啊，一樣啊，
was low.
不過推仲好啦。
Seeing some immediate no's for the trophies in the
Yeah,
chat. Some people are shutting it down.
It's hard to change the status quo in life, Jeff. Thing. Jack 10, 8. Ivan takes the lead, but not
13
really.
outs.
Paul
Paul is
has
even
a
laughing.
few outs.
It's hard to have 13. Look at this. I mean, he's
11.
got. Oh, and a diamond. I haven't seen a diamond. I saw a double gutted.
Queen I win too。九
He's got.
Oh,
Oh,
that one.
Oh,
哇！
Paul's
queen,
thinking, come
yeah,
on, this
9.
is like
or diamond.
still
Basically-
13 outs,
Yeah, still
flipping
basically a
essentially.
flip going to the end.
And Ivan Liao is watching intently here. Oh,
Diamond it is.
gets it. Is that a straight flush? No, not
ace-high flush.
almost.
一
Nearly a straight
Very
flush.
nice play with you,
Yes.
Ivan.
Paul's standard line. Very nice playing with you as he knocks people out.
Wow, I bust 3 guys, you guys got to
Paul saying, what's up? Come on, man. I'm doing all the dirty work here.
不過好乖打到。
He is doing all the work. 3 now remain.
Paul
Our 25k short deck, which means, Jeff, we're over the 200k mark and guaranteed money. $213,500 for the next person out.
I'll tell you what, Paul has had quite a week. Industry Person of the Year, 2 final tables, and we haven't even got to the 50K events
Yeah,
yet. We're still in the,
we're only 3 events in.
infancy of the events.
For a man who absolutely adores poker. Ty, now the shortest. In the cutoff. With Jack 9 of hearts. Wei Leong, ace, king of hearts on the button too. Pretty nice looking hands here.
3.5, 3.6.
He's definitely going to raise this one up.
Raise 450.
Ty is going to continue with a call. The first hand of 3-handed play. Already nearly a million chips in the pot. And what a flop it is for Ty. Flop in the joint. 10-8-7. On a board that he's not supposed to really have. And having limp called from the cutoff. It's a fun disguised hand for him. And like we saw earlier, may see Wei Leong have a go at this one, given that Ty doesn't hit her that often. Just try and knock him off.
Queen,
Hands
king,
that have equity. Yeah,
jack,
exactly.
queen.
These kind of hands that do have a lot of equity, don't they, Jeff, in short deck? But he checks back,
Whoa.
and what a turn card. Hearts for both players.
Could he ever slip it twice here? Or do you start just betting at this point?
But again, I mean, he doesn't have many 9s. He's limp called this raise. I kind of like the idea of checking again.
You know, at the same time, though, Wai Long's so strong of reading hands and kind of may realize, like, when he checks back, would he check back kings or aces? So now his hand kind of looks like ace-king. He opens the door to invite some bluffs, and obviously in this particular case, he happens to turn the flush draw, which doesn't get a ton of, you know, he realizes that's not a likely scenario to hit the heart, but it's like too good to, he could be winning, and he's got that drawn to the stone cold nuts. It's very, very interesting here. This could be, it's definitely some spicy. Oh my
Wow.
goodness! I mean, come
Flush
on.
over flush.
So
That is as cold as
sick.
it gets in this game.
Wow. I mean, it's actually crazy because if you're tie, you hit the backdoor hearts, which is like going to be good. Always be you had the stone cold nuts on the turn. You don't want it. The board pairs,
the
so now you're.
And the beauty now you're thinking is, you know, Ty's basically saying he's got a straight when he bets the turn. So now Wai Leong is always going to try and take this pot off you. when the board pairs up and it comes the hearts. So I think I like a small bet here, like a block bet, but like a theoretical. Look, I've got a straight.
I mean, so he
Yeah,
has
and that's what he's done. He's gone 900. What into 2 point? And they get a little bit bigger than I thought he might, but obviously Wei Leong just
thinking about Vegas and the Mirage.
exactly that. and Ty's just trying to rep a 9, isn't he? He's saying, look, I've still got my straight. I don't want to have to check call a big bet. He's forcing, in his mind, he's trying to set Wei Leong up for the huge bluff. If you want to try and win the spot, you've got to shove it in and make me fold my straight. Both think they've got the crown jewels here. Only one does.
So what, quad 8s or 7-9 of hearts? That's the only hands that Wei Leong loses to, correct?
Yeah.
It's 7, well, yeah, you can't have 7-9 of hearts as played, really, right? The Jack-9 suited, he's been kind of like a stretch.
Yeah,
but
I'm with you there. Does move all in. Snap call.
What the fuck?
Wow. Straight flush. Straight flush against that flush.
No, it's not straight.
It's not. It's not straight flush. Paul just misreading that one slightly. It's close. It looks like a straight flush.
Yeah.
It's a straight and a flush. But it's nut flush against jack flush. And well,
Oh,
Jeff,
she turned his hand over, or she mucked it, but at first it looked like she turned the ace-king suited over, like down, I think.
Snap call me say to Butler.
Yeah, right? That's a, yeah,
Yeah.
in his mind, like he's like, could have been, that could have been 8s, could have been.
Straight flush. Is this
No,
flush?
no, no.
no.
Wait, I win. No, I want. No, I want.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Hey,
what she,
wrong, sorry.
Oh yeah, miss.
Ace king flush.
You're right. The dealer, I think, has marked ace king hearts. There it is.
yeah,
It's
that's what I
come back on the
said.
table.
There's a lot going on there.
6, 8, 10.
Unlucky for Tai Ha.
Well, I'm glad we sorted that one out in the end, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we went from 4 to 2. Wei Leong Chan knocking out Tai Ha, and it is Wei Leong versus Paul. Heads up. And we're pretty deep. 10.6 plays 7.6. Playing with the 100k button ante here for the title. Millions Super High Roller Sochi event number 3. The short deck, the last of the 25ks. And I can tell you, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. When we come back, myself and Jeff will bring you through all the action as we look to crown our 3rd champion of the week here in Sochi. And just on the dot. Doesn't take too long to register that many people. But that is today's event, 50k no limit hold'em. And I'm sure these guys will be moving from this event to that. Should they bust out? And Jeff, if there's anything to go by the last few days, if you have been watching, you'll know that we've covered the final table and then switched it up and covered the day 1 of the next event. So I imagine that pattern will continue.
Yep.
Should this final table not drag on too long. And one thing we know about short deck is it usually doesn't drag on too long. Ooh, look at this. Betting 300 into 425, which is queen 10. Little out of line here, Jeff, against one of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, it is. Ty's got a great draw, but kind of thinking too, what am I up against, and trying to think what he can do, because if he isn't relying on just hitting his hand, is there other ways to win this hand? So he's going to call.
And it's hard to imagine him having some super strong hands here, right? Ace, king, aces, kings, all would have raised pre on the button.
Yeah, and the thing is that Paul does have position, and it's going to be interesting here what Paul does. He probably can't. It's hard to think he has the best hand.
No, there's no way you can think he's got the best hand.
Wow, looks like he's going to follow through. If he does follow through, certainly it'll work.
I mean, like I say, he can have aces and kings, probably ace king as well. He would limp those from +2, I would imagine, on a final table. Look to limp jam those.
500.
Goes for it. 500, Jeff.
And
Ballsy.
yeah,
I mean, Ty might think, I've got a 10, I could have 10-7. Or I could have an E7, of course, sorry. It's early in the day, Jeff. My short deck mind's not quite working. Of course, any 7 would make the wheel. 7-10 would make the nuts.
and that may be what going through Ty's head. What 7 do you have limping?
Yeah, he can rip it in here and then pulls in a horrible spot if he's got a set, right?
Yeah. Ty gets to have a lot of 7s. I mean, well, I don't know if you would call the turn with a lot of 7s, but Ty's on the button, which...
He has moved all in. I was going to say he can have any 7 diamond draw, any 7 heart draw. I love it. I love it.
It's really great bets, great plays, both players.
Such a good card with bluff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good card with bluff. So.
Yeah.
All right. Some limps and a check from Wai Leong. As Jeff was pointing out, always the buttons just has so many bad hands compared to everyone else in this game.
That is the nuts. Supposed to have 7 when you go.
Flop for Ivan.
Whoa.
Flopped it. Danny top pair, Ty second pair.
Wow. And 10 jack, such a popular hand. Ivan's just hoping.
All right, Danny now with trips. This is a fun spot for Ivan. Just gets the bet big a couple of times, I guess. Goes 100 here, and I'm guessing Ty's gonna fold. Danny, of course, will call. Ivan limping from +1. Really hard for him to have a flush, right? I mean, not least just because it's hard to make a flush, Jeff, but does he have doesn't have hands like 6, 7 of hearts, does he?
Danny's radar's going off here, thinking what hands he's limping, but just kind of thinking I do have a pretty good calling hand here, and I block Jack 10. Flushes never happen, except now. And Danny, I mean, just if you're Ivan, it's just as good as it gets. This is just obviously such a pretty hand, especially in this game.
Right, and it looks kind of like Danny's got a king at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny's almost lucky that he has King Jack or King 10 rather than pretty much every other king he'd have here, which would be a house.
290. Far good.
Flush is good for sure. What a hand.
Easy game.
Yeah.
勾咗球到你，唔好對我咁。
So that's a lot of quick work from man. Already a nice profit this week. Everyone guaranteed 91,500 at the moment.
One good cut.
Wei Leong ripping from the cutoff into pool on the button.
No, he didn't throw your腳。哎呀！
好掙扎喺副牌。
Who does make the call? You get the bad news.
King Jack. King Jack.
King King。
有冇盤券俾我？梗係幫手介鑊啊！
These are the spots, Jeff. Obviously, calling off on a final table never ideal, but Wei Leong with the chip lead is going to put a lot of pressure on Paul there, isn't he? So
Yep.
10女我唔得啊，10女啊。
understand the call.
你係見到10女或者見到我？
兩條黃啊！
Oh.
There it
Door
is
card.
in the window.
Little sweat.
Ace or 10 for Wei Leong will still do it.
10
你個撚啊10，我呢度有啊10。丁年仔好似攞一支係10。
Paul jumps into the lead.
哇！副考殺攞邊啲啦，差唔多。
Just an
老婆
ace.
chop 啫嘛，佢 chop 啫嘛。
冇得 chop 到啦。
唔係啊，煙
煙贏啊！
煙贏啊，
咩啊？
煙贏啊
，no shot。
10就冇用啦而家。
知嘛？
哎呀
，thank
Oh, there he goes. Look at that.
My comrade。
已經 call 㗎啦，爆 call 㗎。
If we were discussing yesterday, 2 9s obviously a far cry from 2 9s in
嗰邊咧？
regular hold'em.
Yep.
暫時佢有個掣嘅。
Aaron overcalling a very playable Queen 10.
而家冇票咗而家。
The wheel's spinning for Ty.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it here. Pop up the A7, put pressure on Paul and Aaron. That's one of those hands, Jeff. If he gets limp jammed on holding A7, he can quite happily just let that one go.
Yep.
No damage done. Paul with 2-9's just going to be hard to continue, right? For what is
275.
10% of his remaining stack.
Similar to Hold'em, though, it is, I guess, pretty. It's kind of like, all right, I hit a 9 or not, and maybe get a full double if you think the player has. The problem is when players are messing around or whatnot, you're going to get, it's not just like, oh, so simple that he has aces or kings or queens. Aaron now.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, like, such a player behind like Queen Ten of Spades, obviously gonna come in and make this 3-way.
Yeah. Oh,
there it is.
Door card.
Wow, what a flop!
Oh my goodness, this is like the third or fourth time we've seen a door card set that's like.
But this is the spot, right, in this game. It's basically a flip. You see the percentages there. Flop straight against a set.
Oh, and actually, Ty is. Oh no, he's got 0%. But in his mind, he actually has a 6 or a 10.
Right.
So he's somehow open-ended with this.
Yeah, he's got the double
which is
gutter.
actually a pretty good flop for his hand. I mean, I guess the 10 though, you can't count as good. Like, I mean, he would be against the bigger straight in his mind most of the time.
I think that looks for Paul's going to lead out here. And I think that's reasonable in a 3-way pot. Jeff, Aaron's going to have a piece of this quite often, having taken it 3-way pre-flop.
So Aaron now with the nuts, thinking, is there merit to raise? Would that make sense, or would I just call? I mean, he's got the stone cold nuts.
Right, it's only 800k more when he raises, isn't it? I think you can just jam here and know you're always getting the action. Can't imagine a hand bet, Paul bets for 500 and folds for 800 more.
Is there any merit to calling though, to get maybe Ty to get involved? Or I guess Ty's going to get.
When Ty has exactly this hand, it seems like a gin scenario, right? You get Ty to call drawing dead, but it is a flip. Jeff, look at that, 49%, 49%.
Yeah, literally the same hand versus Makita, where we saw actually reversed. Aaron had the set against the draw, and he turned quads, as a matter of fact, to just end the hand. And this time,
there it is.
Oh,
pair it up straight away. And make
quads.
Quad.
Yeah.
Unlucky Aaron.
Yeah. In his game, makes it even more difficult to play against. These are really two strong hands in short deck. Ace King, of course, and 9-10 suited. On the button, 9-10 suited. This is a spot where we're going to see a raise and a call.
Yeah, and interesting, Jeff, again, Wei Leong opting to raise from early position with his strong hand. And keep talking about the balance. The second time in orbit, he's raised a strong hand from up front.
Yeah, he's got the ace of hearts here. I mean, 9-10 gets a nice little nibble of this. He's going to go ahead and lead out. I think Jack-10, definitely one of the hands he could put his opponent on, just, in short deck when he calls. Jack-10 and Ace-King seem to be the most frequented hands in this game.
Well, Ty's certainly going nowhere with second pair backdoor clubs and, of course, 3 to a straight in a game where there's no bricks. 3 to a straight seems to be a pretty big hand.
Yep, and these guys are the 2 chip leaders, so important pot. Jack in for position.
That's a good point, Jeff. Whoever wins this one, 1.3 million in there, is going to take the chip lead. Wow, interesting turn. Both improve. Welcome back to Casino Sochi here for the Party Poker Live Millions Super High Roller Series. We have now reached the heads-up portion of event number 3, the 25k short deck. It is Paul Pua, the shortest of the two, with 7.7 million. Wei Leong Chan with 10.6. Tai Ha, Ivan Liao, the most recent bust outs, picking up 213,000 and 152,000 respectively. We are going to play 50k ante with 100k on the button, as we're pretty deep for some heads-up action. in this game of Shortdeck.
Oh.
2 players playing for that first prize, and of course, that glorious looking trophy. Jeff, it's looks like a long one potentially.
Can be.
These 2 players.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, Paul, his style is he understands the game very much, but he's not making like crazy plays. I think like a little more pot control. And again, these guys, the money, you have to remember these guys are playing some of the biggest games in the world. So the trophy is so important, you know. Like they really don't. You told them to flip a coin if they could get an ace, king, the queens or whatever. They want to win. They really want to get it done, and they're going to take their time. Would be the guess.
Yeah, Paul certainly desperate for his trophy. I think a lot more pride coming as well if he were to win a Shortdeck event. This is the game that these guys will play. Shortdeck a little bit more important to them.
Yeah, heads up in Malaysia. Someone from Malaysia is going to win.
Here we go. Only right in Shortdeck. You know, Paul's come so close in so many events. He's got 3 seconds and 3/3 in Triton events, but has yet to clinch that title. And although this isn't a Triton event, it's going to feel very much like it is to him. And he's desperate to win a Shortdeck event.
Yes. Where's Vav Troy? Vladimir Troinovsky.
Troinovsky, that's a good question.
It's his wheelhouse. This is his stakes. This is his backyard.
You're right.
Hope everything's all. Maybe he's not traveling, or maybe he's somewhere else. But you would think this would be like, or maybe he's coming. Maybe he's coming a little later in the week.
Yeah, maybe he's just been smashing away in the cash games and
that's true.
Not bothering with the pigeon stakes, you know.
Yeah, it's all possible.
So until there's 6 figures in the buy-ins, I'm not interested. Me and Jeff have the same principle, don't we, Jeff? We're not going to play these 25Ks and the 50Ks. We're thinking about the 100K.
250. That would be the one.
Here we go.
We're commentating through. And then, is there satellite? Anything going on here? I don't know if they even have. Maybe not. Not enough guys here. Probably
It'd be tough to run a satellite. Yeah, maybe they could put on like a nice little 2.5K buy-in
yeah,
satellite. one seat
single
guaranteed.
table, single table turbo.
I was just thinking, one seat, 2.5K buy-in. Jeff, give us a bit of overlay. You know?
Yeah, that's not bad. That'd be a nice little promo.
Wei Liang raising up Jack 6 off the worst hand. Paul limply raising Ace Queen. All right. Well, we suggested he plays the lower variance pot control route, but this time, obviously, Ace Queen heads up. He's going to try and make the pot big. So, a question in the chat: will the stream end with this heads up? Honest answer is myself and Jeff don't know yet, but if anything, if the last few days are anything to go by, we would be bringing you extra coverage of the 50K No Limit Hold'em event as we've done in previous days. Ace 6-8, the flop here set for Wei Liang.
And luckily for Paul, he doesn't have a big enough piece. At the same time, you know, coolers happen. There's a little more collisions, and if this was Ace 8-6 with Paul having Ace 8, it would be one of those things that could just get in. But as it is here, Paul not likely to get in too much trouble. It's a pretty easy one for Paul to bet and not be too upset to get raised. Just get out of the way.
A hand that needs a lot of protection, a pair of 8s. Figures he has the best hand a fair amount of the time, so just decides to bet it, and like you say, if you get raised, no big deal. 300k locked up for these two. But as Jeff says, that trophy is so important. The bragging rights. Jeff had his way, they'd both have a trophy locked up by now.
Oh yeah.
Well, you want your little trophies for the top three, you know. They could all have one by now. You could just crack on. Less stress.
Yeah, it seems like it would be a pretty split feelings on this. I don't know, right? You could really go hard at. You could say it's weak and whatever. It's also maybe. I think there's two camps on this one.
Minimum 120. ใช่ไหม โอเคเหรอ minimum bet how much 60k or 120k huh? No 120 should be 120 what double button and no one flop how much 60 60 yeah? Yeah. 1NT yeah okay 應該係 1NT 啊 1NT okay
And just clearing up the rules. Ante is 60, 120 on the button. The minimum bet, therefore, is just one ante, so just 60, which would be a quarter of the pot on a limped hand.
Two kings. Look at that hand. Just gonna pick it up.
Especially against the 7-8 off. Ooh, going to complete Queen and a Hearts. Wei Leong checking back his Jack 8.
Yeah, slight edge, chip-wise.
Kind of a big flop for Paul here. Open ender, backdoor Hearts, Wei Leong top pair, and a gut shot. It's kind of fun, Jeff, when you're playing heads up in this game. I guess a lot of hands are going to clash.
Yeah.
Unlike in regular Hold'em, a lot of the time you're both going to miss. This game, you're both going to hit.
Yeah.
175
Paul electing to just call with his big draw.
Yeah. Pretty sneaky. There's some good cards. That's also when you have this type of open-ended, is some decent bluff cards too, right? Like even like here, you could rep the Queen King. There's a lot of possibility on this board. Very dynamic. Jack 8, Wei Leong, still in the lead. Somehow.
It just feels like a mandatory bluff for Paul.
We saw Paul take a shot on the 4-line flush board against Tai Ha, who ended up having the 8, one of the worst flushes. But yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty good spot to take a shot here. Maybe like 400k.
I mean, he does have some clubs he can have, like you say.
350
Yeah.
All the straight draws that have a club in them.
And Wei Leong was just so in tune to the game, thinking so much. You know, he literally can't. It's just like even if you expect the bluff, what can you call it? You beat like literally Queen 9 with no club.
Yeah, that's the only hand you beat by the river. I'm settling in for a long one, Jeff. I think these guys are going to play very cagey. Both prefer, it appears, try and keep the pots small. Saying that's all well and good. You never know. Shortdeck doesn't take much for a setup hand.
Nope.
A limp and a check, an all club flop. Why long with pair of eights has the best of it. Now with 2 pair on the turn, surely a bet. We're going to have a lot of equity on this one.
Yeah, this is, you're right, this has definitely got the making of a battle, long battle, but just takes one hand. A lot of antes. How many antes? I mean, it's super deep.
We are very deep. I'm playing 60k, 120 on the button. Both players over 100 antes deep. Wai Leong taking Paul for a little walk. They are playing for $457,000 up top. 300k already locked up in the bank. Both players guarantee themselves a very good start to the week here in Sochi.
Yeah. Paul prefers short deck, I think so, but he'll play, I imagine, on no limit.
Oh, he'll play everything, yeah. Paul raising up Jack 10. Wai Leong with an ace on the button. Certainly not going to fold.
1.4.
But there we go. It looks like he is taking things upstairs.
I think Paul, I'm very impressed with Paul's game. I do believe, from my experience and just remembering back to Triton, London, I just think Wai Leong is, just seeing some of the bluffs and execution of board textures, I just feel like he's personally one of the best I've seen, just from what I've noticed. So I don't know. I mean, listen, Paul can certainly get it done. I just think he's got a tough adversary here, and also a little bit of a chip lead now too. So
tough opponent with the chip lead. It's always going to make things difficult. But right now, Paul looking pretty good on this one, having flopped a set on Queen 9-7. Wai Leong though does have myriad of backdoor draws. Backdoor straight so common in this game, Jeff, with the deuces through fives are ripped out of the deck. $500k the bet, and every board wet, this one especially so. I like it. Paul is though going to lay the trap, just calls. You got to take a little bit of a risk in poker. Might end up trapping himself in this one. Now a double gut shot, 6 for the wheel, 10 for the queen high straight.
yeah, I mean, the trap, I like it, but this is one of those spots where when you do trap, it's interesting. This is actually 10 jack. Let's see. I mean, this would be a decent spot to, you would think, to keep shelling here, wouldn't you?
You've got the jack.
Paul maybe. Is there any chance Paul? I think he's got a bet at this point, but like, really, this is not the best of cards.
900.
I mean, it's hard to be behind, but
yeah,
at the same time,
yeah, I just don't think there's
Wei Long having a little thing about it, but does relinquish. I think that guess it's pretty even in chips. Still slightly behind. There you go, 8.5 plays 9.8. It is tightening up as these two look to cap off what has been a great final table with, well, the short deck guys and our man Aaron Van Blockham getting in the mix.
Yep, he's adding some ribbons. No podiums, I don't think. Did he get third or fourth? He was final four in the first short
Right.
deck. I don't know. He did. Good showing for sure. Good showing.
Yeah, it's nice to see him giving it a go in what is a very difficult game when you're coming from Hold'em. Yeah, Aaron, you're right with third in that one. That final was over in a flash. He Zhang just blitzing through that field.
Yeah, that was crazy.
This man, of course, Wei Long finishing fifth in that event. Jacks versus Jack 10 suited. And the flop rather disappointing. King 6-7 all clubs. We don't have a club in sight.
You know, again, heads up, just like any form of poker, PLO, no limit does vary drastically versus three. You know, a lot of in short deck, you're going 3, 4, 5 way to the flop a lot of the times, even in a six-handed arena. So, yeah, I think you got to be. These guys are certainly aware of that, but you really have to adjust a lot on what hand values you have. You know, if you're four-way with middle pair,
The Triton.
playing, like they're aware of it, but you know, how often are your heads up? You just, not a lot. You playing cash games. You're with
right.
the full table. You're playing 3, 4-handed, 5-handed, 6-handed throughout the tournament, and then the actual heads up format just not frequented a lot in general. And you know, it's one of those things where you see some of the best players in the world and guys that play tournaments a lot and they have great results. Like that is something probably they're maybe practicing. And
Bingo.
Paul's gonna
pull here.
Bang the jack there.
Unfortunately for him, Wei Long not really much to get excited about here. Just third pair with a 7. Couple of garbage hands in this game. Paul just relinquishes his Jack 7.
Have you played any 5-card PLO or any 6 cards?
I play a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Any tricks on that? Any thoughts? I've seen that become a little more popular. Some guys I know starting to play that, and it seems insane to me. At what point is it just too, is it too crazy, or is there actually some deep stuff there too?
There's some deep stuff, but I find my personal preference is, 6 cards just really boring.
It's just like
it's just a complete nut pedal game. There's far less complexity to it.
But 5 cards.
Everyone's just paranoid all the time about everything, and rightly so. It really does stifle action.
But 5 card, there's still
5 card, there's still enough
some
going
stuff
on. Like, I can live with 5 card. I'm a 4 card purist. But 5 card I can get on board with. 6 card really is a bit of a dead game.
Where's the PLO event this week? What can't throw one in?
I don't know. I think it's been tried before, but these guys they like their short deck and they like their regular hold'em. Diamond on the turn, spicy one. Wei Long picks up the flush draw.
What about no limit PLO?
Again, it just doesn't work.
It's
not a game that really lends itself. I wonder about this game, in fact, on that same reason, that whether this game plays better as pot limit. I've been watching it. You know, there's a lot of limp jamming goes on in this game, and you can kind of stop that, making it pot limit. Flush on the river.
Yep.
Wei Long gets there. Unfortunately for him, Paul has absolutely nothing. He lays the trap.
He's done this before. We saw with the nut 4-liner when he had the ace, got a bet out of Tai Ha, took a stab. Here, possibly the same. Doesn't show a lot of interest in the pot. And Paul.
Flush. Flush. Oh, yeah, check. Almost bluffer. Yeah. I may be good, no need to bluff. Yeah.
Yeah, I really do feel like, I mean, these guys have figured this game out, but I feel like it does lend itself better to that pot limit format. Like I say, you remove just the limp jam all in, you force people to play more hands.
You can limp pot, but then so someone still like they're getting 2 to 1 post flop, and they're gonna take a look, and then
in a game where equities run so close, getting 2 to 1 makes it attractive to peel a lot. Paul Burr 7.8, Wei Long 10.5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they've tried it pot limit. I don't know if they care to. I mean, this game creates a lot of action, but I mean, no limit Omaha would just be silly. You know, you flop your big hands, you can just pile it in and deny that equity. The fun of it is playing down the streets. The same in this game, I feel. Board texture changes so readily in both games. Obviously, PLO, you do have those low cards in the deck, but you also have 4 in your hand, so far more likely to complete draws. This game, you only have the 2 cards in your hand, but far less likely to see bricks.
Two pretty unattractive hands in this game. Queen 8, it's all right. So that'd be actually interesting. Heads up, what's the dead middle starting hand? Because in Hold'em we know Queen 7 off is down the middle of the fairway. Here, what would be your guess? I guess it would adjust a little more the other way, right? It would be stronger. Would be like so. There's no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's got to be. It wouldn't be Queen 7. It would be like King.
Like King 9 or something.
Or King 7 or King.
Interesting. I mean, I guess in this game, the playability is far more important, right?
True.
There's so many connected cards are much more powerful.
Yeah.
Than they are in regular Hold'em.
Yeah, maybe
Straight's
it's
much more likely.
Might actually be it, King 9, but it seems too good, almost.
Come on, I'm sure some wizard out there can tell us.
Yeah. Anyone paying attention?
But I mean, the playability in this game is far more important. Like I say, you're not winning with one pair too often. You're looking to make straights on what the board's always congested by the river. Ace, King, Queen. Paul with top pair. Wei Long, the gut shot.
I'm going to ask Jungle Man. I think he would know.
Bingo on the turn for Wei Long, having stabbed the flop. Makes Broadway. Goes into trap mode. Paul going to have to check back his ace, you would imagine.
Yeah, Paul's not. He's not a 4-liner. He's not going to. Oh, he does actually hit a really bad card for his hand.
Now beats the hands like King, Queen, King 10, Queen 10. King 10 a little less likely. Queen 10 certainly possible.
You have Jack. Oh, yeah.
Paul.
Ace, King, Ace, Queen.
Paul.
It's going to be hard to get away
Yeah.
from this one.
Unfortunately, the Bob
Straight.
Barker deal price is right. And
Bob
at 6,
Barker, all right.
we got him. Got him on a little bit of a value bet there.
Welcome one and all to the stream if you are just joining us this day. Trundle's on here in Sochi. 25k short deck, final table.
Next hand.
Just
is
2
it?
remain. Paul with
Oh,
the
yeah.
kind of like the hand of the tournament, pocket 9s.
It's
Been involved in some big pots.
Oh, still this? 120. Oh, still. You got You got level. After this hand, okay. Raise.
He limps in. Way long, popping up with ace jack. 420 the bet. Paul going to defend his pocket pair. Queen A8. Way long with backdoor draws, but not much else.
Yeah, Paul got the lead. Paul's got a hand that's hard to hang on, though. You know, he does have a diamond. Could be winning. I think it's still merit to call here, even though it's tricky. I think you know, you also have the, you could spike a 9. You could just have the best hand. The price isn't too crazy, although it's separation here. This is an important pot. You start just flicking in 350.
Right.
Now you're down to 6. Your opponent's up to 12. 2-1 lead. This is a tough one. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure here. Does find a call. I think it makes sense. Kind of depends if you think your opponent's just going to go nuts shelling off on bluffing as well. And pretty good card. If you're wide long and you get called here, I guess hands that you think your opponent could call 9-10, 10-jack, some kind of, you know, gut shots. You block though.
Yeah, he's just got to slow this down, hasn't he?
And you'd think so. I would think so too, but he has other thoughts.
Wow. 800 now. This is really tough for Paul. He's called once. Don't really see how he can call again in this format, but who knows?
Yeah, what bluffs, you know, like it's just a good bet. His spidey senses were on there, but Nano Noko in the chat. Got to shout him out on Twitch. What's up, Nano? Hope you're doing well. Paul at another final table is right. It's Paul's week. He's riding high. Industry Person of the Year award, 2 final tables, looking to scoop a trophy.
Huh? So gonna win.
Nano Noko, legend of the game in the chat on Twitch.
Yeah, he's the man we need in here to explain this game to us.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the veteran.
Drop something for us. Give us something in there.
I'll tell you what, he'll know the answer to that question. You ask Jungle Man what's the medium hand. Queen 7 off in Hold'em. What is it in this game? Noko, I'm sure we'll know the answer to that one.
I'm going to say he doesn't know. Nano Noko, you think he knows?
He knows everything about poker.
He knows
Come on,
a
man.
lot. He might, I don't know. Let's ask right now. I can't take it.
Okay. Myself and Jeff are just a handful of minutes ahead of you, and Jeff can't wait those minutes, so he's putting it in the chat as we speak.
I'll bet. I'm asking him right now. I have no idea. I would bet he doesn't know.
He knows.
How about that? You want to bet? I'll bet you.
No, because now I don't want to let me down. Like
I don't think I would bet you. You'd be surprised. Nano Noko, he's got Guinness World Records, most tables playing profitable, like 40 something at a time, which is I saw it live back in the Bahamas and years ago. It blew my mind. Yeah, that's his answer. Silence. He doesn't know. Come on, bro. Nano doesn't know that. I don't know if anyone knows that. It's not like a super wizard short deck. It's like kind of a.
It's not really that relevant a stat. A bit like Queen 7 in Hold'em doesn't really matter.
Right.
Like, we
it's
know that
kind of
or
like
not.
spit out some random knowledge. You
Right.
know? Let's see. Jungle, on the other hand, I would bet knows or could find out quickly.
Oh, Wei Long flipping pretty strong there. No action for his trip sixes. Limping in this time. Queen and a spades, very playable. Paul with a dominated and completely trashed 9-6 is going to use it as one of those light raises. Gets it done. Nice hand selection there from Paul.
High level stuff, something's got to give. I'll tell you what, there's not. There's no co-trophies. They don't do that. So that's out. It might be some silver medals, some type of deals, but someone's got to win. And these guys aren't making deals, I'll tell you that. For
that you can be sure of.
Yeah.
And we were joking about it being small stakes, but it is for them. It's really small.
Playing for 6 buy-ins. 150K roughly difference, so. Or, you know, 1 or 2 more tournaments for 25K. I wonder if the most entries were. Probably 4 to 6. Probably 5, maybe.
Sound like Jason was having a good go. Wei Long betting his top pair gut shot on the turn. Hang on a second. What's Paul up to here? Here we go. Coming out with the check raise with bottom pair. 825 the bet. This is a little out there, Jeff. No spade in his hand, no draw in his hand.
Yeah, it's
just trying to put him in the bin. What are you gonna do here with your top pair and gut shot?
See, this is the spots where I think Wei Long is just the bet. Like, Wei is so talented. Like, I think he just can, like that 9 in his hand is just so valuable, I think. And thinking of the hands Paul's really gonna be going for there, he just kind of stuck in. And also, he thinks, will Paul fire it off?
Right.
Or is he capable?
If I call here, can I shut him down?
Not capable. Of course he's capable, but is Paul going to just like barrel off? Especially with the stack size, it's just for Paul to now go for a big bluff here with his stack. It's too critically. 5 million. He can still dance.
9. 8 jack.
He waves the flag. Wei Long takes in the pot, and a very crucial one at that, because he now has over a 2-to-1 lead. All of a sudden, we have a clear favorite in this heads-up battle.
Yeah.
We have days upon days more of coverage left. But the next scheduled event is, of course, WPT Barcelona coming up. Late March, early April. Party Poker Live. Party Poker TV channel here on Twitch, and of course all the other platforms you might watch on YouTube, Facebook, etc. And of course, this week, Jeff, with the Super High Roller Bowl, our partners at PokerGo. Carry Cat's in the mix in all these events.
Yep, carry behind schedule with only one final table through 3 events.
So yeah, on all the platforms you have all these events. And when we get to the Super High Roller Bowl, I believe that will be exclusively on PokerGo. It's a PokerGo event. Paul limping in. Wei Long, Queen Jack of Spades. Gonna pump it up. Again, his hand's just not clashing. Can't see Paul continuing with the 8-9 off.
fairly big extension there. Really, really good hang on there. Good call from Wai Long. I mean, is Paul at this point a professional poker player? I mean, it's like you said, he's not in the old days, and he really just hopped right into the high stakes and was just kind of learning and putting in his dues, and then all of a sudden now you see him at final tables, you see him competing, you see him, he's got what, 12 million in live earnings or more, right in that area, and I mean, plays a lot of poker. I just don't know. I mean, it's almost. I wonder what he would like to be considered. Would he? He's obviously a mogul businessman, but would he be? Is it like? Does he prefer to be called that businessman, or do you think he'd want be a pro? It's kind of a fine line, right? Like, you want the respect in a way, but you also.
I think he's just happy where he is.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. It's one of these things. The lines get so blurred at this level, Jeff.
Yeah.
Super successful business people tend to be very bright, and if a very bright person spends a lot of time on something, they tend to get very good at it.
True. Wai Long extends the lead. It's got over, let's see, 13. Yeah, so it's got a lot. So Paul showing the willingness to pull the trigger there, right? Versus like Ivan, he goes for sometimes just, there's a lot of this day and age blockers and whatever. Just sometimes he just goes, you know what? I'm gonna make a spot. I'm gonna do a. I'm gonna go for it in a spot. And in that particular hand, he ran into a hand where Wai Long had a really good calling hand. He had a blocker to the straight,
right,
and just sort of and top pair. So just kind of bad timing. But
if he had a slightly better hand in like King Jack or Queen Jack, it'd be much harder to call, even though it's a stronger hand, because he wouldn't have that blocker and of course draw itself.
Mm-hmm.
Paul completing. So pardon me. Wai Long completing. Paul on the button with Jack 10. Says, let's see 3.
And there's a bottom 2 situation again.
Yeah.
Very vulnerable hand. But heads up, 2 pair, flopping pretty good. And
Wai Long having a stab.
Surprising here
Yeah.
again. This is similar where maybe
Ivan.
there's something about these 7s and these spots. Ivan did the same bluff on
exactly the same board, right?
Yeah, I gotta check this one out.
You're gonna pump it into the solver, huh?
Maybe just ask them and maybe catch him in the hallway. Try to get a quick question in. Paul, do you want to start betting now? Opponent checks to you, and he does check back. Okay.
Wow, makes the straight.
I mean, this is just.
That's why you bet the 7s, Jeff.
Yeah, I see that now.
Why does Paul check that one back on the turn?
Me too.
Feels like a very wet board. You've got to try and tax some hands. If you get check raise, you kind of just give up on it.
Yeah, the thing is, Jack 10, it's problem with playing it that way now is you do open up the door here, but at the same time the board's just so ugly. Like,
right, what can we beat?
What are you beating here? What bluff does he have?
Like even the missed diamonds have got something. You have to. What are we looking at? Like King 6
X.
of diamonds. Well, I mean, I suppose King 8, King 9 of diamonds. Yeah, real tough one. Let's see how we can call this. Oh.
Ooh.
He does cool.
Yeah,
I think that's
that's
a little thin.
Yeah, that was that 7's bet on the flop though. I don't know. I'm just not sure about it. I just don't understand it. What are you getting to fold there? Like literally, if he has a pair and a gut shot or anything, he's just. Well, it worked out. Got there in the end, and Paul at the queen jack to king 10. He's going to come in. Wide long, happy to check back in position with the king 10. And it's going to.
It's a key card here, Jeff. It's a very key card that could roll out.
Yeah. So, wide long says okay. Is a dud. The dud of duds in this game. Paul gonna slow down.
And he's 7 now straight.
Paul also literally has like the worst hand he could have. I guess queen, yeah, queen 10, queen jack. He's down to 4 million.
He's kind of betting. It's going to be very tough for Long to call this with just the king.
But again, he's betting on this board where a 7 in the cutoff. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know.
Right, but he has plenty of. I mean, he has some aces up combos, I guess. Can have some. You can have ace 7.
Yeah.
Have king 7 suited, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Nice hand. There you go, Paul. It's nice to. Things aren't going well,
Right.
and it's tough to bet there. And just if you get called, you're just like, I feel like the full wind's out of your sails. But that is a big swing. That's a big moment there. Because if he gets called, he's in real big trouble.
Right.
His stack swings.
You can see there the deficit.
Yeah.
Obviously, Paul has more of the important chips, the orange. Pardon me, the blues are the more important ones. It's the big chip lead. $13.5 plays 4.5. It's way long limps. Ace 7. Ooh, happy to see a flop with queen 9. Ace queen 6. Couple of diamonds. Way long. Way out in front. Paul bets his second pair.
Yeah, that queen 9 just doesn't look too nice either. There's just not really any backdoor great runouts. I guess 7, 8.
Right, you fire out once, kind of just a nice equity.
Well, he called, right? It was a lead in the call.
Oh, apologies, yeah.
Yeah, and
Makes
so
much
now,
more sense.
which again, position so important. But Wai Long gonna take a shot there with his hand. I wonder who within the circle of the guys they play a lot of short deck, who they regard is the best. You hear some of the players I know talk about some of the guys they think True Teller, Makita is the best in short deck, but that's within the circle of the kind of American pros in terms of like
Right.
the Triton guys. I wonder who they're just like, oh, who's the guy? And I would imagine these are some of them. Wyatt and Paul play probably some of the most, and again, it's very evident that they're super comfortable.
Paul limping in. Wai Long checks, makes it 600k, gets it done. It's really applying more and more pressure now. With this lead, Jeff, I'd imagine he's going to be raising more hands.
Yep.
Going up. 100k ante, 200 on the button. It's fair to say Paul is now getting short. Just
So it's
for
actually
antes.
heads up. It's almost like hold 'em with the in a way like like it's 1-2.
Right.
Except reversed.
Except the button gets all the power. And
Yeah.
this hand, Wei Long limps the aces, flops top set on ace queen. It's going to check it over the pool. He's happy to check back second pair. Turn jack. Obviously, every turn card changes the board in this game. But pool doesn't improve on that one. Doesn't pick up any outs.
And he's going to stick on here, drawing dead. So actually some troublesome cards, a queen or an 8. That
Actually not a bad one for him. I don't think he expects Wei Long to bet too many jack X on the turn. More likely to bet draws and better hands than a queen. So there's maybe a card that gets him in a little trouble.
yeah, you know, check, check, flop, and then bet turn. He might go big here, thinking maybe somehow he got caught with the jack.
Right.
You know, that would make sense to go sort of big.
It does go pretty big. 850 into 9.
Pot, basically pot.
Call.
Wow.
Cool does cool. Wow.
Yeah, right.
Now you can understand that, but he doesn't think Wei Long has a jack. He was right.
Right.
Bad news is he's up against aces 4 and is now down to just 2.8 million. Just 28 antes. Things are looking bleak, Jeff, for our man Paul.
Yep.
He's going to need to run pretty good from here if he wants to get back in this one. Because as you say, this man doesn't give up anything. He's played pretty close to flawlessly.
Yeah. Okay. It's time to.
It's that stage.
300
3
6-7, literally like having deuce 3 and hold 'em. Jack 6 and 6-7. Deuce like the deuce 7 and deuce 3 hands, and Paul's got a lot of waters over there, staying hydrated. It's been a long match here.
I'd say, Jeff, the setup here at Casino Sochi is great. Little the side tables that you would have your your plate of food on or your drink. The lower rack on all of them is just stocked full of waters all around the room. So you've got a table, there's just infinite amount of waters there. It's just little things like that make the playing experience so much easier. You want a water, it's just there. You don't have to go and ask a waiter or waitress
really
for it. It's
nice details.
just simple things like that make the playing experience so much better.
Yeah. Also taking there are a lot of hand sanitizers around the rooms. Their mask in our room.
Yeah.
And their own sanitizer.
And yeah, the room we're in here behind the camera shot now is pretty beautiful. Nice little balcony as well off the room. Really nice warm day here in Sochi.
Yep.
Really warm.
Queen 6, also one of the worst hands. Jack 6, Queen 6, those non-connected hands. Paul may be watching the stream there.
Yeah,
I think I hear the echo going.
Hey, iPad อะไร
Saw that the other day, didn't we? Paul watching it, he just loves it. Doesn't want to miss a thing.
And King 10, Ace Jack. Oh,
we
and
go.
Paul's going to call. This is a way, he's got a path back here. He will call.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, still 55-45.
Exactly.
All in.
King. He says. Wei Long with a chance to win it here. 45% to be our champion.
King.
Paul, well, obviously needs this for the double up. But it's only the first step on the road to winning this tournament. He's going to need more than just this one. But he has to win this one.
Oh.
King 8-9. Couple of diamonds. Paul with all those backdoor draws. Still 26%. And ace the only direct out. 7 on the turn. 6, 10, or... Upright, yeah. 6 no good, of course. Wei Long having that one covered. Just the ace or 10. We'll do it for the Triton man. 7 on the end.
That's it. That is it. Why
Good game,
long?
he says.
Okay.
Ivan Liao straight over.
Nicely done. Congrats to our champion, Wailong Chan. Really, really well played. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, Jeff, you called it when they got heads up. You said this guy's so tough, and Paul certainly found that way. Obviously, a little bit of cooperation from the deck, which you're always going to need on a final table, especially heads up. But he really did turn it up on Paul and kind of won it in a canter. Never really had a slip. Paul, though, of course, will be happy to walk away with the 300k for coming second, and I'm sure he'll be jumping straight into that 50k regular Hold'em event that is underway here at Casino Sochi. It is Wailong Chan, though, who walks out of here today, Jeff, our champion of event number 3, the last of the 25ks. It was the 25k short deck.
Yeah, Malaysia almost went chalk 1-2-4 in that nice showing. There's a look at Casino Sochi here. Beautiful venue, beautiful facilities, beautiful everything. Really, food is incredible. I am can't wait to be back. We still got a long time here.
Tonight.
Life don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself. Life don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, yeah. So enjoy yourself.
Tonight.
Couple of players missing from this lineup we perhaps expected to see. Sam Greenwood had 3 million chips laid on. Sergei Ryac had bundles of chips as well. Neither of them managed to navigate their way to the final table, such is the nature of this game. It's hard to keep hold of chips, right? It's a high variance game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, yeah, he had 3 million with 13 left, and here we see two people with 2.6, 2.4. Ivan's got
less than a million.
675.
Cool.
And Ivan gonna find a nice spot for a chance to double.
Yeah, great situation for him.
Ivan having a pretty good start to this week. He's got the backdoor diamonds not covered. Actually, pause.
Yeah.
We're done with that.
We're struggling with this one.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Switching the outs up. He's gone from looking for a jack, looking for a queen.
Paul still would have about 2 million.
High.
Jeff, I want to see Ivan have a little deep run today after that. Yesterday, that second place.
Yeah.
Very, very close to winning the event.
50Ks, 100Ks, and then the 250 main. Imagine a lot of these guys are going to participate. Certainly, we know some will. But the 250K, I mean, that's going to, that's a big one.
Yeah, in fact, I don't know if, Jeff, if you popped your head in the door on your way through here, I don't know if you saw obviously the 50K and then the Hold'em event would have just started.
And I didn't get to see, is it pretty full? Is it already moving?
I mean, I was only in there before we came on air, so I didn't get to see them start up. And the room is pretty empty, but such is the case of small field events. There's only sort of 15, 20 people needed to get these things going, so they stroll in just on the dot. It doesn't take too long to register that many people. But that is today's event, 50k and no limit hold'em. And I'm sure these guys will be moving from this event to that, should they bust out. And Jeff, if there's anything to go by the last few days, if you have been watching, you'll know that we've covered the final table and then switched it up and covered the day one of the next event. So I imagine that pattern will continue, should this final table not drag on too long. And one thing we know about Shortdeck is it usually doesn't drag on too long. Oh, look at this. Betting 300 into 425, which is Queen 10. Little out of line here, Jeff, against one of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, it is. Ty's got a great draw, but kind of thinking too, what am I up against, and trying to think what he can do, because if he isn't relying on just hitting his hand, is there other ways to win this hand? So he's going to call.
And it's hard to imagine him having some super strong hands here, right? Ace, king, aces, kings, all would have raised pre on the button.
Yeah, and the thing is that Paul does have position, and it's going to be interesting here what Paul does. It's hard to, he probably can't, it's hard to think he has the best hand.
No, there's no way you can think he's got the best hand.
Wow, looks like he's going to follow through. If he does follow through, certainly it'll work.
But I mean, like I say, he can have aces and kings, probably ace king as well. He would limp those from +2, I would imagine, on a final table. Look to limp jam those.
500.
Goes for it. 500, Jeff.
And
ballsy.
Yeah.
I mean, Ty might think, I've got a 10, I could have 10-7. Oh, I could have an E7, of course, sorry. It's early in the day, Jeff. My short deck mind's not quite working. Of course, any 7 would make the wheel. 7-10 would make the nuts.
And that may be what going through Ty's head. What 7 do you have limping?
Yeah, he can rip it in here and then pulls in a horrible spot if he's got a set, right?
Yeah. Ty gets to have a lot of 7s. I mean, well, I don't know if you would call the turn with a lot of 7s, but Ty's on the button, which...
He has moved all in. I was going to say he can have any 7 diamond draw, any 7 heart draw. I love it. I love it.
It's really great bets, great plays, both players.
Such a good card to bluff, I don't.
Yeah, it's a good card to bluff. So.
Yeah.
All right. Some limps and a check from Wai Leong. As Jeff was pointing out, always the buttons just has so many bad hands compared to everyone else in this game.
That is the nuts. Supposed to have 7 when you go.
Flop for Ivan.
Whoa.
Flopped it. Danny top pair, Ty second pair.
Wow. And 10-jack, such a popular hand. Ivan's just hoping.
All right, Danny now with trips. This is a fun spot for Ivan. Just gets to bet big a couple of times, I guess. Goes 100 here, and I'm guessing Ty's going to fold. Danny, of course, will call. Ivan limping from +1. Really hard for him to have a flush, right? I mean, not least just because it's hard to make a flush, Jeff, but does he have doesn't have hands like 6, 7 of hearts, does he?
Danny's radar's going off here, thinking what hands he's limping, but just kind of thinking I do have a pretty good calling hand here, and I block Jack 10. Flushes never happen, except now. And Danny, I mean, just if you're Ivan, it's just as good as it gets. This is just obviously such a pretty hand, especially in this game.
Right, and it looks kind of like Danny's got a king at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny's almost lucky that he has king jack or king 10 rather than pretty much every other king he'd have here, which would be a house.
290. Far good.
Flush is good for sure. What a hand.
Easy game.
Yeah. 我會有救到你，唔好對我咁。
So that's a lot of quick work from man. Already a nice profit this week. Everyone guaranteed 91,500 at the moment.
Good cut.
Wei Leong ripping from the cutoff into pool on the button.
No, it's 呢啲唔同嘅有腳。哎呀！
好掙扎喺副牌。
call.
Who does make the call? You know, the bad news.
King Jack.
King King。
有冇貢獻俾我？梗係撲手梗係講啦。
These are the spots, Jeff. Obviously, calling off on a final table never ideal, but Wei Leong with the chip lead is going to put a lot of pressure on Paul there, isn't he? So
Yep.
10女我唔得啊，10女啊。
understand the call.
你係見到10女或者見到我？
兩條黃啊！
Oh,
There it
door
is
card.
in the window.
Little sweat.
Ace or 10 for Wei Leong will still do it.
K
10你個撚啦，10我呢度有啊10。丁年仔好似攞一支係10。
Paul jumps into the lead.
哇，full house啊，攞永啲啦，差唔多。
Just an
老婆
ace.
chop 啫嘛，佢 chop 啫嘛。
冇得 chop 到啦。
唔係啊，煙啊，
煙贏啊！
煙贏啊，
咩啊？
煙贏啊 ，no shot， 10就冇用啦而家。
啱啊！
哎呦，
嘅打
Thank you,
哦
my man.
there he goes.
孔子
Look
們
at that.
My comrade.
驚 call 㗎啦，爆 call 啦。
If we were discussing yesterday, 2 9s obviously a far cry from 2 9s in
我邊啊？
regular hold'em.
Yep.
暫時佢有個掣嘅。個
Aaron
掣
overcalling
跳
a
下
very
跳下
playable Queen 10.
而家冇跳咗，而家。
有時個掣跳下跳下。
The wheel's spinning for tie.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it here. Pop up the A7, put pressure on Paul and Aaron. That's one of those hands, Jeff. If he gets limp jammed on holding A7, he can quite happily just let that one go.
Yep.
No damage done. Paul with 2 9s, it's just going to be hard to continue, right? For what is
275.
10% of his remaining
Si-
stack.
Similar to Hold'em, though, it is, I guess, pretty. It's kind of like, all right, I hit a 9 or not, and maybe get a full double if you think that player has. The problem is when players are messing around or whatnot, you're gonna
Right.
get, it's not just like, oh, so simple that he has aces or kings or queens. Aaron now.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, such a playable hand like Queen 10 of spades, obviously gonna come in and make this 3-way.
Yeah. Oh,
There it
a
is.
door card.
Wow, what
oh
a
my
flop.
goodness, this is like the third or
flip.
fourth time we've seen a door card set that's like.
But this is the spot right in this game. It's basically a flip. You see the percentages there, flop straight against the set.
Oh, and actually, Ty is. Oh no, he's got 0%. But in his mind, he actually has a 6 or a 10.
Right.
So he's somehow open-ended with this.
Yeah, he's got the
Yeah,
double
which is
gutter.
actually a pretty good flop for his hand. I mean, I guess the 10 though, he can't count as good. Like, I mean, he would be against the bigger straight in his mind most of the time.
I think what it looks for Paul's going to lead out here. And I think that's reasonable in a 3-way pot. Jeff, Aaron's going to have a piece of this quite often, having taken it 3-way pre-flop.
So Aaron now with the nuts, thinking, is there merit to raise? Would that make sense, or would I just call? I mean, he's got the stone cold nuts.
Right, it's only 800k more when he raises, isn't it? I think you can just jam here and know you're always getting the action. Can't imagine a hand bet, Paul bets 500 and folds for 800 more.
Is there any merit to calling though, to get maybe Ty to get involved? Or I guess Ty's going to get.
When Ty has exactly this hand, it seems like a gin scenario, right? You get Ty to call drawing dead, but there's a flip. Jeff, look at that, 49%, 49%.
Yeah, literally the same hand versus Makita, where we saw actually reversed. Aaron had the set against the draw, and he turned quads, as a matter of fact, to just end the hand. And this time,
there it is.
Oh,
pair it up straight away.
Go to my guy.
And make quads.
Quad.
Yeah.
Unlucky Aaron.
Yeah. In his game, makes it even more difficult to play against. These are really two strong hands in short deck. Ace-King, of course, and 9-10 suited. On the button, 9-10 suited. This is a spot where we're going to see a raise and a call.
Yeah, and interesting, Jeff, again, Wei Leong opting to raise from early position, one of his strong hands. talking about the balance. Second time in orbit, he's raised a strong hand from up front.
Yeah, he's got the ace of hearts here. I mean, 9-10 gets a nice little nibble of this. He's going to go ahead and lead out. I think Jack 10 definitely one of the hands he could put his opponent on, just, you know, in short deck when he calls. Jack 10 and ace king seem to be the most frequented hands in this game.
Well, Ty certainly
really
going nowhere with second pair backdoor clubs and, of course, 3 to a straight in a game where there's no bricks. 3 to a straight seems to be a pretty big hand.
Yep, and these guys are the 2 chip leaders, so important pot. Jack in for position.
That's a good point, Jeff. Whoever wins this one, 1.3 million in there, is going to take the chip lead. Wow, interesting turn.
Dynamic.
Both improve. I guess Wai Leong here can do a little bit of both, Jeff. He gets value from hands like this, pair and straight draws. And very hard to imagine he could ever get raised when you're holding the ace of hearts. Does elect to check. And Ty, Jeff, I imagine happy just to take a card here?
Yeah, I think so. Although, yeah.
I mean, I guess the merit of betting would be you can make Wai Leong fold a pair without a heart. There it is. Nuts on the end.
That surprised me.
I mean, Ty called a raise pre-flop. Does he have many offsuit combos? Probably not. And we hold the ace of hearts, so I can see he's just going to try and give him some room here to bluff. Like, it's not like Ty can call too many bets here, I don't think. So what combos does he have that call?
That makes, I guess from that perspective, that makes sense. He doesn't have a flush, right?
Right.
So.
And Wai Leong still has plenty of one-pair hands, right? The other ace X hands like ace king without the heart.
Yang.
So I like this.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
It's working out perfectly here. He gets Ty to put in 425,000. Obviously, raise incoming.
There is a straight flush. Couple.
7-10 and the queen 10 of hearts, but
yeah,
expect we would have heard from those on the flop or at least the turn.
Yeah.
A little time card going in, Jeff. Wai Leong trying to piece together what his bluffs might be. He certainly may try and turn some of those other ace X's into bluffs. I'm surprised he goes so big, Jeff, because Ty's either saying he's got the nuts or he doesn't. So when you bluff, you're not going to go as big as it, I don't think.
Yeah, leveling war though. Look at, if he makes it 900, it just, not that it's gonna matter, but Ty, maybe someone could read into that too. Say, why would you do that? Why would?
Straight flush.
I mean, I suppose Ty can have ace queen with queen of hearts. Ace king with a king of hearts. Still one.
Long up, over 6 million now.
You don't care about the page.
Where's ICM?
Yeah, exactly.
40-80 now.
Normally, I should be your best friend right now.
The last time in this seat, he raised it up with this very same hand, ace queen of diamonds.
Fuck you, best friend way.
He's going to raise up once again.
You also don't care about the shit.
325, right?
The chip lead.
How much?
325.
Why so much? Oh, increase already. Okay, 40, 80, 4x. So many people behind. 40, 40. 40.
Ivan, get out of the way. Still first, second stack as we see the separation there, though. Wai Leong now has a comfortable lead. Ty's closest one to him and has a real hand here. Kind of an uncomfortable spot, really, if you think about it, because, you're calling now 325. You got a very vulnerable hand. It's a good hand, but you realize you're going to be losing those 325 a lot. And you do have position, though, which is nice.
Danny with a very playable queen 10 suited, but only 1.5 million in chips. Has the button.
Yeah, he's thinking too. What is Wai Long? Is he raising?
Right,
What's he raising?
Right, he's seen Wai Long raise quite a few hands in their position as well. So tie flopping set. Danny with pair and a gut shot. Wai Long with top pair and the same gut shot. Always action in short deck.
This is a big collision here, though. And Wai Long with the blocker here.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds, but it's not the greatest of flops, is it? When you've got one pair with the queen kicker and the jack 10 on board.
No.
Not really being in any other one pair hands. See betting here, just saying, look, I'm happy to get in against Danny in his 1.2. Stops tie bluffing him.
Yeah.
Tie obviously still behind 2 hands, king, queen, and aces. Jacks the jack of clubs, I think. One of those, Jeff, you're just going to call here. A lot of playability down the streets.
Yeah.
I really feel like a raise achieves a lot, Jeff, with these jacks.
Yeah, there's a chance that Wai Long has queens or kings too, and would be a good hand to be bluffing here, and maybe concede through.
Well, it looks like he's counting out. Oh, he's counting his chips at least. Well, he's going for the raise.
Well.
Okay, just one of these spots, Jeff. I'm not too sure, and it feels to me like that hand with the jack of clubs in hand, especially, plays better as a call, but does go for the raise. And that should be the end of this. And Wai Long actually doesn't have that bad a hand to take on this hand with. He still has 25% equity, the live gut shot, but if up against the made straight, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, I think he's thinking though, if he did have queen king, would he be raising him though? Queen king probably not, right?
Even a hand like, queen jack of clubs has a whole lot of equity.
Yeah, king jack of clubs, queen jack of clubs, that's crossing his mind here. Looks pretty committing though, Ty, right? Like he's bet 2.1. So
we know he's not folding.
Yeah,
that's one thing we know.
And Wai Long is in the tank.
Right, I think Wai Long's thinking, right, I don't think he does this with 2 pairs. So he's starting to piece together that maybe this is some of the sets, some of the time, but even I suspected he may just flat with a set of jacks here. So maybe he's thinking, look, he's got combo draws or he's got king queen and I've got a queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this bet, he was achieving a couple things with betting, and it definitely, he was not expecting to get raised here.
Right, that's it. And yeah, the more I think about it, Jeff, it's an interesting spot, yeah, because Ty doesn't raise 2 pair there, I don't think.
Suited, Danny gonna get out of the way. That's something see likely being played by one of the big stacks. Why?
I like it. Wai Long, keeping up the pressure. A lot of pre-flop raising going on from him.
Yep.
Pull with ace king. Some more chips going on here, Jeff.
Yep.
5.4 bien.
5.4 ah?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5.4.
Just thinking what he's gonna do. What he does. 3.6. Is it enough to just shove? Does he want to raise? Gonna do a little more thinking about it.
This is the spot, Jeff. You think you can raise it to sort of 1 million, and if there's a couple of all-ins behind him, you get to fold and ladder up, or do you think he's just going to commit?
I think he's gonna make it 1.2. but maybe just shove. I don't know. It's like, it's an interesting spot. It's actually, yeah, they still got people behind.
No, he does so just a shove. Yeah, I think that's it. That's the consideration, is to raise smaller, and then if it all just kicks off behind you and you can fold and ladder up, then you do that.
3.5.
But as we keep saying, Jeff, most of the guys in this table are about the title, less about the laddering.
Yep. Danny Tang, as we mentioned, having some big success, some 7-figure scores this last year. Won the 50K WSOP bracelet last year. And just really risen quickly to the high stakes.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance yet, Jeff, to listen to your podcast with him, but those of you who weren't watching yesterday, we did mention it.
Yeah.
Jeff did a podcast with Danny, and a very interesting rise to the top he's had. So please do give that a listen, Jeff's podcast with Danny.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was fun. That was the most recent one. It was good. He's very entertaining. And it's rare you see that, you know. It's rare you see a guy just skyrocket these days. He's done it.
Right, 4-way. Some garbage for Wei Leong, but he flops the straight.
Look at Paul. Paul is just all over this thing.
Huge hand for Paul.
It's gonna be a situation.
That's the best way to describe it. There's gonna be a situation here. Wei Leong obviously has more of this board than anyone else, being on the button. But Paul, I mean, this is just the dream hand to check raise with, right? We block the nuts. We have a higher straight draw and a nut flush draw.
Although the price is pretty affordable. I don't know if Paul's gonna go crazy here. All right, let's call.
So deep.
Yeah, it's also his stack. You know, he was what, in third of 5. There's the 2 shorter guys here. I think Ivan's he's at this point saying this is getting ridiculous. Like I've gone 20 minutes without any kind of action, bluffing, or, you know, he's getting a little bit perturbed, and this has got the making for a big pot for sure. And that is why Long gonna slow down a bit of his disguised hand now is.
Right, any 9 now straight.
Yeah, and that's definitely, again, on the button. He's going to have what? You know, this is depends how you look at it. It's a bad card for his hand. There's obviously a diamond would have been, even with him, because him having a diamond, you know, Paul could definitely get paid on some, like a king of diamonds or something. But, you know, disguise is gone, but still feeling very safe and comfortable to bet your hand.
Well, you're going to feel like Paul has outs to beat you to a house or a flush draw here, so he's gone fairly big in a spot where Paul doesn't really have that many 9s.
Yeah, and if you're Paul, it's also, you got to realize that likely as a 9, that's your gut shot is gone. The diamonds never come, and so it sort of goes from a very attractive spot to not so attractive. This may be fold position. It might be a no fold.
Maybe he's thinking though he can call here and bluff pair ups as well. Be an interesting line.
The rabbit cam on this one, but let's see what would have happened. A lot of red cards out there.
Jason, maybe not getting the rub of it in the 25Ks, but the bigger buy-in stuff still to come. 50K starts today, regular hold'em. Short deck tomorrow, then the 100Ks, and then of course the super high roller bowl on the weekend, that 250K.
Yeah, it's a treat. It's kind of nice, man. I'm ready to play some online after this. You know, it's like you're dialed in, get to see the best players in the world playing, get to just watch, and then
speaking of online,
get on the table.
Jeff, of course, concerns about live poker around the world, but one thing you can be sure of, online poker will be booming, and Powerfest coming up.
What?
Starting just next week, 15th to 29th of March, $20 million guaranteed.
I'm in there.
145 events.
Sunday. Actually, the schedule is funny. The time zones here, right, for how the online schedules work. So it's actually, you know, I could start late. And like get in at the very beginning of the day. Ship it. Oh, we got some confrontation here.
Yeah, we certainly do. Danny jamming the hijack. Paul with ace queen of clubs on the button. Ty having a limped in from +1. It feels like a spot Paul's going to go with.
I think he's got to go. I mean, the thing is, he covers nicely, Danny. So even if he were to be wrong, I mean, or if he was behind or loses the hand, 2.5.
He says. bye-bye.
He knows he's good. He knows he's
Gave
ahead.
him the bye-bye.
Yeah. Ace queen though.
Oh,
Ace
yeah.
queen.
Here we go, Jeff.
Good luck to you.
Surely it beats king queen, though, right?
I got.
Ace.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. I don't know, man. Honestly.
Oh,
Whoa! Royal draw.
royal draw.
Glove.
Two clubs.
King of
No
clubs.
good way. Red 9. Can I get a red 9?
Mean
No club. Just no club. Okay, I don't mind. Anything but no club.
Yeah, so
okay?
river at least you can.
Yeah, I can sweat the river, you know.
If it's gonna be, oh,
It's
Okay,
a red
upside down the
6.
6 now, okay? Alright.
I'll let you hit king pair.
No.
How king you don't win, sorry.
Ace of diamond now, maybe. Ace of diamond.
Queen of diamonds.
I lose. Yeah, good game.
not a good spot for Paul, of course. See, look at the equities. It's just closer
Pretty close.
You have one stack of blue on it.
Yeah, I have one blue.
It seems like a
I have,
perfectly good enough hand, Jeff, to call a raise here.
For yeah.
Take a flop.
No.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 4.5. I have 5 million.
Of course, it's
4.6 behind.
part of the problem is it's just too exploitable. You know, you don't want to be in these spots. Sometimes calling out of position in a hand where likely you could be dominated, but it's just gonna be too many times where you're ahead here too. It's gonna have Jack 10 suited and
He throws in 3 of those blue 100k chips. Yet another big pot brewing. 900k in there as we see 778, a board that neither hits and neither should hit. Tie with ace king, kind of one of the better hands to go bluffing with, right? We block aces, we block kings. Paul probably doesn't have those the way he's played this hand as well. So there we go, does bet 350 and obviously in this instance is ahead, but would put a lot of pressure on some hands like jacks, queens, and of course knocks out the equity from hands perhaps like 10 jack and queen 10, queen jack, but still do okay against us.
Paul getting out of the way, losing the minimum.
I think pretty well played by both that one, Jeff. Welcome back once again to Casino Sochi. We are now turning our attention to event number 4, the 50k no limit hold'em. The first of the 50ks, and this is of course a day 1. That is the table we have chosen to start off with, playing 1500, 3000 with that 3k butt ante. It is Stevie starting the shortest with 29 bigs. And all pretty close, working our way up to Seth Davies. Leading the line, 80 big blinds, 240,000 chips. And 2 of our earlier final tablists, Danny Tang and Van Blokrum, in the mix once again on this feature table. This, as I say, is day 1, of course. Final table of this event will be tomorrow.
Like I make
Buy-ins
Did you
still
watch
going on
that?
in this event.
Okay.
yeah.
Huh? Did you finish it?
Yeah.
The coal miners are the best part of that
Oh my
show.
god.
So good.
Yeah, they're awesome.
When they just big dick the guy and start rubbing all the
Yeah,
coal.
yeah,
It's such a good
sick.
scene.
Yeah.
I was reading about that, and that was really true during the Soviet
I
Union.
have
Like
40
the coal miners,
40 big blinds.
were very, they held a lot of power, and they wielded it like that. Like they got what they wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a nasty job. If they're
So after that brief hiatus,
They're
poker back
so-
underway
the economy
here
was so dependent on it.
Oh, yeah.
So
on our stream.
They fucking
31
make it
entries so far, 23 remain. As I say, late registration still open in this regular Hold'em event.
work. Yeah, that sounds right. A little more.
No microphone. I forgot.
Seth completes a small king 10. Jason, king jack in the big blind.
睇 Facebook。要睇啊！頭先我都係咁玩電話㗎。
4x is it? 12k is the bet.
牛方喎，呢度喎。
係啊，頭先你見我喺度，我玩電話打翻個地鋪。哦，
你邊度有？
你唔去睇唔去睇 stream 啦。咁玩電話冇人理嘅。
Seth throws an additional 9k and flops a gut shot to Broadway on ace jack deuce, but Jason
受唔到啦。
maintains his lead. A pair of jacks. Certainly a flop he's going to want to attack, having been the pre-flop raiser, but deciding to check back with his jack. Check back some hands, of course. Has a lot of garbage hands when he raises out the big blind, as well as some of his strongest. So clearly not wanting to bet 100% on this kind of board. Seth, of course, can limp in with some ace-x, some Broadway combos. Jason getting super sneaky, checking back the second time. King on the end gives him kings up. Seth now gets a very big piece of this. Piece that he probably thinks is going to be good. $27,000 chips in the middle. It's 8k. Now fun spot for Jason. He's come out of the woods with a raise. Doesn't really have chance of having queen 10 here. Would have bet by now. Expect him to have bet a lot of his hands by now. Really fun spot for him to actually have a strong hand here. Expect him to go quite large. It's mostly bluffs in this spot. So does exactly do that. Goes large, 42k. Well, Seth has one of the really awkward hands here. He has a 10, does block queen 10, although, as I said, I don't think he expects Jason to check queen 10 down to the river. Also has a king. Does block some of those rivered 2 pairs that might raise. So I would not be surprised to see him call this one. There we go.
King jack.
Makes the call.
Did I put enough out? All right.
You can certainly see why he did make that call. Let's say with the king, just blocking all those 2 pairs. Much better hand to call with than perhaps an ace.
Had one that I could have gone the distance one.
I was like, fuck, this is gonna be
Like
nasty.
sometimes-
It's gonna be nasty
sometimes.
if we go the distance here.
Not quite that.
Hit it from yourself.
Our man Ivan back in the mix, 150k. That is the starting stack in this $50,000 barn event. Back-to-back final tables. Can you go for the hat trick?
It's really cute how much people really want to try to go the distance with certain hands. Ivan, you're killing it this trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing a lot better than me.
Steven from +1 opening up ace 3 of hearts. Seth on the button, ace jack. Looks like he's happy just to call. A little bit wary of Stevie opening from +1. Might have expected a 3-bet there, and certainly would 3-bet some of the time with ace jack offsuit in that seat. But I'm glad he didn't, as they both flop an ace on this ace 9-8 board. Stevie checks on over to Seth. He certainly has some hands that may want to bluff on this kind of board. Queen 10, Jack 10.
There she is.
Also has some really strong hands like 8s and 9s.
Too rich.
Who?
Oh, he finally made
He's
it.
gone big. 18,000. Really, it's going to confuse Stevie. I think that bet size really big, especially on a rainbow flop against an early position raiser on ace high board. Stevie, of course, can't do anything just yet with an ace and backdoor hearts. Has to call at least once with this hand. Already Stevie left with barely more than a pot-sized bet. Rainbow completes on the 5 of clubs turn. Stevie checks once again.
咁犀利，玩到咁可以。Sorry。
I think this is one of the hands Seth can check back now, having bet so big on the flop. He has some bluffs that would want to check back. And he still has some really strong hands that can continue betting, like sets and 2 pairs. But he has decided to bet half of Stevie's remaining chips. He blocked Stevie having weaker 1 pairs, holding ace jack.
Weird.
Maybe a he can bet 30k, get some value off some weaker hands. Stevie would perhaps be folding hands like his big pocket pairs at this stage. Deciding he can't fold an ace just yet. Has just caught a pot behind. As the river completes with a 7, making any 6 a straight, not really a concern. Seth, yeah, he can't bet that one, I don't think. Really Seth himself not being hit a lot by the river. But he does beat ace 3. Rather sizable pot. Stevie down to just 11 big blinds early on in this 50k super high roller event here at Sochi. Jason and Seth neck and neck out in front. Jason having won that rather sizable blind on blind pot. Seth makes up for it by taking those chips back off Stevie. Ivan, Victor, Aaron and Danny all pretty snug in the middle, just below starting stacks.
我覺得佢寧願俾你玩電話咯，因為如果佢換走你，佢換翻另外一個人上，嗰個人會問點解？
Queen 10 of clubs, good enough for Stevie to move it in.
Old. 11 big blinds, is it?
Danny, suit ace in the big blind.
33,000.
I've been playing too much Shortdeck. 11 big blinds, right?
It's 11 big blinds, which means it's going to be a call.
I wasn't. I just wanted to be sure.
Well, Danny having to readjust from
Why?
Shortdeck.
I'm sure everyone else is rooting for me. I'm quite sure of that. You know, I'm sure everyone want me to win.
You're so dead here, Danny.
Huh?
You're so dead on this
I
flop.
know. I don't feel great.
Just played too many hands. I can just feel it.
6? 6. Just a 6. 6.
Oh,
All right.
one more card.
One more card to win.
Ace.
Alright, Stevie.
See you in a sec, Stevie.
Well, that is the end for now of Stevie Chibick. I'm sure he'll be off to rebuy.
Ivan, you gotta let me wear those glasses later. Those are cool. Those are fancy. Those look like you bought them in Dubai. Yep. My favorite part of being in Japan was they invited me over to their house to hang out for a while. So Ben and I went over there, and when you walk in, everybody's shoes are taken off, and there's just like 35 pairs of Balenciaga shoes.
All the same pair. Funny.
Yeah, just like 35 pairs of Balenciaga shoes, just like in front of the cabin's steps. I was like, yep, we're at the right place.
That's hilarious.
Pass, yeah.
You see that the thing down by the spa that wraps up your shoes? Like, it's like a plastic wrapper. You just step on it and it's just.
That's so cool.
6.
Nicky
Victor
P.
raising the button.
Welcome, man.
Aaron gives up his
Get him
blind.
dressed up like Santa Claus next year.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
He's going for it, huh?
he looks like it.
Good old Banff boy.
我諗唔到佢會點做。
Yeah, I gotta get
我覺得佢
up
比你
Yeah,
快
let's go up together.
We should.
Yeah.
Summer up there sounds amazing.
Yeah, let's do it.
Summers in Canada are so sick because it's just light until like 10 p.m. Just go
Oh
hit
yeah,
8 hour
dude, with
afternoon.
the pit stout, like the pit stout week of the World Series, let's go up there.
Yeah,
The card's marked, but I don't care. I'm sure a lot of them are, but it's creased.
yeah, we should probably swap that one out.
Yeah, I'll tell them after the 7,000.
Card may be marked, but he's going to play the hand. 7,000, the open. King 6 of diamonds. I'm happy to say, my man Jeff Gross, little commitment, doing all sorts of stuff out there. Jeff, they got you doing all sorts of stuff behind the scene, behind the cameras, and to the cameras.
Keep him busy. It's good though. This is fun. It's good stuff going on here.
But we've got you back in the booth for now as we do this 50K super high roller.
Yeah, we see our man Ivan back in the bright lights again. Kind of maybe it just should be default. He's at the feature. Build the feature around him.
Right.
And no one's got anything amazing, but all pretty good looking hands.
9, 5, 6. Rainbow. Victor, the gut shot, backdoor nut flush with Jason with second pair, backdoor king high diamonds. It's Jason with the pre-flop lead who's going to continue here.
Yeah, I mean, Victor's in that wheelhouse. I don't think he could go away just yet. He does, though. I would think he could.
Yeah, I guess the concern is four-way pot, right? Jason's continuing.
Yeah, I would think.
Jason's continuing.
This
Kind
card's
of a
marked.
little bit wide, perhaps, do you think?
It's gonna be kind of painful. We need. See that? You guys see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, you can see it, especially with the glare.
What is it? What card is it?
I mean, don't show them the card. It's critical information.
Flip that over.
But that card's marked.
Jason with a little speech before the hand, maybe, implying, oh, it's probably a king or an eight. Maybe he's got
That's the
kings
funny
or
thing when he
aces.
said it's this card's marked and then raises it up,
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's a good one. I'll take my chances, but.
You see on the stream.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at the C-bet on that board. I mean, he has a hand that's playable down the streets, and you kind of want to knock some hands out, but...
I actually like the bet. I think it does make sense. He blocks sixes, flagging hands. He's got... But would he bet over? Would he bet just like... I guess would he bet kings like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Probably.
sure he would. I mean, there's plenty of hands he's going to want to bet. It's just two callers in position, 9, 5, 6, kind of more their board than yours, but...
Yeah.
I guess a pair of sixes is pretty vulnerable.
Pass.
Bet, take it down. You've got backdoor diamonds. You've got an overcard. Some good things can happen. You can make a big hand later on.
Yeah. Some hands that might float you, like king, queen, king,
Right.
jack suited now, could get in trouble if they hit and they float. see Aaron flatting. Also spent his fair share at this.
Kind of surprised that Jeff maybe Ace Jack fall into a 3-bet from the button against hijack, but I guess we want to have a mix.
You know, this is actually depends a lot about the blinds, what you think too,
Right.
how the players play.
That is a good show.
If you want to let someone maybe come in like
Ivan.
Yeah.
And he's like a World War history buff too, so there's like that element tied into it. You're just gonna absolutely love it once you start.
Is it
And
that era?
At the same time, though,
Yeah. World War I.
it's not like you have
Like directly
jacks or
post-World
aces
War.
or ace king. You're, you know, Ivan's taking a shot at this, and ace jack's like kind of your no man's land.
Yeah, that sounds
awesome.
Right.
Even though, and it just takes it down. Wow. I'm a little surprised by that.
Well, I mean, it's the best hand he's going to fold, isn't it? Ace Jack off.
Yeah.
Suited's going to continue. Ace Queen, he's going to continue.
It's Netflix, so you don't have to worry about like VPN or anything. Watch it anywhere. But it's incredible.
Maybe.
See some questions in the chat.
watched
Is
that? Yeah, you
Phil
watched
Ivey in
that,
this one? He most certainly is.
Documentary where they like
Phil Ivey back in the
they will
mix.
not
Oh, I
grow old.
did. Yes, I did.
I also see a question. Will Jeff play any of the events?
gotta be able to see on the
The
stream
start
what
of it
you
where
have.
it's just all the guys.
He's on the
talking.
fence, guys. He's on the fence.
Super
There's one he's got a little eye on.
250 would be the one if I was gonna do one. That's the one I'd want to do, but that's a. Let's see how it's going. Let's see how we're doing in the booth.
Live in a trench.
They had no
Lose
idea.
your mind.
Uh-oh, I hope
Yeah.
someone covered up there.
That there was a part about the in one of the Dan Carlin podcasts where he was talking about how, like at the start of the Civil War,
佢唔似做緊嘢咯，你睇。
like the first battle, people like picnicked outside to watch it.
Yeah. It was a different era.
Yeah, that was like the transition from that era to modern warfare. Yeah. Crazy war.
World War I was kind of thing. That's when it stopped being. When people kind of stopped having positive attitudes towards war.
Have you gone to the museum in London? Oh, next time we're there for Triton, we'll go over together. Yeah, it's crazy heavy. It's like uniforms with holes and shit in them.
Fold.
And here we go. Look at that, Aaron. Now, like, you know, he's like, man, that ace jack's looking pretty good. It's Ivan stepping out. It's a pretty big 3-bet.
Yeah, nice little 4x. And I was about to say really hard hand for Aaron to continue with, but interesting,
So-
he elects to continue with Queen Jack
Yeah.
off out of position, but not Ace Jack in position.
Right. As it turns out, he has him dominated again.
Haha. Wow.
Ooh.
10-9-4, top pair for Ivan, open ender and 2 overs for Aaron. I mean, I can only see this going one way.
Check raise.
Yeah, I mean, this is the check jam and a call, isn't it? It's just always going to be these two. The way Ivan plays, no reason for him to show any restraint on this flop. It's gone fairly big, but I mean, a 10-9 two-tone board, you're going to have to go bigger sizings. Wow. Aaron just cooling. Leaving 60k behind. Horrible card for him to see. Kind of surprised he didn't just stick it in there and say run it.
Yeah, this is the problem with that. And imagine he's going to fold now. I think, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was thinking he could bluff the river if it went check on the turn, hence just a check call on the flop.
interesting. All around interesting. I mean,
Ivan off to a flying start.
Yeah, so I remember seeing him in London.
Stud.
Yeah, he looks athletic as fuck.
Victor's a freak athlete, by
Right?
the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, freak athlete. You got hurt though, right?
Yeah, but I came back. I still played pro 1 year.
Oh, what sport?
Handball. It's not
sick.
popular.
Sick. That's awesome.
但你有冇見到佢假動作啊嘛？
And we have a
你攞
Triton
長馬嗰個好似
dodgeball
扮
tournament.
即刻跟
Yeah, dodgeball. Dodgeball
blowing
is good.
people out.
Just
Dodgeball.
murder. Take some heads off.
Yeah, and you're a baby. How old are you? 27 or something?
I'm 25 now.
25. Yeah.
25?
Yeah. 25.
Wow.
He's a baby.
Holy
yeah.
shit. So you're definitely the youngest in the field. Like,
Maybe
how old's Linus?
Oh, Adama maybe.
1 year younger. Yeah,
Linus is 1 year younger than you?
yeah.
Jesus.
Who?
Linus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
25 years old. 25歲.
And Jason, Kuhn, and Seth,
30.
very good friends.
Yo, that's horrible, man.
Seth with the top of the range here on the button, and Jason has a hand that I've been noticing this.
It's definitely a do better both with hand, isn't it?
Yeah, but I have been noticing more the camp of flatting these type of hands instead of
Antonio's played
three-betting
tennis.
Yeah.
in these spots. But
What a flop for Seth. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Jason in a what a trouble having flop top pair.
Yeah,
and this is a dealer versus small blind matchup. So this is much different than if Seth had raised under the gun. You know, it's like in this spot, Jason is going to be aware that this could be the best hand for sure, right? It's
right.
a lot different versus early position raise where you're going to be kind of like, oh, I don't know. Seth here is going to have a lot of bluffs.
Right. I mean, on the flip side though, Seth has the stronger hands in this board, right? He has aces, jacks, nines. He has more flushes than Jason on this flop. Jason with a 3-bet. We think nines, jacks, aces from the small blind.
My goodness. And
the heart combos they'd call with would be ones that include, you know, like Jack, Queen of Hearts that you can't have. But for now, he's turned a 3. Somehow taking the lead in this one.
It's a pretty crazy spot. Like, it's really, I mean, it's a wild hand. Still, Seth has 40% almost with against a 2-pair now.
Yeah. Queen, Jack, 9 of heart would do it.
It's almost, it's interesting because he's just got so much, like, you just think you just have to have the best hand. You know, if you're Jason and you see this bet again, you kind of realize, like, well, you know, if he didn't hit the 3, he'd probably go away. Obviously can't go away, turning 2-pair.
It's a big bet as well, 25 into 32. And this is a lovely hand for Jason to have just to call 3 with, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh.
Not so much anymore. Jason surely going to check this one over to Seth. And then a question of how big the bet. What does he think Jason has? What hands can Seth have? Seth can have far more of the king X of hearts, queen X of hearts, right? He can just barrel off these, having been the opener.
Yeah, now it's a matter of the sizing. It's got a bet. It's got the second nuts. And like you said, it doesn't really. Jason should never have. Would he flat king queen off here? Probably not. You know.
Right. I mean, yeah, he could potentially have a hand like that, but even that's going to struggle to that
That's what I'm
turn
saying.
sizing,
There's
right?
There's really no flushes Jason has.
82.
And there he goes, gone pop. Gone for that really big sizing. Which is interesting because, as I say, I think he has a really big advantage on this board.
This is, again, these guys are such close friends. They've done so much work in poker together and stuff. This is, you know, they're very aware. And of course, there's no friends at a poker table. And it's just kind of, Jason probably realize, you know, he knows that as well. He realizes that he can't have.
Okay, good for Jason.
That Seth would recognize that. So there are some bluffs.
You've been doing track and field, right?
Yep. Yeah, that was me. He was a swimmer and a baseball player.
It's athletic poker group here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have a pool here in the hotel. You can swim it.
Yeah.
What do you got? Ivan Liao, what sport did he play?
Yeah, it was funny. I was looking at those three talking about it, and I see Danny just looking on.
Yeah. Actually, I want to say Danny played soccer through to university. We were talking about that, so he was a UK guy. He's from born in Hong Kong, but lived in
London, I think, right?
Now London. I think he was
Manchester
in
before,
Manchester.
Yeah, if you live in England, it's hard to get away from playing soccer as a kid.
He needs another
It's
one.
not really a choice.
This one broke now.
Yep, and Jason getting that suited wheel
Yeah.
Ace again, almost the same hand. Ace 4 suited, and Victor with the huge hand in the small blind is gonna go ahead and pop it up. And it's not that big. I mean, it's just over 3x. And everyone with some real hands here. And these are spots, if you're going to look to 4-bet, King Queen's a great hand to re-raise is sort of, in the bluff category, but also against a button small blind where people can be up to no good. King Queen is very tempting to go ahead and put some pressure on here because these hands, this is like the lightest spots. A button open can be so wide.
Right.
The 3-bets can be wide from the small in this scenario.
And if you get it wrong, King Queen against jacks, you're flipping, right?
Right. Or against, like an Ace Queen might not even want to put it in or go with it there. And so now, Jason getting probably a little bit annoyed. He's got a nice stack. A couple hands that just sort of ran out not so well. And he decides, you know what, my hand's too good against the value.
All right, he's got position, as you say. It could be a light 3-bet. Okay, the stack to pot ratio isn't ideal. Victor having less than 2. Well, a flop that shouldn't really be the player. Victor have all the big pairs, all the other pairs there. Jason probably not.
Yeah, the SPR has stack to pot ratio 60 in the middle. He's got 102. So something where even if you think somehow you might have got off flop, something going on, you just can't really feel.
Yeah, the jacks he's looking to get in.
Yeah.
Jason 1 over, a gut shot, backdoor clubs. Gonna wish they were deeper.
Yeah.
Jack's probably a little bit too vulnerable to be trapping. May check with some of his strongest hands here, right? Oh, just the overbet jam.
Yeah, merit to both, I guess. Do you want to maybe induce? Do you want to bet? Do you want, but just.
I guess it's one of the you're going to want to have a mixed sizing on that flop, right? So sometimes you're going to jam. Sometimes you're going to want to jam. Like a flush draw or something. Maybe a weaker flush draw you might want to jam.
Yeah, and what happens when Jason has 9s or 10s, or a spade draw, like Queen, 10 of spades, spots where you just, there's some benefit to getting called by worse and protecting.
For sure. I haven't folded a couple of hands in a row here.
Yeah,
it's going to get scary for him.
Yeah, he's. Listen, there is no friends at the poke table. You're talking about 50K buy-ins, 100K buy-ins, really no matter what the buy-in of the tournament. But it's tough when you're like going against one of your closest friends. Like some guys like Antonio Esfandiari love the pain. They want to see it. You squirm and bluff you and show you. Some guy, and then there's the other side of it where it's like, all right, it's your buddy, you share a room, or you're best man in your wedding, and you're just like. You don't want to like hit the pain on him, or you're not going to soft play him, but you're also not going to spot where you could 3-bet like a mixed strategy. You might just lean towards like the less aggressive, which is natural. We've seen the Kristen Bicknell, Alex Fox and stuff where, it's just natural. You're going to want to play, not look for pain against your spouse or your brother, most likely, right? So it's like kind of a.
But also maybe a thing of, just on that sense, you talk about Jason and Seth here, they probably think of each other as their biggest threat at this table. So you're naturally going to look for low variance lines against the players that you think are really good, right? And you're going to try and play the bigger pots against the players you deem weaker. So
that too, of course.
It's a double-edged. All right, Danny,
of course.
limp in the button. Jack 8 of spades. This is Ivan in the big. This is a case of just want to see a flop.
And so that if you raise, you open up the door. Like here, when you limp, it's a little harder for Ivan to go nuts with a hand like this. And if you had raised, maybe Ivan's just going to take his ace X's and pop you. But here now, it's like it's less incentive for Ivan to just go crazy. And
Aaron's sub 20 bigs as well. Less incentive for him to jam if you just limp as opposed to raising. But look at this. I love this guy.
He knows they know, but it doesn't matter. And the sizing, though, is, okay, 6X is only 3K. It's not 6K. I like the sizing.
51 at
he probably kind of, he can kind of figure out what Danny's got. It's when you limp, you think of hands like this: Jack 9, Jack 10, Queen Jack. Sort of is an immediate thought, I would think, on hands you're limping. And Danny, I think Danny's got a tough decision here with his stack. Does he want to take on Ivan?
This hand probably a little bit too weak, right? Jack 8 suited.
I think he's gonna call. I just think like I think he in his mind limps that particular hand with the intention against Ivan's, like whatever he does, that he wants to see a flop, and because he knows the implied odds are big that Ivan is a guy that will shell off and not be afraid to go for it, and if he hits big, he might get paid.
And Aaron quickly called behind with Queen 9 of clubs, leaving only 35k behind.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about this because he's gonna have
Danny's gonna be dominated a lot.
A lot, either by Ivan somehow or Danny limping the Queen 10, Queen Jack type hands.
Ivan though, Ace 7 deuce rainbow, pretty good flop. When you raise it up with Ace 6 off, gone 3-way. Unsurprising to see he's gonna bet this.
Really couldn't get a cleaner board for his hand.
Love it, really small bet. It's gonna get the job done.
Show the 10. Show 10.
He's gonna show the 6 of clubs, isn't he? There we go.
Yes. Yeah, that's good.
Even better.
Good bluff, yes.
No bluff, though.
Ivan, there's going to be high stakes poker in the United States again. You have to come play on high stakes poker sometime.
When?
You're the most entertaining player of all time. You have to come play. In a few months. But like whenever you want, they would run it. But they're starting to film it in a few months. Carrie's PokerGo.
Yeah, I did
gotta come play.
I did hear that, Jeff. They're trying to get the old band back together. The old school lineups. Doyle, Ellie.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Sammy in there.
Maybe they can film high stakes poker in London.
Maybe.
That'd be cool.
They were my favorite shows, Jeff, I think, of all time. The early high stakes poker episodes when
Yeah, we'll tell Paul.
it was just so big, wasn't it? And it
Paul
was.
and Carrie, maybe they'll do it.
I actually saw Andrew Nemi posted something explaining how it started, which I'd never heard. He was having lunch with a guy whose partners did the work with Maury Bevin, I believe his name is, B-E-V-I-N last name, and they were at the Noodles in Bellagio, and Johnny walked in, Johnny Chan, one day, and Maury said, "Hey, how's it going, Johnny?" He said, "Oh, it's all good, just taking a walk. Just lost a $700,000 pot to Phil Ivey." And then they were familiar with the tournament stuff. This was probably whatever 04, 05, 06, something like that. I forget when High Stakes officially the show was on, but that's like got him thinking like, oh, why don't we televise this? Like this is it's like you're playing for first place tournament money in some pots.
Pot,
yeah, and it's like, and then the idea was born. So
yeah, those games are wild.
Yeah.
Like watching Hold'em games when people get out of the line is very entertaining.
Yeah. Also the sick coolers, quads over quads,
Right.
or some straight just like insane hands.
Yeah, the Gus Hansen quads over Dan Negreanu overhouse, that was a wild one. Phil Helmuth's explosions in that thing.
Yeah.
Really was the best, in my opinion, the best poker shows they've been. Most entertaining.
Interesting raise here.
Yeah, just not letting him get to the river for free. As he's bet 3k, he says, draw heavy board, I'm going to make it a little bit more.
No bluff. No bluff. No bluff. Check back call.
shoot 佢啲牌，冇諗過呢度有入埋嚟啊嘛，但係真係諗佢唔到啊，你明唔明？唔係我可能浮下咁樣嗰啲。
Danny Tang. Showing some limp game here off of 40 blinds.
You got Ivan, and he's making adjustments. It's good to see.
This is aces for Ivan. I mean, you see what he's doing with ace 6.
You know what game we're playing, Danny?
You
Oh, yeah,
hear
yeah.
that?
He's
You
just-
know?
Yeah, it's not Shortdeck. I shouldn't be limping, right? Yeah.
Always lean. Button lean. Hijack lean.
Seth with a little mini
Trying to see one for
shot.
cheap.
This is one he could go limp raise with, but like
Right.
against Ivan, you
Against
know, he
Ivan,
just,
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Certainly consideration.
30% still. And no one connects, but Ace Queen got the gut shot, and the Ace, very important card, Ace of Clubs.
Yeah.
This is just a big miss for Danny. Pretty easy bet for
You win
Ivan.
again. You win again.
Ivan having a field day out here.
Great start from him, yeah.
It's a
Double
100K
up
starting
already.
stack?
Hmm?
100K?
A 150 starting stacks.
That means a lot of hands. 有10隻，有9隻，煙8。90。
There we go. Little look out on the floor. The other tables in action. 29
registration, do you know?
players.
I have no idea.
Stevie, we saw him bust out on the feature table. He is back in action. And the Greenwoods.
They're always together,
sat
huh?
together again, huh?
Looks
Like Sam's doing a little bit better than Luke.
Yeah, Sam's got some stuff going on there, Mr.
There he
Ivy.
is. They were asking. Everyone wants to see Ivy. He's in the mix. Looks about as interested as he always does.
Yep.
Adrian Mateos, El Matador.
Very focused.
What a
Looks-
surprise, he's betting.
He's in a pot.
Usually where he is.
Poker in the United States again, you have to come play on high stakes poker sometime.
When?
You're the most entertaining player of all time. You have to come play.
That was stuck in a loop, Jeff.
Yeah, Carl Burns there.
Yeah, Cale Burns.
Akita off
Akita.
to a slow start for his standards. Played that big pot versus Aaron with the 50-50 on the flop with in short deck.
Yeah.
Huge board. It was 9, 10 queen, spade, spade, spade. He had ace jack off, jack of spades versus Aaron's set. They ran it. Aaron just turned him stone dead, which is hard to do because even if he had
Yeah.
filled up, Aaron would have outs to a flush, flush beating a full house in short deck.
Doesn't beat
And,
quads though, does it?
Does not beat quads, and that was all she wrote. But Akita yet to get to a final table.
Thank you.
Danny Tang was just at one. Aaron was just at one. Ivan was at one. So we saw 3 of these guys earlier today. Actually, 3 of the final 6 were just at this other feature.
Aaron ripping it in under the gun. King, Queen. 11 blinds. Ivan with the aces. These are the actual aces, even for Ivan.
This is not what Aaron wants to be up against. Of
Jeff,
course.
no reason here to do anything but flat. Is there for 11 blind jam? You're just going to play every hand as a call that you continue with, I would imagine.
34.
One red. Yeah.
Just hoping someone wakes up with ace king, ace queen behind. but
Right. The
king
dream.
nine, not enough, and
Probably in bad shape if you go there.
Yep, you
That's
are in bad
correct.
shape. Doesn't get much worse. Just 13%.
You had the other ace behind it. That's pretty sick. She was the one ace. Animal.
我有一隻喎。
Ivan's been here before. He knows it's not. You guys still see 5. It's pretty safe.
Turn off the chop here, I think.
6 for the chop.
Premonition.
Not to be. Ivan.
See you in
Continuing to
3
crush.
Wouldn't it
See
be?
you in 2 minutes.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if full deck was like short deck and you were just supposed to call in like deuce 3 suited from the big blind?
You know, there actually are, like, I was really surprised at short and out. Like, there was a time where there's like 5 BB push fold games were going on 888. So I learned those, and there are like crazy overcalls.
Is there?
Yeah. Yeah, like you, even for like, yeah, like medium amounts, you like overcall 5 suited.
100萬好撚多啊，老細。
Yeah, it's a lot weirder than you would
100萬
Yeah.
會 average 啊。
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean,
100萬係5倍 average。
Yeah. Yeah, look at like 5BB sometime you'll laugh.
Starts to hurt Jeff now. The rebuys in the 50k.
Yeah.
Aaron had a good couple of runs in the 25ks, but
giant head around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the weird part, right? It can get mental too, and then you rebuy again. All of a sudden, you're like down, even though you final table 2 25s, or even, and then the other ones come up. So.
How many people do you think has a volume on when they're watching the stream?
Probably most. I mean, I usually
Most,
have it
right?
on.
I think it's really dependent on the commentators.
Yeah, for sure.
So we legit have to be careful with what we say.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be careful.
I mean,
with
a
it.
lot
And
of
it's
people are
always
here,
there
sure.
too. They can always like go back and access it.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah, go on.
Enlighten us.
Say it.
Who were you about to just bash?
King 7 deuce. Victor does have the Queen of Clubs, but he's been outflopped by Ivan.
Ivan is on a heater. Hope your volume's on out there. If not, it's all good. I think Jason's
if it's not, you can't tell we're talking about it.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I can relate. Poor guy. I'm turning around. He's the goat.
They say Stevie's the GOAT.
He is though, isn't he?
He says he's getting massacred. He's rebought several times in this one.
Yeah, I mean this whole week I guess he's been getting badly for him, but
Really? Even though he's final table 2 or 1? Or 1, I guess the first one. Or final table 25. Okay.
Yeah, but
more players in the community that's been running worse.
But it's interesting to see
Stevie
Seth
on
say he's the
Twitter.
GOAT and Jason
yeah,
quickly
yeah.
backed that up and
Just
agree
this
with him.
week. I just meant like today.
Kind of the
he's just having
thought
a
in the community, right, Jeff? that
Yeah,
Stevie is really that good.
I feel like Makita hasn't had a score for a while. So.
Yeah, Makita's on a downturn. Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least just for this series. It is early, but he's kind of...
Just takes a couple days and it's all gone. All the bad run is over. Sometimes one day is all it takes.
2K, 4K blinds going up here.
So out goes
Over or under 50?
Aaron. In comes Ivaner.
This is the last level reg, so under.
You hear him say this is the last level of buy-ins. Still plenty of time.
Pretty looking hand. King, queen suited.
This is a prettier looking hand, Jeff.
And Jason he's gotten all his hands that have been very playable he's run into monsters, and
Right.
this is like worst case really, even against aces.
He's gone big here as well. Really big.
Surprised.
5xing it off a short stack. I say short stack, but sub 40 bigs, Jeff. That's a really big 3-bet.
Yeah.
Very serious.
I mean, you know, we advocate larger sizings than perhaps in the past, but when you're playing sub 40 bigs, you don't have to go this big.
Jason's under the gun as well.
And Seth, wow. This is a horrible spot for Seth, right? I think this feels just the worst stand. The best stand
Jason's
he can
raising
fold, or-
under the gun as well, but you know,
Yeah.
still.
We are playing short-handed, of course.
Yeah, that sizing could even trip him
right.
up. Well, like it looks like ace king or not. Like I guess
Right.
ace king most likely, but
I think he just sort of like thinks this is absurd and folds it, but
Point.
no.
Fold.
He does go for it.
Misclick.
Meant to make
Yeah,
that
they're-
29.
Yeah,
There we go. It's a
were
misclick.
also
Things make sense now, Jeff.
Yeah, I misclicked. But yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Why you made a 45?
Yeah.
I wanted 6 BB. Yeah.
Which also, you know, Seth picked up on that, makes that far more of a jam, right? You're going to have some raise folds for the 29 sizing.
10, 6, 6.
Seth's jam, much
have two
clearer
sizes.
with that in mind.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Here's some diamonds.
Yeah. 789.
可能個 sizing 搞到佢鋪比較快咗。
Queen 3-3.
it's got the. Oh, it doesn't matter. 'cause-
啱一隻 out。
Well, huge pot, Jeff.
Yeah.
Victor doubles up his starting stack, Seth down to pretty much just that. Bizarre, yeah, a little misclick created all this carnage.
Jason got out of harm's way there, queen high.
Yeah, he sees that flop, he's in trouble.
That was going to be such a bad beat for you because I was just going to fold king queen suited pre-flop.
Yeah.
And then I would have flopped top pair.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I wanted to go 20. I thought it's 8.
29, yeah.
Online
I
mistake.
think if that happened, everyone would have been on the phone. Look at this half when he 5x. 5x through that. And a third of his stack as well.
A good hand.
It's more. He had like 105k. So 45 is like over 40%.
Dias giving math lesson to Danny.
He's getting it wrong, bizarrely. It's not often Matthias gets it wrong. He had 105 back, I believe.
Yeah. Victor getting some real hands.
Or maybe
I've seen
not.
him jacks, kings, and jacks already in a short span here. And Jason gonna give up the bottom of the range. Ivy is in the field. See some people asking. Ivy already with the final table. Thought one mistake, if you will, or one hand we disagreed. Maybe Sam opened up the door for Sam with the ace-4 off. He opened the king-10 suited button where probably should just be shoving, but again, Ivy very comfortable. To be fair, he got it in queens to king-10 suited and got unlucky to get knocked out. $50,000 US buy-in.
It's so hard to suck out and no limit hold'em. It's really hard. Short deck's so easy to suck out.
There's a lot of bullshit cards in the deck. Like a 3.
there.
4.
It's true. If you think about short deck versus no limit, like, and especially in tournaments, like so many of those cards are, which makes it fun, right? Because there's outs and it's like different. But the 2, 3, 4s, 5s, like guys really just aren't playing that anyway.
You can see why they took them out. Short deck became a thing. 10, 3 deuce, couple of hearts. Top pair of Victor checks it on over to Ivan, who has certainly a hand that can continue. Running clubs, running straight draw. It's hard, Jeff. After watching this short deck, I'm thinking you're going to make a running straight every hand. Doesn't happen so much in.
It is same day flip is a little tricky.
Wow, coming up for the check raise with that top pair. A little fruity.
Ivan's got some chips to, he's not a guy that likes to.
This is the beauty of the adjustments you make against Ivan, right? You can just raise here and you can trust Ivan to take off.
Ace queen with the queen hearts.
Pretty good card. This is one of the ones best cards that doesn't actually put him in the lead.
Right.
Puts him open-ended. This is the one that this is tricky for.
Do you guys know what Igor is?
Huh?
Igor?
No.
He like randomly showed up in Vegas for like a 10K a couple weeks ago.
What? Really?
Yeah, there was a 10K, 10K, 25K at Aria. He played one of the 10Ks and didn't show up for the other stuff.
Must have been there for something else.
Yeah.
60K.
Yeah, it had to have been busy. I don't see why he would have only played one.
And I think Jeff it says that he has 150K back. I think he's got a little bit more than that.
Is he kind of retired or? Seems kind of retired, right? Like plays some stuff, but.
Ivan inquiring as to the pot size. The bet is slightly over pot. It is a big one. Really interesting line Jeff Victor's taking here, playing this 10 so strongly.
Yeah, it's Jack a bit scary
All
too.
the full timers are in this room.
Yeah. Yeah, other than
Going to show the 6 of
coronavirus
clubs.
people.
A little return.
Yeah.
Return the favor. I think that's exactly what he did it, Jeff.
Not necessarily a full-time tournament player.
Nah, mixed game extraordinaire.
Ivan Liao leading the way.
Parked. Seems to be parked at the leaderboard throughout the week. He's just there.
That Malaysian flag's doing a lot of time at the top, isn't it?
It really is. Danny Tang still in 25 blinds though. Short stack still plenty.
Yeah, plenty of play left here. 150K starting stack, so he's not too far behind that. Ibinger jumping in the mix. bringing that starting stack with him. 38 blinds if you register on this, the last level of buy-ins. And I think, Jeff, you're going to pop out, get a bit of dinner.
Yep, get some
Get
food.
your fuel back up so you can take us through the night.
Let's do it. I'll see you guys in a bit. Enjoy.
Wow, so the max late reg.
25 big one.
All right, so Jeff is going to go grab a bite.
Not if you jump in the last second.
Leaving us all alone.
If you jump in the last second, it'll be 4K, 8K.
No, at the end of this
But
level,
Seth
it's under registration.
finds ace king. He's looking for
five
more than
levels
just
of
himself.
Oh shit, yeah. End of this level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Victor calls out of the small blind for the min raise. Danny's going to give up the big with Jack 5 offsuit.
You cover now, right?
Yeah.
Queen, queen, 6, huge flop for Victor. Trip queens out of the small, checks it on over to Seth, who... Alright, good decision here. Small blind peel, obviously a lot tighter than the big blind peel. We'll have some connection on this board. Decides to bet 6K with the king of hearts. Key card here. Now, Victor. How best to play this one for such a small bet? I like for the raise. Does do just that, pump up to 20K. This is what makes Seth's life difficult, having bet this flop. Doesn't block hands like Jack 10 of diamonds, King Jack of diamonds, hands that may like to run a bluff here.
Tomorrow is 50K short deck.
I don't know.
Calls 5 on the turn.
Jace?
Well, that is a bad
Yeah,
club from
you're
Seth's
right.
point of view
It's
because
50K than 100K
some of those
short
bluffs
deck.
will continue now. The backdoor diamond draws. And of course the front door heart draws that may be in there.
50K, 100K, 250K, 100K.
They added the short deck at the end.
Victor now,
Yep.
beautiful.
See,
Just
get
checks the
unstuck
turn.
invitational, or get more stuck.
Interesting he decides to do so though, given that
Hopeless.
a lot of his flop bluffs have
The
still
thing
got
about
quite a lot of
running
equity.
These earlier events, it's just to prepare yourself some armors for the later on, you know?
Yeah, or just like me, just get in the hole and you're just clawing, man, just trying to get out.
$22.
Wow, Seth perhaps feeling he has the best hand here. Decides to fire for a little bit of protection and to get to showdown. He certainly plays his strong hands this way. He would bet the flop, he'd call the check raise. He'd want to bet the turn. Can Victor pull out the double check raise? $22 and a 44. Into 64, pardon me. Likes to just call, and it's a very peculiar pot. Wow, what a river for Victor. Quads on the end. And this one will go check, check.
Quad zeros.
Very interesting line there from Victor.
A lot of sneezing in here today. Oh.
Yeah, I might need to use that shoe wrapper thing on my hands.
Yeah, straight up.
Get some shrink wrap on my shit.
Action adjacent in the cutoff. Pair of sixes.
9,000.
Matthias with an ace will, of course, continue in the big blind. King at 9-4 rainbow.
Need to.
Very broken board. Jason's hand needs a little bit of protection. Can get called by 4.
Ivan 咧
Pure check the turn.
？Ivan 咧？叫佢翻嚟，叫佢翻嚟。大盲啊！
Yeah, I rolled really high though.
It's fine.
Just sucks on double flush draw.
I still think it's good.
I had a heart too.
You're not the big blind.
King
so-
hearts, so like
Huh?
check called by
He's
a lot
not
of
the
worse
big one.
flush draw.
You're not
There's a lot
the
of
Seth,
worse ace highs.
You're not the big blind.
Oh yeah.
跑跑跑跑跑啊跑啊跑啊！OK OK OK， 得
Yeah, but like the nut, like.
大盲嘅大盲。
Yeah, I think it's a thing for sure.
Dissecting that ace king versus queen 10 hand.
咁都知嘅。我就嗌咗句 Ivan 哥咧，咁之後佢就醒目。睇我啲短碼都唔
Ace 9 in the first seat is going to give it a go.
佢嘅人品好。
And he's going to walk into Victor once again, this time Victor with queens. Makes it 25k, and this relatively light open is going to get punished. Ivan with a pair in the big blind. Can't call against the 3-bet.
我連孖六都見唔到，定係我真係太緊咧？冇啊，真係冇牌好大，好難打鬆啲啊！傾九咁樣，傾我廿幾個大萬心中嘅牌，人哋睇我牌啊，直接冇得心中牌啊！
Matthias on the button, coming in for a raise with a pair. Pocket 3s. Ivan in the small, never likes to give up a hand. He's got Jack 4 of clubs. Decides to call. Gives Seth the option to go 3-way to the flop from the big blind with 10-8. Maybe a hand he wouldn't necessarily love to do this with, but he knows Ivan to be a little too wide perhaps from the small blind. You can see he's actually a small favourite here with the 10-8. And he does take the lead on ace-8 deuce. Matthias knows it'll be so hard to win with 3s at showdown. Broken board may elect for a really small sizing here, just try and knock out those non-pair hands. It looks like that's what he's done. 7k, quarter pot. It's not going to get through Seth.
我隔離嗰條友仔死喺度睇電視，係仲要唔撚係自己睇喎，係人哋影低晒啲相，寫晒勁大漢字咁俾佢睇。
How does this thing work?
Which one?
Air Doctor.
Supposed to have some particles which don't allow like bacteria come nearby.
Wow, so it's just like.
Yeah, I thought it's some like you know not proven, but seems to be better.
Pre-roll.
Yeah.
Turn
Seems-
4.
I think it's actually proven that this works like just a bit better than mask. Because if you have a mask, you just touch the face and stuff. And
tried to buy some more and they were sold out now.
Oh yeah.
He checked.
River runs out another spade. Hard to imagine Matthias has those, having not followed up with a bet on the turn. I think Sefel fairly confident his 8 is good here. He may have been rivered by a queen. Matthias not going to take the bait. Victor, another big hand. 9s under the gun. Jason, the lone defender. And he outflops Victor on the Jack 3-3 board. Victor bets, as he's going to do with a lot of hands on this board.
Like this amount of big blinds cannot. You just fold. I'm not sure if everyone knows that though.
I wouldn't know.
Jason going to check raise his top pair. Remember, he has some 3x that, of course, Victor doesn't have, bar ace-3 suited.
I think in Hold'em you have to trust more your feeling.
I like to see this these days. Players mixing in some check raises, weak top pair hands. We saw Victor a moment ago do it with 10-6 on 10-3 deuce. Now Jason with a jack on jack 3-3. Victor's going to want to continue with all his flush draws, some of those ace highs, these pocket pairs. And just like earlier, you see a card that helps develop some of Jason's supposed bluffs. Hands like perhaps 4-6 of hearts will now turn huge. And just like Victor did, he checks the turn. Victor, of course, had Queen 10 on a Queen-Queen board. Jason's hand not quite that strong. But the principle's still the same here. Seth electing not to protect his hand. Gonna check it back in. Fairly bricky river. Jason could have a hand like 10-9 of hearts, but unlikely didn't fire again if he did that hand. Jason checks once again. And Victor, I think, is just going to be happy to take his hand to showdown. Maybe try and squeeze some value out of the smaller pocket pair. That's what he's thinking. Jason would maybe have checked this flop, check raise this flop with. There we go. Jason electing to let Victor do the value betting for him. Ivan from the cutoff. He's been quiet for the last few minutes. Not like him. Seth on the button. Happy to play his fives in position. Victor, Queen Nine of Hearts in the big one, of course, is going to take this three-way. Ace, deuce, three, rainbow. Good flop for Seth. Just the one overcard, and he has a gut shot straight draw. Ivan never slows down. Of course, Seth going to continue with that. Pair of fives and a gut shot on the ace deuce three board. Certainly good enough to continue. And bingo on the turn. Makes the wheel. Will Ivan show restraint? Got a little bit worried. Seth called the flop. He can have fours, he can have fives, he can have deuces, threes. He's going to have some ace-x. But
2-2.
Ivan going after the other pairs. Sixes, sevens, eights, nines. Ivan's just relentless. No pair, no draw, drawing dead, betting into a straight. Big pot brewing. And Ivan rivers a jack, some showdown. Checking, hoping to see a check back from Seth. Beat some of the small pocket pairs. He's not going to get that. What he's going to do is face a big bet, one would imagine. I mean, I can't really think of many bluffs Seth has, but some hands that picked up hearts, some of those heart floats on the flop, there aren't many. All but one chip going in. 100k the bet. Like I say, it's hard to really give Seth any bluffs. I think there's a little deviation for him here, betting so big. Just against Ivan, I think he goes this sizing. Really hoping Ivan has an ace. Doesn't think he'll fold it. Hopefully Ivan can piece this one together and get away from it. Nothing worse than bluffing and then catching a piece and then facing a jam. He was done with the hand when he was calling the turn, and now he's called a piece. Well, he's taken a long time to ask for a count. Does give him some more time as the clock stops when he asks for a count. Guess the answer, 100k. Saying, think long, think wrong. I think Ivan's trying to convince himself to make this call. Really, you're hoping to be up against King 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts. I don't think Queen 10 of hearts even calls the flop. And he does make the call, and I don't like it. Misstep there from Ivan. Convinced himself Seth could be bluffing. He still has a starting stack. Seth up to 300k. Millions super high roller series here in the gorgeous Sochi casino. I am James Dempsey, bringing you all the action this week as we keep ramping up the stakes. Today, 50k no limit hold'em. 42 entries so far. This is the last level of buy-ins. 31 currently remain. Seth raises the cutoff. Danny with 20 bigs in the big blind and ace queen. He's going to do a bit of both here, you would imagine. Flatting is kind of nice. It's nice to have some strong hands when you call. But I think against cutoff, you can definitely get called by worse. He does move it in. Deny Seth that equity as well, of course.
佢副牌係一係呢啲啦，一係煙五啦。我覺得3條都可以咁做嘅。不過佢仲有嗰啲傾女紅心，10女紅心，傾10紅心嗰個係咯。喺個 flop 度浮你一掌，咁之後個 turn 中咗花咗。但係 pair 7 pair 8嗰啲冇嘅。pair 7 pair 8嗰啲，就算當佢個轉牌要跟你咧，佢河牌唔使偷㗎啦已經。
Danny in the small. Deuce 3 of spades. Completes. Not a great spot to be in. To the right of Matthias. Matthias thinking about doing something perhaps with the 7-4. And he is using a really bad hand as a bluff and gets to put pressure on Danny, who has only 25 blinds. So doesn't have to go as big, making the bluff a bit more cost efficient. Of course, Danny's going to have more limp jams, but with 7-4 offsuit, we don't mind not seeing a flop. Victory in the cutoff. Ace 10. Gonna pop that one up for sure. Does so to 8,000. Our man Ivan in the big blind. Gonna defend as well he should with Jack 3 of clubs.
Basically, we'll play the 250k. Almost everyone other than some random Russian dudes.
I feel like Adrian might not.
I bet he does.
Me? Yeah, he's on heat right now, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, and
9-6.
his group's all pumped up too, so.
3.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's gonna be a big tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big bird.
Like 25 players or something. Maybe more.
Hopefully, yeah. we don't just get completely fucking ravaged like we did last year. Okay, both of us come in with.
Yeah, that was.
What'd we have? Like probably
We were
combined
1 and
like
2 in
35%
chips.
of the chips in play or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Between the two of us, our stacks were probably worth like 6 million or something. We got what, 1.6 out of it.
Yeah, and you sick.
Yeah,
that was
brutal.
a shit day.
Super shit.
Ivan check folding his pair on the river. Victor finally finds a bet with the better hand.
Here we sit, just fine. We made it.
Still alive.
Yeah.
Well.
End of this level closes, right?
It's the.
So 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Hola, hola.
No break.
Then you need to make it to the desk and register.
Still have chips.
I mean, if you busted on the last like hand, they would hold it for you for sure.
Okay.
If you bust in the last hand, you can re-enter.
Yeah, they're not gonna dirtbag you.
Yeah, they announced it.
Yeah, if it's anywhere close, they'll let you back in.
And Seth and Jason talking, of course, their misfortune in the last Super High Roller Bowl. That one in the Bahamas, where Jason finished 7th, Seth finished 5th. Despite them both having big stacks on that final table. Hoping the same thing doesn't happen again this week on the weekend when that Super High Roller Bowl takes place. Danny in the cutoff, raising ace-jack of hearts. Things not really gone his way so far with us today. Looks like Ivan may give him a little bit of action with ace-6 off in the small. He does do that, makes it 32k. I think against Ivan, you just have to go with these hands. Not much decision making. He plays so aggressively. Sometimes you run into it. But ace-jack suited just too good.
All in.
Ivan snaps it off with ace-6 off, doesn't even ask for the count. Just wants to gamble. And it is a big gamble, just 22% chance of scooping this one.
Okay, rebuy.
All that rebuy talk.
Game day.
哇，好窮啊！咁多，冇啦，你贏緊咁多錢呢個 trip。
Queen, 10, 5, no additional outs for Ivan. But he is still drawing live. There it is. 6 on the turn, makes Danny feel sick.
You have to believe.
King or jack, he's looking for paint.
Why not? You have to believe.
He has for 8, right?
And well, you hear that. Danny still has 1 minute to rebuy, not how he planned for this day to go.
See you in a second, man. You were gonna shower?
Yeah, I had queen jack of diamonds. Maybe he folds at some point. Yeah, he would fold. Flush completed on the turn. At least would have been crippled.
Sometimes you just. Sure. My deck reads this week.
Back in business.
Impeccable. Impeccable deck reads.
Luca looks like he's about to go fucking hit the skate park.
Yeah, he does. He's got like kind of a skater look to him. Gauged out of ears.
Surprised they let him out of Italy.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Well, better not be getting us right now.
Yeah. He's come to spread the good word. You have more than me? I have like
144 or 244.
All right, thanks.
7 the small, 10, 5 offsuit. Tough spot for him out of position against his good friend and great player Jason Kuhn. He's not looking too bad. He's up against 9-5 suited. So he's got the lead for now. Ace, ace, 4. Nothing for either player, bar that backdoor wheel draw. Whoever stabs first will win this one. Looks like Seth is going to be that guy. if you weren't with us earlier, we had the 25k
Big jump.
short deck final table.
Serious.
Wei Leon
Serious
taking
level.
that one down, beating Paul Pua heads up. After the event finished, we switched our attention to this day one of event number 4, the 50k no limit hold'em event. We are now going up to blinds 3k, 6k, which means entries are done. There's now a freeze out. That man on the right of the picture, Ivan Liao, well, he's had back-to-back finals. Second place in the 25k no limit hold'em, and then made the final again, of course, today in that short deck. Been up and down already, but no chance to rebuy anymore. He's going to have to do this one pure.
I believe so. Feels like one.
How much you play? 116.
Thanks. 116. All right.
Ivan raising from the hijack. King nine of spades. Fine hand indeed. Victor in the small blind.
This was a question I asked the other day. Why do we stretch when we're like yawning? Why do we stretch our muscles? Why does it feel so
Why is
good?
it a reflex?
Yeah, why do we, you know?
Must just be like some kind of evolutionary response to like waking up, because you like yawn when you're waking up a lot.
Yeah, so what?
Like-
why are we doing it? To just
To like warm up
move
your
our
body in the morning. Yeah, like get blood flow in the morning.
That makes sense.
But it doesn't make sense for when you're getting tired why you do it. But I guess you yawn more in the morning than at night, right?
Yeah, or you yawn a lot when you're stressed out. If you're under intense amounts of stress, you yawn.
Yeah, so that's a weird one.
Ivan flopping.
Although I guess like
big.
whenever your body's just like not in good shape to, whenever something is going wrong, like getting blood flow is probably good, right?
Oh yeah, that could be it too, for sure.
Yeah.
It's moving blood.
Yeah.
Moving fluid, getting oxygen through the body.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it helps like get some like
A rare
endorphin
check back
rush,
from
just, like,
Ivan with
stretching
his
a little
trips.
bit. Not a rush, but like, you know,
something.
It's trying to.
Yeah. Said in the short deck, it's scary when Ivan checks. He's not going to check a second time.
Trap me.
The boss is here. Paul Pua back in the mix.
One of these days you're gonna win.
How many second places is that?
I don't know. 5 or 6 or 7.
Yeah, it's sick. You're gonna win the big Triton short deck. That's the one you're gonna win. The 1 million Triton short deck.
Million short deck?
Yeah. That'll be the one you win.
Did you just get like 10 lammers in that one?
Yeah, I mean he's like heads up for the win of that tournament like every other time they run it.
It's crazy.
Where's my box?
You should have seen like he had a streak of like.
Is that your box? No.
Like 7 short deck tournaments in a row cashed or something.
Really?
Yeah.
This one or this one?
This one.
Okay. Never mind. If they can't see, they will say so. Doesn't matter.
Jason in the cutoff, ace nine of hearts. Always going to be an open.
How much?
The minimum.
Cheap.
La minimum.
Defend.
Paul calling with Jack 3, but he does not want to see hearts.
Check.
Makes a pair on King 6-3 though. Checks it on over to Jason. Certainly a board that Paul hits more than he does, raising from the cutoff. But
So
Jason
cute.
can certainly have a king. Some pocket pairs, but for 6. Bingo for Paul on the turn. Now, is he going to lead? Certainly a contender to lead. He has some bluffs. He has 4-5. He has 4-7. He has 5-7. He has some flush draws that may want to stab here. Jason doesn't really have ever 3. So Paul is going to be blended here, and it looks like he's going to do exactly that and lead out on this card. I really like this play. And he doesn't get big. He goes 18. Jason, again, beats all those draws. So throws in 4 of those 5k chips. Drawing dead. Well, maybe some salvation for him here. The club, a bad card. Does still build the straight draws, of course. Small concern for Paul. Jason can definitely have flushes.
$32.
32,000 the bet. Said Jason now reduced to just beating those straight draws. Wow. Looks like he's going to look him up. I'm surprised. Calls here. He has to call a lot of hands.
I think you have King 7 of diamonds. Since you're my friend.
Trips.
Absolute maximum. If you would have bet big, I snap fold.
Huge pot for Paul. Great start on our feature table. He's been on a good roll this week. Already 2 final tables.
Play like 120? It's like 170 or something, right?
Yeah, right there's 165, yeah, like just under 170.
Thanks.
I could beat only the straight draws.
4-5, 5-7.
He's 4 suited. Could beat all those. But that was it. I just had ace high.
Paul completing from the small. Ivan in the big with what is a monster to him, ace-6 of diamonds. Happy to check it back this time though and finds ace-10-10.
Yeah, 10 or S.
Bets 7k. Not an easy spot for Paul. He holds king high. Expect Ivan to raise a lot of his aces pre-flop.
Wow, I have quads.
I think Paul should continue here.
That's good, man.
Right, he's going to make a good fold.
Absolutely. Just being a hobby.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, it is. Consistently takes good minds.
Doesn't blind like
Very tight. Yeah, I definitely think
Tight player. Tight is right.
Like I see if he throws up there, I would take all.
Yeah, I think I know who you're looking at.
Yeah.
King high. Quậy佬啊 call 你一槍啦，King high。跟住你第四隻車你頂住就打啦，擋實。
12.
Jason, king 7 of diamonds under the gun. This a little loose. Paul going to call with jack 10 in the same suit. Ivan going to join the party from the small Queen Jack, and while Seth is getting a great price.
Okay.
And all the graphic is
More
12k
the
the bet,
merrier
not
this hand.
15.
Yeah,
But it's such a hand that plays so poorly four-way.
I believe you.
You may decide
Okay, you got to give the boss action.
to join in. He doesn't.
Let's give the boss action.
Thank you very much.
I gave the boss action with ace high. Just remember that, boss.
You'll always be grateful. E6 plus 12, 48.
Ten, 7, and 9. Checks to pull. Top pair. Got shot on over. No spades in his hand. Elects to bet. Ivan with the open ender. Expect him to continue, of course, with the call.
Too much.
Jason done with this one. Very wet board. Facing a bet and a call. Five on the turn, as safe as it gets for Paul. Checked him once again. Tough spot. He has 2 times pot. Doesn't want to get blasted off this one. Elects to check back. 7 on the end. Would have given Jason the win. Now, Ivan not going to bite. He's not stabbing at this river. Just happy to check and lose this one.
Really tough.
Before you pull these in, let me see the top of all this. One of them, just the top.
No, he's just saying like
No,
looking for a mark.
I'm trying to see if there was a mark.
Let me see.
Yeah. Yeah.
You let me see the mark. See mark where.
It was King of Diamonds, I think. But
Yeah, I haven't fingernail so long.
so weird because
They just fold.
Well, as we swap out the deck, we'll look how these 6 are getting on. Or maybe not. Poor Polo winning that nice little pot there. He's off to a good start on this table. Jason, hero calling ace high. And he trips. And he takes down that sizable one. Given was a multi-way pot. And his flop bet was called. Ivan Liao been up and down as you would expect. Came in here like a train, doubled up, went back down again. Got a little fortune against Danny Tang. Is now in a comfortable stack. These two battling out against 4 of the best pros in the world. Alright, after that brief pause that's getting ever longer, we are now going to get a hand. Deck's changed, the dealer's changed. Somebody's luck is sure to change next. Looks like the payouts are now out for this event as well, with 45 confirmed runners. 7 will pay. Min cash of 112. First prize a little over 750k. Tyus limps the hijack. Quite an early position place to limp from. A 6-handed table. Seth Queen 6 off in the small. That plays so poorly against the perceived limp range. Jason more than happy to check and see a free flop with Jack 10.
right?
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, what a flop for Matthias. Top pair open-ender, but it is Jason with 2 overs, a gut shot, and a straight flush draw, who is the favourite. Jason check calls that min bet from Matthias and makes a flush on the turn. Matthias with a straight. I don't think Jason's going to expect Matthias to have many offsuit combos limping off 17 blinds. So he's thinking he's either flopped a flush or Jason's now ahead. Check through to a red river. It's the 3 of hearts. Jason going pretty big, just over pot with his 10 high flush. As I say, I don't think Matthias really has any hands that would raise this river, so he can go big. Matthias knows Jason may have a weak 1 pair hand. Maybe he was in the big blind, has a wider range. May have a hand like Jack 10 with no diamond that would love to bluff this river.
You話佢可以打關啦？咩啊？其實啱我
And he bars flushes. This is the next best hand he can have. A straight.
即係點解咁問係咪？
Pretty unlikely, given he limped in that he has a 7.
叫佢今晚去小路寶嗰度坐100-200萬美金。得，陣間8點起坐就得啦。8點打到12點咁，幾個鐘有3-4個鐘。咪咯。
Only has 90,000 chips left. Crucial pot for the Austrian. Staring intently at Jason. I don't think Jason's the kind of guy you get much of a read off. A lot of time on this one. Has a whole host of tone chips in front of him. Three of them already gone by. Jason check called that min bet on the flop versus Matthias's limp pre from the hijack. Going to bench that all Matthias's limps are suited combos. He doesn't really have many flushes here. has to find some other hands to call with, and it seems to me that straight being one of them is quite likely. And he does make the call and gets the bad news. Flush beats a straight. Down to just 9 blinds. Seth on the button, jack 9 offsuit. Gonna raise that one up.
Can you change again? Just the purple ones. Like pitches.
And that was a long tank from Matthias in that last hand. Eventually made the call and got the bad news. Jason was indeed value betting, not bluffing.
Lexi 嗰兩期過嚟幾好，好得意喎！你support八啲波腳 support 我哋 ，London 咪嗰個5萬嘅頂粒啊！有嚟都有打，所以帶埋一條都嚟到打奧馬哈。
Seth raising this time from the cutoff. Matthias king jack in the big blind. Feel like this might be one. He just decides to run it.
Call.
Seth does have to call and gets the bad news that he's dominated on the king. Ten 7-4. Matthias looking good to double up and get his chips back. Seth down to just 3 outs, heading to the river, misses. Matthias back above 100k.
你食唔晒打俾我哋嘛？找我幾百萬美金。錢又好靚嘅。
Seth raising once again, this time from the hijack with Queen Jack. Matthias falls in the small blind. What is 17 blinds? Maybe winding them up again. He does indeed.
4 minute count.
It says 35k, but he threw back a lot bigger than that. Committed to most of his stack.
嗰間小路嗰個你唔會錯下，好好打，打緊就贏啦，執翻啲未急。 你肯定有打噶嘛？就唔可以咁早去頭一拍，你哋打咗2個鐘咁樣，你去就啱啦。梗有1、2個食貨。
Richard Young in the house.
輸咗500萬美金。
Triton co-founder.
呢班人仔啊
with Paul Poir, of course.
Karim 呢班人，成日好多咁叻嘅咧。過嚟咗。
Victor, another
Richard, I'm
strong
glad you
hand.
got over coronavirus. Good job. No more coronavirus? Yeah.
It's the fake corona.
Queen's in the cutoff.
Fake corona.
Limped in. Interesting.
As he puts his mask on and walks away.
Yeah.
Tice, 21 bigs on the button. This is very tempting.
Is he gonna play?
Just now he thought level 6 still open, no more close.
Oh,
And he's walked into it. Makes it.
Just re-raise.
Of the tourney vote, let the big boss in.
Yeah. False, sorry. Yeah, all in.
Call.
Tice all in at risk once again this time. Considerable underdog. Needs an ace. Deuce, 3, 4, picks up the wheel draw. Ace or 5, it's never easy.
Oh, that's
5, now a chop.
Good game.
Tice started to run it up, and then ran out of steam. Victor continues his rise on our featured table. Over the 400,000 chip mark.
I had a flashback from GG Poker when I saw this flop.
Victor up to it again, this time jacks.
You haven't covered, right?
Yeah, you just want a big one.
Oh yeah, you just had the queen.
Just had the queen. He's going downstairs 1 notch this time. So that's going to call and trample up a deuce. If he does, he may win a big pot. Notice there, Juan Domingo's joining our feature table. He brings a lot of chips with him as well. Well, there's a set flopped on this one, but it is not by Seth. Victor, top set. And a board that he's going to want to check back some of the time. 5-6 hits the big blind, but electing with top set to continue. Really hard to continue with deuces. You cannot improve, bar hitting that deuce.
唔係啊，佢唔知3個 level 就 break
Seth is going to look him up.
2個鐘一次。120 40乘3咪120。
Well, a 9, a card that should hit Seth some of the time. Yes, 7-8, 7-9, 8-9. They'd all continue on this flop.
testing 下我個前列腺控制得先。
咩啊？
前列腺嘛，控制唔知話人腦難控制噶嘛。
Victor checks it back, getting sneaky.
Strong
He's going to let Seth fire up a bluff on the river.
so hot. Why is everything so hot around here? So hot.
Is it?
Yeah. Ooh. You know, I think it's hot. Shit, I hope they didn't get me.
Ah.
Seth checks it to Victor on the river. So now just deciding how much to value bet. Gonna target some of those 9x's, 6x.
叫 Andy 来一下。
Bets 30k and Seth can quite comfortably fold this one now. Really beats ace king, ace 10. Though you won't expect Victor perhaps to have too many queen x's.
It's
Probably
like
a barreled
cool.
king, queen,
Oh,
queen
people
10
have been
again on the
saying that
turn.
all week though, how hot it was in here, and
Okay.
and yeah, like Carrie's been complaining about it for 4 days.
I'm like pretty hot.
Yeah.
Like, touch my arm, see if you think I'm like. I'm not like.
Yeah, you're definitely warm.
Fuck.
I think it's because TV table is usually warmer. It got warmer after.
Maybe it's just that light right there just beaming me.
Yeah.
Because I am in direct.
Yeah, you're baking in the tanning bed over there.
Yeah. Yeah, because I wasn't hot over at the other table at all.
The lights, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I got this one right on me.
Ivan raising the button. Seth finds aces in the small. Gonna pop it up. Unfortunately for him, Ivan has raised quite this wide.
呢我右手嗰尋日一點cut啦，而家又cut啦，未好。我右手嗰個又唔戴面罩，屌㗎！
Let's see him go a bit smaller than that against specifically Ivan. Give him some room to hang himself.
集到。尋日坐我隔離地點cut，屌死咗我！唔得啦，唔得啦，Triton potential 下。
Seth raising Jack 9 on the button. Jason ace queen in the small.
All in.
Well, I was curious what size he'd go for. Does elect with the all in. Gets a quick fold. Picks it up.
I wanted to get called with.
Very good. Okay.
Straight up.
One of the ones.
We should make a tournament
All right. We have a break coming up. After that break, this will be our next feature table. Look like Kuznetsov in the midst. Danny Tang back in the action. The Greenwood Bros. Timothy Adams. What a table we got coming up. And El Jefe himself. It's quite the lineup after this break.
Right on the bubble.
Big stack just whipping straddles in front of everybody else.
Pools go with the aces. He's under the gun. He's made it 12k. One with king 8 of spades is going to peel from the big blind. And what a stack he has. 440k. It's not going to get any bigger on the 7-7-4 flop.
11. 11.
And if he was like yeah, it was weird.
It's like, man, I never. Like, I get it if you want it to take that long, but don't fucking stare at me that long. It's not like I'm fucking shitting myself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just like kind of rude in a way.
Yeah, that was like really strange.
One
Yeah, I'm
Pardo
never gonna
with
say anything 'cause, like, I think anytime
an
he
8
calls
with
me, I'm not
backdoor
gonna
spades.
jump in
Is he
here
thinking
and
about
go,
doing
"Oh,
something here?
readable." I'm not trying to say that, but it's just like, dude, I mean, come on. I wanna look at
He
it
is. Paul's giving him some room, spending 1/3 of the pot. One Pardo raising it up.
And he was
Does of course have some
standing
sevens.
Like I was watching his eyes. He wasn't even looking at the board or anything. Oh, maybe he's
straight up the top of whatever he has is gone, because he wouldn't be staring at me with.
right. Yeah, that was a strange.
I don't see Paul doing anything but flat calling here.
I don't think it's
Setting his own trap.
my size.
Yeah.
Now, will One Pardo pick up some equity? He does. Gut shot 5 for the straight.
Yeah, just blew up like 5 time makes doing it too. It's like, dude, these are worth like kind of a lot.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Was that 5-time bakes? Runs into number 6 and has to knock out. Gotta hurry.
He's going to fire once again, 34,500. Bet with some equity here. He has okay equity against some hands, not against aces. But if his king was live, he'd be a little bit better off. His 8 may still, of course, be live against ace highs. Question is he going to fire rivers or not? Paul's going to give him a chance to find out. He will call this bet.
30. 35.
On the river. Let's find out. What's One Pardo about? A tough spot for Paul if he fires the 3rd bullet. He does move it in for over pot. No more rebuy indeed. Some of the bluffs have got there. 5-8 got there. 3-5 got there. 8-9 got there by the back door. The backdoor diamonds, they did miss. Some of these kind of hands. 8x hands. 5x hands with backdoor flush draws. Paul's having none of it. Gets the full double up. 580k now in his stack. Table chip leader.
150, 203.
Huge misstep from Juan Dominguez.
I feel like he's like always played pretty fine shitty.
Oh really?
And then this like really sucks.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
6. 依家我打拍都打入 final table，依家我唔玩都應該會 final table。26個。你而家有幾多萬？ It's okay, man.
10-minute break. All right. They're racing off the 10s, they said? Or the 5?
Victor raising up 5-6 offsuit. It sounds like this is the last hand with this featured
How much?
table lineup. Paul's going to defend his big blind with Jack 4 and the chip lead. And he flops good again, a Jack. Although King 10 rolling up behind it. Very wet board. Goes check, check. Victor not interested in putting chips in there with no pair, no draw. 2 unders. I think Paul can check this one again. Hand doesn't really need protection despite there being 2 flush draws on board. Well, that is a bad card for him. Ace High's got their Queen X, has got their diamonds, have got their. Let's check again. Now Victor may decide this is a mandatory bluff. Doesn't have to go big. He's trying to knock out some no pair hands as well as Jack X and 10X.
Oh, what do you bet the turn? How many?
Paul does
Right.
relinquish. These guys going on that 10-minute break. When we come back, we have our new lineup. And one lineup it is the Greenwood brothers, Triton, Danny Tang, Carrie Katz will all be in the mix as these guys go back to the main floor. Juan Pablo Dominguez, well, he wasn't here long, but he lost most of his chips down to a starting stack. It is Purpur who will take the chip lead. When we return, blinds will be going up to 5K, 10K here in the Millions Super High Roller Series. $50,000 buy-in, no limit hold'em event. Pair of jacks. Certainly a flop he's going to want to attack, having been the pre-flop raiser, but deciding to check back with his jack. Check back some hands, of course. Has a lot of garbage hands when he raises out the big blind, as well as some of his strongest.
Yeah, okay.
So clearly not wanting to bet 100% on this kind of board. Seth, of course, can limp in with some ace X, some Broadway combos. Jason getting super sneaky, checking back the second time. King on the end gives him kings up. Seth now gets a very big piece of this. Piece that he probably thinks is going to be good. $27,000 chips in the middle. It's 8K. Now fun spot for Jason. Come out of the woods with a raise. Doesn't really have chance of having Queen 10 here. Would have bet by now. Expect him to have bet a lot of his hands by now. Really fun spot for him to actually have a strong hand here. Expect him to go quite large. There's mostly bluffs in this spot. So it does exactly do that. Goes large, 42K. Well, Seth has one of the really awkward hands here. He has a 10, does block Queen 10, although As I said, I don't think he expects Jason to check Queen 10 down to the river. Also has a king. Does block some of those rivered 2 pairs that might raise. So I would not be surprised to see him call this one. Here we go.
King Jack.
Makes the call.
Did I put enough out? All right.
You can certainly see why he did make that call. As I say, with the king, the opening from +1. Might have expected a 3-bet there, and certainly would 3-bet some of the time with ace-jack offsuit in that seat. But I'm glad he didn't, as they both flop an ace on this ace-9-8 board. Stevie checks on over to Seth. He certainly has some hands that may want to bluff on this kind of board. Queen 10, Jack 10.
There she is.
Also has some really strong hands like 8s and 9s.
Who?
Oh, he finally made
He's
it?
gone big. 18,000. Really, it's going to confuse Stevie. I think that bet size really big, especially on a rainbow flop against an early position raiser on an ace high board. Stevie, of course, can't do anything just yet with an ace and backdoor hearts. Has to call at least once with this hand. Already Stevie left with barely more than a pot-sized bet. Rainbow completes on the 5 of clubs turn. Stevie checks once again.
咁犀利，玩到咁可以。Sorry。
I think this is one of the hands Seth can check back now, having bet so big on the flop. He has some bluffs that would want to check back. And he still has some really strong hands that can continue betting, like sets and 2 pairs. But he has decided to bet half of Stevie's remaining chips. He blocked Stevie having weaker 1 pairs, holding ace-jack.
So weird.
Maybe he can bet 30k, get some value off some weaker hands. Stevie would perhaps be folding and like his big pocket pairs at this stage. Deciding he can't fold an ace just yet. Has just caught a pot behind. As the river completes with a 7, making any 6 a straight, not really a concern. Seth, yeah, he can't bet that one, I don't think. Really Seth himself not being a lot by the river.
So you're definitely the youngest in the field. Like, how old is Linus?
Oh, Adama maybe.
1 year younger.
Linus is 1 year younger than you?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Who?
Linus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
25 years old. 25 歲.
And Jason, Kuhn, and Seth, very good friends.
Yo, that's horrible, man.
Seth with the top of the range here on the button, and Jason has a hand that I've been noticing this.
It's definitely a do better both with hand, isn't it?
Yeah, but I have been noticing more the camp of flatting these type of hands instead of three-betting
Yeah.
in these spots. But
what a flop for Seth. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Jason in a what a trouble having flopped top pair.
Yeah, and this is a dealer versus small blind matchup, so this is much different than if Seth had raised under the gun. You know, it's like in this spot, Jason is going to be aware that this could be the best hand for sure, right? It's a lot different versus early position raise where you're going to be kind of like, oh, I don't know, Seth here is going to have a lot of bluffs.
Right. I mean, on the flip side though, Seth has the stronger hands in this board, right? He has aces, jacks, nines. He has more flushes than Jason on this flop. Jason with a 3-bet, we think nines, jacks, aces from the small blind.
My goodness.
And the heart combos they'd call with would be ones that include, you know, like jack, queen of hearts that you can't have. But for now, he's turn of 3, somehow taking the lead in this one.
It's a pretty crazy spot. Like it's really, I mean, it's a wild hand. Still, Seth has 40% almost with against a 2-pair now.
Yeah, queen, jack, 9 of heart would do it.
It's almost it's interesting because he's just got so much. Like you just have to have the best hand. You know, if you're Jason and you see this bet again, you kind of realize like, well, you know, if he didn't hit the 3, he'd probably go away. Obviously, can't go away turning 2-pair.
It's a big bet as well, 25 into 32. And this is a lovely hand for Jason to have just to call 3 with, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh.
Not so much anymore. Jason surely going to check this one over to Seth. And then a question of how big the bet. What does he think Jason has? What hands can Seth have? Seth can have far more of the king x of hearts, queen x of hearts, right? He can just barrel off these, having been the opener.
Yeah, now it's a matter of the sizing. It's got a bet. He's got the second nuts. And like you said, it doesn't really. Jason should never have. Would he flat king queen off here? Probably not. You know.
Right. I mean, yeah, he could potentially have a hand like that, but even that's going to struggle to that
That's what I'm
turn
saying.
sizing,
There's
right?
really no flushes Jason has.
82.
And there he goes, gone pop. Gone for that really big sizing, which is interesting because, as I say, I think he has a really big advantage on this board.
This is, again, these guys are such close friends. They've done so much work in poker together and stuff. This is, you know, they're very aware. And, of course, there's no friends at a poker table. And it's just kind of, Jason probably realize, you know, he knows that as well. He realizes that he can't have.
Good fold, Jason.
That Seth would recognize that. So there are some bluffs.
Aaron ripping it in under the gun. King, queen. 11 blinds. Ivan with the aces. These are the actual aces, even for Ivan.
This is not what Aaron wants to be up against.
Jeff, no reason here to do anything but flat. Is there for 11 blind jam? You're just going to play every hand as a call that you continue with, I would imagine.
30.
34. Yeah.
1 red. Yeah.
Just hoping someone wakes up with ace king, ace queen behind.
Right. The dream.
Not enough, and
probably in bad shape if you go there.
Yep, you are in bad shape. Doesn't get much worse. Just 13%.
You had the other ace behind it. That's pretty sick. She was the 1 ace. Animal.
Ivan's been here before. He knows it's not. You guys still see 5. It's pretty safe.
Chop here, I think.
6 for the chop.
Premonition.
Not to be. Ivan continuing to crush.
Wouldn't it be?
See you in 2 minutes.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if full deck was like short?
King queen suited.
This is a pretty elegant hand, Jeff.
And Jason he's gotten all his hands that have been very playable he's run into monsters, and this is like worst case really, even against aces.
He's gone big here as well. Really big.
Surprised.
5xing it off a short stack. I say short stack, but sub 40 bigs, Jeff. That's a really big 3-bet.
Yeah.
Very serious.
I mean, you know, we advocate larger sizings than perhaps in the past, but when you're playing sub 40 bigs, you don't have to go this big.
Jason's under the gun as well.
And Seth, wow. This is a horrible spot for Seth, right? I think this feels just the worst stand. the best hand you
Jason's
can
raising
fold.
under
Or,
the gun as well, but you know,
Yeah.
still.
we are playing short-handed, of course.
Yeah, that sizing could even trip him
right.
up. Well, like it looks like Ace King or not. Like, I guess
Right.
Ace King most likely, but.
I think he just sort of like thinks this is absurd and folds it, but
Point.
no,
Fold.
he does
Good
go
call.
for it.
Misclick. Meant to
Yeah,
make that
they're-
29.
Yeah,
There we go. It's a
Yeah.
misclick. Things make sense now, Jeff.
Yeah, I misclicked. But
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Why you made it 45?
Yeah.
I wanted six BB.
Which also, you know, Seth picked up on that, makes that far more of a jam, right? You're going to have some raise folds for that, for the 29 sizing.
10, 6, 6.
Seth's jam, much clearer with that in mind.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Just some diamonds.
Yeah. 7, 8, 9.
可能個 sizing 搞到佢自己好快咗。
Welcome back to Sochi Casino. We are, of course, here for the Millions Super High Roller Series. And if you haven't been watching, this is the 50k No Limit Hold'em event here. And I'm pleased to say that back joining me in the booth is Jeff Gross. He's full of, the belly's full of food, right, Jeff?
Ready to go.
And gorgeous food at that, right?
Yeah, man, unbelievable. It's a treat. So let's see what we got. New table. Timothy Adams on the short stack. Danny Tang back here. The Greenwood brothers.
Yeah.
Never far apart. First and fourth right now. 61 blinds, 20 blinds. Timofey, Truth Teller in the house. Looks like the 50k was enough to get him out of bed.
Yeah,
the 25s.
we found a level, right?
Yeah.
That's a bit too greedy.
You need to
And El Jefe, Kerry Katz in the building.
Yeah, you can't say something in like the top 20% of your calling range.
Because Netsov wasting no time.
No, I mean I'm thinking about blind was blind.
Nice purse here.
Blind was blind, ace 10 off.
45 entrants.
Yeah, not versus Timothy is under the gun.
They're literally next to each other. They're just
Yeah,
right there.
they always are, huh?
All right, time to get your double up, Danny.
And maybe time for Danny to double up. 15 blinds, ace 10.
Danny Tank says I'm in there. Swimwear's got it all in and actually is ahead by a pip.
Yeah.
And True Teller, you know, it's I can't imagine calling here. I think
Right.
probably ace 10 is the, even ace 10 just doesn't love it, right? Like he's going to see king, queen, queen, jack sometimes. Going to see 8, 7s once in a blue moon, but yeah, I think he's going to find a fold.
You're always happy.
Wow, he whips it in, huh?
Wow, can't get.
Sixes.
Ace 10.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with you there, Jeff, that
What was the short deck?
Timothy called there.
I'm okay with it.
It's all, more also because it's just so much of a stack. It's like
Right.
if he had another 100k or something.
That's
It's,
something you'd say in short deck, but not in
And
that
he's
one.
going to have plenty of better hands to call off with when he raises under the gun than ace 9 off, you'd imagine. But
yeah,
Okay.
well, let's see. Needs a 9 on the end.
great.
Oh.
Gonna hold it.
Can you get him as Argentine?
You know, you feel like the ace, these type of situations, they do come enough, like the 3 outer all in pre. It's got a lot of equity, but once you do watch short deck, you really like that. It's almost like
Yeah.
it feels like it's 50-50,
I
but
have not had his chips yet.
Yeah.
What was it? 130.
33.
Yeah.
yeah,
A bad start for Kuznetsov on the feature table.
yeah. I guess going into it short-handed as well. How many were they? Six-handed. It's close. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah, for
like
sure. I mean,
obviously he knows it was borderline. He could tell he was on the fence there. And you know, when Danny does flip over 8s or king queen and queen jack suited,
right, and some like ace 3 suited hands like that.
yeah,
Then we say what a great call it was.
yeah. Okay.
With that, there you go. Kuznetsov and Adams tying it up at the bottom. Danny now comfortable with 35 bigs. Nothing else has changed. 4K, 8K with that 8K big blind ante.
Nothing, literally nothing he beats when he gets called there. when on that board, how it came out. Queen,
Right.
king. I mean, there's not a single hand other than really that. Any pair.
All the cards came.
It's just enough. It's going to be a juicy first prize in this one.
It's just saying it's $765,000, Jeff. That's what they're playing for.
Mm.
It's beefy. 7 paid.
Yeah, they'll just play everything that's 100K and above.
I mean,
26 of the 45 entrants remain.
Kerry Katz under the gun, 2-3. He's got a healthy stack. This is under the gun against shorter handed, so this is not under the gun full ring.
anytime there's $1 million tournament, like somebody's just eventually going to make big moves.
And 2-3's getting to the big blind here. Timofey, short, and really short. And actually, the shorter you are, kind of stack, it's fine for him to go ahead and
Here, do you want to first
call.
one?
Trying to hit a piece and get it in. It's also not 9-handed against 6-handed, so a little different. And so board where both players not going to like it, but
Right.
advantage for Kerry. He's going to be able to bet here small. Like I would think that's his most likely course of action. Although on the ace-9-9, I think he just has to bet, right? He's got threes.
Yeah,
He's under the gun.
especially with a hand that doesn't really win at showdown if you don't bet.
Yeah.
No, yeah, somebody.
Excuse me? Can I have. Hi.
So Kerry does pick up a pot there.
Wow, eating on stream is a brave move.
I did it last time. SHR bluffed me.
There's a lot of guys that play a lot with
Yeah.
each other on the tour. Timothy also short, got the ace-4 suited. Should be good enough for a shove, but 6-handed.
Yeah, 12.5 blinds. As you say, 6-handed, Jeff, with that big blind ante. Makes the stakes even bigger.
Yeah. Hopes to get it through. Can have 30% against any hand other than aces, and this hand is he's going to get a call.
Call.
Fold?
We're buddies.
Well, Jeff, as you say, 30%.
Yeah. So even in this spot, it's pretty good to win 3 out of 10. Also, chops happen.
Well, this one leaning towards those 7 times out of
Got
10 you
the-
lose.
Got
but
the wheel draw 5 or deuce or a chop out. It's a pretty good turn.
Could be worse indeed. That is worse.
Kerry gonna.
A little bit too late.
So Timothy after final tabling the 25.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, if you're not gonna. Well, no, you just grab it from our way. She's coming up. I was just teasing.
Trying to grab his meal on the way
Yeah,
out.
I think, yeah, you bust the guy out and then you say you're going to take his meal. That's strong. You have to be quite funny with someone, Jeff, to come out with that line. I think like that's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in a 50K. There he is, the Russian phenom Timofey. Timofey. I'm just going to call him one word, one name. That's a tough one to pronounce.
Kuznetsov.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
It is a nice, strong name. One of the legends of poker, no question.
I believe so, yeah.
I think I'm right in saying, Jeff, another one who's an absolute beast at short deck.
Yes, I think his name usually comes up at the beginning of the top of the charts of short deck.
No, it's fake news.
I don't think did he play the 25s or did he play the short deck any of the other
We
ones?
didn't see him at any point, so I'm going to go with no. Like,
Yeah.
the fields are pretty small. We see most of the players.
I was planning on skiing those days, but if once I busted, or if I busted Super Bowl, no.
Wait, did EVT Sochi?
It's like 4 days after this.
Did it get cancelled?
No, that one didn't.
Okay, but everything else before
But
Monaco is
EBT
cancelled.
Sochi, the main is like 3K, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the biggest blinds like 10K.
Yeah.
It's peanuts to these boys, Jeff. They're not,
Come
they're
on.
not
I like it
interested.
a lot here, but not. not enough to stick around for an extra like.
Is it only a 5K?
No, the main is a 3K, and then they have a 10K high roller or something. Yeah.
But then again, you're not doing a lot more. Right? Are you?
What do you mean?
It's all perspective. That's plenty of meter. That's a good sized tournament.
I mean, I could just go home and like get in like 20K online every day if I wanted. If I really wanted to like grind on like Tuesday online MTT session or something, which I don't really want to do, but I could.
All right, we get our dream scenario. Greenwood on Greenwood violence.
Here we go.
It's going to be fun, these ones.
Go to flop. Hello.
All right. Greenwood takes the lead. 10-8-3.
And this one, I think you could go either way with the ace-jack suited, bet or check. It's good enough, maybe, but then there's the brother card.
Brother dynamic,
yeah.
right?
If you gotta put it in like a mixed strategy, you could lean back, but you know what?
Right, and these are funny spots because they probably know each other's game better than anybody else's game. So they really do have to be balanced in all these spots. 9K the bet.
Plenty of draws. Well, there's some draws, and definitely flopping top and bottom, known as the missionary.
Top and bottom.
Gonna probably see a check raise to 30K-ish. Gonna take it up. Don't see any reason to just call, but did do that. Walk the dog. I guess there's some merit to letting your brother try to just blow you off, but.
And here we go, picks up a flush draw to go with it, while Sam picks up a double gut shot draw.
And if you're gonna bet here, again, I see going either way on that flop with that ace-jack. This is definitely a card that you could bet, right?
Right, a little concerning because the queens come out and you're worried about queen 9, queen jack, jack 9. But on the flip of that, he picked up a lot of equity and you can really pressure an 8.
Yeah.
Checks it back and, wow.
Lucas just has all of it.
Yeah, he's got all the pairs and the flush.
I mean, the thing is, the call on the flop, it's saying either as like 10 or 7-9 or an 8x, and it's just.
Right, a lot of his hands got there, right?
Yeah,
Queen jack gets there, queen 9
even
gets there,
got there,
7-9
so.
gets there, jack 9 gets there. Really, the only hands that don't get there are 8x. He does go pretty big, 50K, and then we'll get the job done.
Also, like, if in the event also there's some sort of, in the event there's some sort of virus-related thing too, I would like to be home, close to here.
I feel like there's a small fluke going on in this house. It's not corona, I hope. But everyone's like sneezing a little bit, coughing a little bit.
Uh-oh, Danny, don't cause a riot here.
I learned today is not a sin.
I woke up with like a sore throat.
Are you sleeping with the window open?
No.
Yeah, I woke up with a sore throat the first day, but I think that's just because I had like the electric heat on for the heat on for the full night, and then since I've been opening my window, I've been fine.
Yeah, it's just super dry here.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I don't know when.
Timofey is in the middle for 67,000 with a mystery hand.
Yeah, we don't get to see this one, huh? Just keeping it secret.
Hey, yeah.
Ace-7, I think. Ace-7 off.
No, it's not 66.
66? Yeah.
Lets him live. We'll never know, potentially. Either way, scoops it.
Start of the comeback.
Yeah.
This is your first event, right?
Yeah.
There we go, Jeff. You get your answers.
Why'd you miss the first one? It's too small?
Yes.
Really?
Love it.
Oh,
Brutal honesty.
Yeah. Hafe doing the.
Jeff, one day,
Too much on the 25.
one day, Jeff, the 25s will be too small for us.
I don't like playing this.
You say he'll punt too much?
So what
Yeah, I
about the
think so.
50K short deck?
Did I miss it?
No.
You played it?
Tomorrow.
No, it's tomorrow. Yeah.
Right, I played the first two were both 25Ks, right? I was thinking 2 tournaments. Yeah. Okay, yes, this makes a lot more
Are you playing tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, hopefully I'm playing this.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm going to play the 100 Shortdeck with this.
I love the small blind, big blind matchups and seeing what hands people limp raise, or the big blind pushes, and it's interesting because it's. I think there's some, there's different types of strategy you can go with there. I think it's also a lot about what your opponent feels of your game too.
Right.
This is a hand Danny Tang in a online $500 tournament may pop a limper with, but here knowing Sam is so competent and such a great player, maybe give him a little respect. Like, all right, I'm not just gonna just try to go after you here.
Wow, big bet from Sam. Weird sizing, 20 to 24 with second pair. Curious that one.
Warm up.
Yeah, I need to play the 25K short deck, so they need to remember how to play short deck.
Oh, they're just little warm-up events.
Yeah.
You just throw the 25s in just to remind yourself how it's done.
Get the blood flowing.
Because you get slightly excited when you get Jack 6 suited.
If you had to rank poker players
Jack 6 bounty,
in terms of loving the game, where does Kerry, is he in the podium?
Carries. I mean who loves it more? He's such a quiet, unassuming guy, but he is way up there. There's any buy-in tournament going, he's in.
I'll say this: he's the only one so far that I've reached out to and has shot down the podcast request. He basically was like, "I'm a private guy," and is like, "I haven't done the PokerGo podcast, even I don't."
Wow.
Which is like, I didn't even expect that, but it makes sense. Like he just wants to play his cards, do his family thing, and relax. And
he's the only person. If he's in a tournament, you're not sure if it's a $200 buy or a $1 million buy.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
He'll play everything.
For
just
sure.
loves to play the game.
It's funny. I think life too, as a poker tournament player, there's waves, and you see some of the greats or great tournament players that sort of bow out, or they take a break, or they stop playing for various reasons, or getting other things. Because it is tricky. A lot of these guys we see don't have children. For the most part, you see Stevie and a few guys who've had newborns, but you kind of get your grind in, you play, but then at some point too, your kids get out of college or they get older, and then you start getting back in it maybe. But during that period it's hard to play tournaments and have kids. And we got a big all in here.
Yeah, Lucas raising up 8. Danny 3-bet jamming ace king. Lucas of course calling in the cutoff.
See 2 or 5. Yes. On my
no
right.
Ace or king on the flop. I just want to sweat.
It's a big swing.
No 8 on the
flop.
no
That's a fair fight.
Just give us a sweat.
No 8 on the flop he asked for. Well, take it.
3-4 sweat.
8-5 deuce.
Okay.
Does finish it with the queen on the turn. Huge blow for Danny. Luke up to 380.
The wheel.
The Greenwood camp gets stronger. See his brother smiling on. Probably some swaps or pieces, this and that. Sweating. Just speculating, but I think you play 50K and your brother, you guys are in there.
I reckon
you might
got a
trade
little piece of each other.
Yeah, at least a point or 2 or 20, just to make it nice if the other one can bail you out. Danny Tang takes like a champ. Big flip, big hand there.
Yeah, that one played itself.
What is that, 650?
Yeah, basically. No, 630.
630K stack coming into the mix. There it is. Damo, 80 big blinds. Well, he's going to be tough, Jeff, with that stack.
Below 6 are good for pocket 8.
Man, this is also a guy that's been tossed in the conversation for best in the world right now. And if you check his results, Hendon Mob, he has done some very impressive work.
I know. Desperate need more.
All right, we've got a lot of chips, but only 1 time bank.
You can be the first 2. You 2 can be the first 2 out, and the first 2, then the last 2 out. Yeah.
We're the first 2 out.
Yeah, fresh off his last result, the 100K Australian Poker Open.
He took it down?
He won it, just snapped it off for 1.3 million Australian, 100K Australian buy. Of course, won the 50k at the Aussie Millions this year as well.
How much is that?
They're not doing too bad so far. A couple of big scores already this year.
Yeah. And Danny Tang finds a nice Broadway suited ace. 40% to a royal is always nice when you're in for short stack. Timofey has a fun hand, but it's doing a little math, thinking about, do I want to take a chance here? Danny could be not that strong.
Right, Danny can certainly have worse, but he can also have plenty better.
It's frustrating for Timofey to look at that pretty of a hand.
Right,
one
especially
guy
when
away from being able to shove
Right,
himself.
exactly that. If bowls to Danny, you think, okay, here we go. Oh, Danny's moved all the way.
Yeah.
Mateus, Soiza, Yong, all on this outer table. I see a question in the chat. If they have pieces of each other and they're set next to each other, is that not a conflict of interest? Not really. I mean, this happens in tournaments around the world, especially smaller fields. People are going to have pieces of each other. It's just the way it is, isn't it, Jeff? Sometimes someone would have bought a piece of someone. Sometimes they would have swapped a piece. There's no way around it. It does happen. There's one thing. It doesn't really change the play that much.
I think it's better than the last one, isn't it?
But yes, to answer the question, it is a conflict of interest.
I said your hand was better than your last. That one's better.
This one?
Yeah.
Good read. Why? How you know that?
Danny's got the aces.
How did you know? For real?
Huh?
How did you know?
It's a 50-50 guess, right?
You're right.
That was definitely better.
How did you know?
What was the last one?
Oh, this was
Yeah, I
way
know this
better.
one is better.
The last one was not as good. Nowhere near as good. Fuck.
Yeah, put the hood on.
Will that help?
Now you normally talk. You're normally comfortable talking, and then that time you were you didn't want to talk because your hand was too good.
You set the line before. You set the line before I didn't reply you.
Luke getting the walk now. It's all going right for the Canadian.
What?
But yeah, Jeff, on that topic of sort of, you know, these guys, two brothers, probably have a piece. But I mean, lots of players in this field have a piece of each other. It is a conflict of interest. But the poker world's very self-policing, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
especially when you've got streams on, people are going to know something untoward's going on. It's going to get called out.
Yeah.
It's going to be investigated to death by the community, and you're just
It's
going to be
also
ostracized.
it's
So-
also why poker's tricky though, because there's a lot of spots that you could sort of like, if you plugged it in, you could be like, oh, it's 80-20 here, 50-50, and you could use a mix, and maybe you lean towards one way or the other. But yeah, then also people are aware of that they're not, you know, they're not going to go at this level. Guys are, you know, they're playing to win.
Right.
It's also bragging rights. Like in this situation, I'd have to look at the Hennemans, but you know, Sam Greenwood, they're both elite players. Sam's got a ridiculous resume. His brother's in the mix, you know, fighting, jockeying. Like he knocks out Sam, it's not going to change the day. And Sam's, you know, if he knocks out Luke, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're playing to win. Luke wants to win. He's not like, oh,
Luke wants to catch his brother.
Yeah,
There's no doubt about it.
exactly.
There's one person in the world he wants to overtake on the all-time money list. It'll be his brother.
Yeah.
We play until like
Gonna play late tonight.
11 o'clock.
Tonight?
And then bus.
Oh.
I just don't want to
No, I
finish
think we'll
now.
play-
I wouldn't know what to do for the rest of the night, you know. End up going to
I'm down to 6, right?
Yeah.
Or 7?
We'll probably just play to.
Unless it's like super late, then we maybe stop at 7. I think it's playing 6.
I think we'll put it in the money or.
Yeah.
Like
Probably 6.
1
6 or
o'clock.
7, yeah.
1 or 2 o'clock.
Probably 6 or 2.
So I was discussing how much longer the day will be for them. I am of the understanding that for us, it'll be this level and 2 more. We're playing 40-minute levels today. So you do have an hour and a half so left of coverage in a day, maybe even a little bit more than that. Carry raising the cutoff. Sam, a king 10 of hearts in the small blind. Dominates the American. For this, he's going to punish him. Coming out with a 3-bet. Certainly a hand he's going to flat some of the time, Jeff. So this is probably a deviation.
That could be a player-dependent spot, yeah.
Right.
You know, okay, so in these spots, it's interesting because the logic is it's suited, it plays better, take a flop. Yeah, maybe be balanced where the king 10 off, you're going to plan to 3-bet there. You do it and you flat. But actually, I've heard a little bit of different thought process on some of that in terms of maybe 3-betting it's better with the suited instead of like, and it does depend on which one, if it's like queen jack or jack 10 suited or king 10 king jack and what spot and in position out. But I don't know. It's interesting, right? Because it is a mix. It's not like one way or the other. Those are the reality is those type of hands, king jack, king 10, queen jacks. Those are really good candidates because of the blockers, because of what it is, and not because of hand. If you somehow get 4-bet jammed, run into it, you don't really worry about it. But you're also going to get a slightly better hand to fold sometimes. That type of
And they
deal.
play okay post flop.
Right.
You know, you make a pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a mix, and it's constantly evolving. It seems. Michael from under the gun popping up king 8 of spades. This is a little loosey-goosey. Kuznetsov, his target in the big blind. Perhaps that was why he's raised with king 8. Such a short stack. Both miss this one. I assume Michael's going to bet 1 blind or something of that region.
Yeah, goes quarter, like less than a quarter pot.
Right. I mean, Timothy's got less than pot behind. You can just go micro here, don't you? Yeah, looks like he's going 1 blind. 8K, and that will end this one. Say that, because that's what I was thinking about. Wow. He floats out of position for 8K with 35 back. This is top level stuff. He's saying, right, if you don't have an ace, I'm going to win this pot because it's going to go check on the turn. And then I'm going to shove river. And he's calling it 8K to effectively win 52 if he's right.
Adonimo probably knows this as well, though, and realizes, I mean, he has a no equity bluff at this point. He happens to have the best hand, but he probably believes that Timofey's shoving a lot of his weak aces, or you know, he may just decide that if maybe even has a 5 or 6 and decides just to check because he figures he might give up if he calls. And
wow, and he's bet again. And that's just going to shut him down. It was ballsy from Kuznetsov to peel the flop, but Adamo saw through it. That's a great hand, Jeff.
Yeah.
Himo, why do you have always so much? Why do you always have so much?
Not always. But yeah.
There's our guy.
Here is, oh man, the fan favorite. Next to another fan favorite.
A lot of chips there. Those orange are the big ones, 25Ks.
Yeah, of course, Paul made that big call down with aces.
There's Makita. Victor with the Victor. Huge stack.
Our last feature table, of course.
There you are in the background.
Yeah, we are on delay there. I am. Just chatting to Seth Davies. Obviously busted from this table. He was in that 1 seat. Yeah, Seth was saying he wasn't too happy with his play today, but I think all fine to me. Meanwhile, carry raised under the gun. Kuznetsov put it in for his 4.5 blinds with queen 10 of hearts. He's got a chance here.
34, yeah.
Queen
Yeah,
10,
some
ace
short
jack. Yeah, definitely a decent spot. He's so short though. 10 in the window.
Something high. Boom. Oh, that's not high.
That is a big card. Gives him a flush draw to go with that top pair.
And
There it is. That's why that card was useful, because you make a flush when your man makes a pair. So that's off with a double up.
Still in. Why King Yong? Man who had was the talk of the Triton, London, very special. They had the £1 million tournament. He ended up winning won the main event, 100K, and second place, where he was a card away from going back to back in 100-person plus 100K in both No Limit and Short Deck. I believe Bonomo took that one down, I think, and he was literally all in, had Bonomo all in a flip or one card away, and Bonomo won, and then came back and did take first, and he took second. But
Yeah,
really,
it was absurd, wasn't it?
Yeah.
First for 3.1 million, second for 2.2 million in US dollars equivalent. Obviously, those both events were £100,000 buy-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty absurd. Well, Jeff, I'm surely going to head off for some food, but I'm going to see how White can get some with his first hand here. King Queen under the gun, certainly worth a raise. And El Jefe is going to defend ace-8.
Not a great spot with the ace-8 against the under the gun range. Got to, but still King Queen obviously pretty strong hand. He's in the lead.
Has a spade here, Jeff. Kind of a good card to have on the 9-3-4 flop.
Yeah. I'll be seeing a c-bet here, certainly. And that's going to get it done.
Hard for Gary to continue, isn't it, against under the gun? It's too strong a range. All right, Jeff.
Okay.
I'm going to shoot off for some food, leave you guys to it, and I hope you all enjoy all the rest of this action. This is a lively table.
Yep. We'll see James later, and we'll finish out the day here. 50K, big purse, big names, a lot of exciting stuff going on. So we'll keep going here. We will have continued coverage tomorrow. We'll have the final table of this 50K and see who sets himself up to be in position for that. As the buy-ins start jumping up, they will only increase 50,000, then 50K short deck, then 100,000 no limit events, and then 100K short deck, and then the 250 main events. Many of these players will be playing that, the 250. And Danny with 115K, 8,000 big blind. And all in is certainly a good option. In the hijack, I don't see any other play here.
How much is that?
And Timofey is going to be interested. He's got 11 blinds, realizing what he's shoving. Pairs. Jack 10 suited, can't be in too bad a shape. But, it's one of those spots where you realize your opponent has a pair, or you're going to be behind to ace-X likely. Can be dominated sometimes, and he does give it up. Similar frustrating, right? If he was first in, he would have shoved happily. But calling off is not the play. Bonomo going to give it up. Carrie's got air, 5 deuce. And looks like most likely a call here. Actually, 8. How many blinds is it? Yeah, it's close. It's not a great spot either, but you're closing the action.
150, right?
And you know your opponent can be shoving king jack, king 10, queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, weak aces, pairs. And if you call and lose, you still have about 100K, 12 blinds. So all those things, I think when you put it in a vacuum, you could find a call. This one's really close, though. And I don't know. This depends how players think on this. Passes, wow. Gets it through. Power of first in. Big swing. Flipping for his life to up to 135. I don't know. I think from that position, I don't know. It's yeah, really close. Probably a call. I think I'd probably call, but it's like right in that cutoff zone. 20 of 45 left. Some of those being re-entrants. Timofey, hijack, 11 blinds. This is in. You know, some players do min raise off of the stack size in certain positions, but not this hand. Just plays too well. It's just a good hand to be all in with. You know, you might have some raise folds with 11, 12 blinds, like ace 4, king 8 suiteds. Also like aces. So if you're gonna only if you know, what does he do with aces? Some people just balance and shove it all, like ace jack, their pocket threes, aces here, just to be balanced. Some people have a raise, min raise fold and a min raise value. So if you're gonna do that, you can't just do aces, kings, queens. You gotta have some balance, which you throw in some hands that you're gonna min raise fold to a shove. But I think player strategies vary a bit there. Hope you're enjoying. You can see the payouts: 765,000 of first. Seventh will get 112,500. Just over double the entry.
Right, 17.
Couple nice hands here. Hijack going to get raised. And now Wyken Young with a really good hand in this spot versus a late position raise. 208,000. So 48K, what's that, 25 blinds. Certainly could jam. Does he have a 3-bet fold off this stack? Maybe. And Dynamo, yeah, so he's going to 3-bet, not just shove, 25 blinds. And Lucas Greenwood, very interested in this. This is a pretty committing big 3-bet off of his stack. He's 3-bet in position, 3x, so about standard, but you know, when he's short, not too many bluffs he's going to have. And Luke Greenwood with 2 8s. Again, this is against late position raises, so his hand's even stronger. It's not like a under the gun raise 3-bet middle position. This is late position chip leader and then a 3-bet. And Adonamo gonna pain him to fold, but I think he realizes the implied odds. You know, he's gonna call if he hits his hand. He's only winning so much more, and if he misses or just, you know, nicks the board and has to call it off, it's close. But here you go. You know, this is the best in the world, one of the best in the world, and just the hand thinks too much value. A little surprised, but I guess he still has 156 behind. And here we go, top pair all of a sudden. And Adonamo takes a big lead here, and he knows that against the 3-bet hands such as ace-queen, ace-king, maybe ace-jack suited. He's in the lead, and Wyken decides to slow down. It is a dry board. Now, if you're Wyken, if you had aces, would you check back here, maybe try to let queen, jack, king 10 catch up, possibly? And that's going to be going through Adonamo's minds, but more likely like an ace-king, ace-queen slowdown. See a bet. Goes third pot. And problem with checking back if you're Wyken Young, you do open the door for some broadways, jack 10s, queen jack, queen kings to bet that you're beating. And it's not a great spot. You call, and then your stack to pot ratio on the river. You know, it does end up getting out of the way, but see Adonamo's willingness to go post flop out of position with for sure an inferior hand, comfortable in navigating, and you know, ace queen again, tricky hand, and that's also some of the reasons to consider shoving a hand like ace queen, because you're likely just going to take it down in that 25 blind range, and it's a big swing, right? If you shove in this scenario, you would have taken down the blinds and ante, the open. Instead, you 3-bet, get called, and you lose a quarter of your stack. So just the flip side of that, though, is you get called, you may win a huge pot, or get that extra chips instead of shove. So you could go either way there, and it's fun to watch. Fun to watch the iterations and differences that players do. I think a lot of players would fold to that 3-bet with those stack sizes just because of the implied odds not being so big. You know, if this was a Lucas 3-betting on the open, it would, you know, a Dynamo that's deep stacks, there's a lot of potential big implied odds on winning a huge pot. So just different thought processes, different ways of approaching the game. Also why poker's so fun, tournament poker in particular. Different stacks, different spots, always coming up. Different ways to do it. Also here, Lucas recognizing a shorter stack Wyken Young, that he is going to have a smaller 3-bet size. So he goes 2.5x instead of, you know, a bigger one if they were deeper. Wyken Young getting a really good price. Also a decent hand of 4-bet jam. Probably thinks Lucas doesn't have too many 3-bet folds, though. This is one of his bluffs, but it's just too good a price. He is dominated, however. Whoa. It's this massive flop for both players, like a short deck flop. But there are 2, 3, 4s, 5s. This is long deck, as they call. Full regular no limit Texas Hold'em here. Still a coin flip though. Ace-9, queen win it for Luke. Wyken smashes it with top and bottom. And there's just no other way. This is getting in. Stack to pot ratio is 1 for Wyken Young. I mean, we are going to see. We will be seeing 5 cards. The whole rest of this is going to go in. There's no other situation. Wow, just calls. Whoa. What a card. I mean, what an action killer. It's actually, if you're Wyken Young, you just feel sick because you were like semi-trapping. An interesting dilemma now for Luke, who had to love his hand, and now realizing he does lose to some things. He also beats. He's trying to think, what hand does Wyken Young flat hit the 3-bet here, call the flop with? He looks puzzled. He's showing it on his face, and it is kind of puzzling. There's not many. Very peculiar hand here. This run out is so in his head. I mean, if I'm Wyken Young, though, I'm just check raising in on that flop. I guess like you could keep in like the ace-5, ace-4 suited bluffs, but I just think the board's so dynamic. And that literally, can you think of a hand you beat here? But you get 3-bet pre-flop. Even the ace-X wheels are beating you. This run out in this board is very, very strange all around. I just can't imagine you can call now at this point. Ace or 9 would chop. Yeah. Nice hand for Luke. And, you know, we're down 7 cash, 19 left. Gonna finish out this levels tonight. Looks like there's some movement or table break, table change. Just moving Timofey. Mike Quignon thinking what could have been. I see why he called on the fly. I see what he's doing there. Maybe he decides keeping some of those bluffs that he might have. And then that turn, he realizes now he beats nothing. As it turns out, money would have gone in, and looks like he would have saved. He would have been out, but. Sam gonna raise up on the dealer button, and Michael Adamo has a decision here. They're both two of the bigger stacks. Ace Queen, such a strong hand in this matchup on a dealer raise. All in. And he just floors it. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting shove there. Didn't see that coming. All right, Sam now cut off. King 9 suited, pretty hand. Gonna be raising.
Raise 25.
And Carey giving some respect there, folding an ace to a cutoff raise. A weak ace. Gives a little insight into how he approaches the game. Avoiding those kind of spots, which I don't blame him. I mean, there's a lot of times I'll fold a weak ace in the blinds, depending on stack sizes and what position the raise is coming from. Ace deuce in the muck, and there it is. Carey Katz with 39 blinds, plenty of chips. Michael Adamo, 73 bigs, sitting pretty. The Luke and Sam Greenwood brothers right there, healthy, sitting about the same stack. We saw that big flip versus Danny Tang, who is down to 11 blinds. And Wai King Yong also been put in some tough spots. Ultimately got away, made the right decision, but he is sub 10 blinds. See some all-ins here shortly, certainly. The Greenwood brothers. 17 left. I'm sure they're dreaming of a heads up. A7 off raise from Sam Danny. 10-8 suited, pretty hand, but not really in a position to be taking flops. Got a Damo on the button, King 8 off, and Carey Katz in the small. Looks interested on that raise. Pretty deep, 40 blinds. Gonna pass, won't get to see what he had here. On to 16, must have lost one at the other table. I believe we're 2 tables at 8. Unless it's 7-handed. Shout out to Twitch. This is on PokerGo as well as Twitch. See a lot of familiar faces in there. Hope you guys are enjoying. Let me know what country you're watching from. Maybe you're playing online, sweating along. Treat to watch some of the world's best battle out this $50,000 buy-in. Power Fest coming up, going to be starting next Sunday. Huge guarantees on Party Poker. I will be streaming. I hope to see you guys there. Hope you tune in. In the meantime, we're getting warmed up, picking up some tricks, watching some style plays, different hands. I mean, I gotta say there are some spots, some different things going on that, you know, it's nice when you get to see someone who's considered maybe the world's best or one of them see certain spots, they do something, and then if it looks funny to you, you might say, wow, that's interesting, or I wouldn't have done that. Think why? Why is he doing that? What is that accomplishing? And you know, the ace queen there, like I would not assume to just shove, but just considering how deep they are. Yeah, Aussie Power is right. This is very good player. Also a little surprised he doesn't c-bet there with the king queen. 10's a good card. Could bet the ace if it comes and he misses. Lucas does check back, and maybe now he'll delayed c-bet this. But I can't imagine he's just going to check. That would be surprising to me. Maybe he goes big here, like 35,000. Does check it, interesting. And right into the nuts. And if you're Luke, you might think maybe he's got 7s or 5s and just was giving up. Why is he not bet at any point here? Doesn't even make sense. There's the 37, but one street later.
You weren't lying. You did have aces. When you went all in, you had aces.
I showed the table on aces.
You
showed some.
You guys saw it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't really like make a secret of it.
Yeah.
It was.
Why are you making this up right now?
Gary can open up. King 9 suited, and it's a really pretty hand in the cutoff. And Lucas.
About 375.
The ones, pocket ones, tier 1, hand rank 1, aces, the goods, the cookies, the nuts. Out of position, I think he's going to go pretty big, like 75K, 70 to 80K. Yeah, 75. 80, okay, even a little extra juice. And there's some benefit to that. You deter like the queen jack 10 suiteds to be calling, and not even deter, but you want to be balanced. You know, he's going to have some ace 5 suiteds. He's going to have some king queen off. So that as well, you want to deter your opponent out of position to call. But also, if Kerry does have a hand like queens or ace king or king, you know, jacks, he may just have to rip it in on that size instead of flat. and you kind of cage your opponent as well if you cooler him.
I saw you right when I was leaving the ski hill today.
You saw me?
Like we were in the cab, and then I saw you in Sochi, but we were like driving by.
Guess when?
Yeah,
You
like
guess when?
yeah, we went skiing from like 10 till like 1:30.
King queen suited. Dealer button raised. Danny Tang in the big blind debating. Is it, he's so short, he can be in a spot where sort of incentivize the shorter you get to defend, try to get a piece. Luke knows. And doesn't matter now. Luke just top of his range here on this flop. He's going to bet small. If he has it, if he doesn't have it. And he has it. Danny unlucky on that board to just completely miss, but at the same time, if it comes like King 9-4, he's going to be in. So, could have been worse.
Yes.
See some shout outs in the chat. Slovenia, Sweden, Norway, Spain, Romania, USA. Watching in on Twitch. Good to see you guys. PokerGo, it's on as well, the coverage. Hope you're enjoying. There's man rocking the PokerGo hat, the founder, Kerry Katz, El Jefe. Quite a poker player himself these days. Does not miss a stop. Waikin Yong in for his final 6.5 blinds. Suited Broadway, good hand to find to get it in late position. Danny with the King X, and Adonamo gonna lay it down. See this lineup. Very talented players. Just lost on a table move balance with True Teller, Timofey, one of the Russian greats. Saw him make a pretty advanced float with the Jack-9 suited on the A6-5 versus Adonamo off of like sub-10 blinds, and then Adonamo followed through on the turn with King-8, King-high, and got it done. Danny Tang. Dealer button, 8 blinds. It's enough. Also probably thinking Kerry Katz gonna call pretty.
How much is it?
Pretty tight. You can see Kerry Katz even for this hand, which is
3 big blinds.
gonna be a call. He still doesn't love it, and he's actually dominating.
Oh, you can't do this to me.
I thought he said Jack high, me too.
Oh, wait, it's a reasonable question to ask.
I think it's gonna come.
I would have folded, but you told me it was only 7 bigs. It just looked like a lot of chips.
I should have said like 78,000, right? Would that have changed anything?
No.
Kerry one card away. 93% favorite. King high. Good
GG.
game, Danny Tang. Kerry Katz gonna put us 1 place closer. 15 left. Maybe even 14. We might have lost another. This could be down to 2 tables. See the very talented Danny Tang. Remove, there it is. 14 players. I think we will have a 2-table draw here. Let's take a look at the chip stacks. Let's see carry. We see Adonimo just doing it. $14 left, 45 entered. Juicy purse. 50K short deck tomorrow. Look at this beautiful place. Great food, great atmosphere. Skiing, snowboarding right around the corner. World-class setup. Highly recommend if you've never been or if you have to come back. Great time here. And that's it for us.